change places with anyone tonight.
What up?
We'll carve pumpkin faces and watch the witches flight. Every human heart.
How are you guys doing? I don't know if this is going to get me copy struck. I should probably stop. Hello. What's up? Hi. How are you all doing? I am uncertain if we are going to get through the episode. Mostly because I don't know.
Marriage or bad news.
Hello. I don't know how much I will be able to keep the energy up. I've definitely talked about it on and off before, but I struggle with sleep. Something that I recently found out runs in my family. No one ever told me. That was nice of them. And I have not been sleeping super well the past week. But that's okay. That's okay. Because sometimes I get very activated by the streaming. And then it's not even a problem. And I would very much like to watch the entire episode. But I also don't want to do it a disservice. You know what I'm saying? So I'm pulling everything up. Whoop, whoop. And we will go from there. I honestly don't think I have much for the beginning, except for, I suppose. Well, no, that's it. I don't got much for the beginning. Other than I am still incredibly suspicious of the Trickfoots, but we'll see. We'll see. Also, depending on how this one goes, may or may not do, I guess, the third of this episode on Friday, or maybe we'll start 97 on Friday. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Did not expect Tim Curry. Gotta always be looking out for him. Always looking out. Sleep apnea is a bitch. Not saying that's your problem, but it really sucks. Get a full night's sleep and not feel refreshed at all. I can imagine. No, mine is I've never heard anyone describe it other than people in my family this year. But it's not an anxiety thing, but it's like a focus thing. Like if I have something that I'm actively thinking about, it's very difficult for me to go to sleep. I have to like totally mind wipe, like not be thinking about a single thing. Regardless of like what the thing is, if it's interesting or fun or, it can be any of those. It's just very easy for me to keep myself up. But anyways, what's your over under on cultists versus charlatans? Over under? I don't know how gambling works, but I have heard that term, and I know it's a percentage, but I don't know what the percentage would be. I'll just explain it. I'll say it more fully. I think there's about a 75% chance that they are charlatans. I think they are charlatans. I don't think they are. It is possible that there is, and I am talking about, and I'm talking about the entirety of the Trickfoot group. I think they're all charlatans. And I think there's a possibility that they are getting followed or they are being watched by possibly something more powerful, or maybe even influenced, although I don't even know about that. But I think they're all just lying for very petty and or sort of banal reasons. I think that's what we're gonna find out. I think it's going to be like very basic shit. Now, how impactful that basic shit is, that to call it basic isn't necessarily to say that it will be unimpactful. I can see it being very impactful to Pike. I can see it being impactful to the entirety of Vox Machina as they start having to grapple with the fact that people are going to try to take advantage of them for their positions. And people seem to be like very aware of that already. Like the rest of Vox Machina, they're talking to Terry and saying, hey, like, they're going to take advantage of Pike, right? They're already sort of having to grapple with this. I just have no idea what the resolution of that would be. It would have to, it'll be a very much a role-playing challenge, I suppose. Because I don't foresee Wilhand actually, or not Wilhand, Ogden actually putting up a fight. I think it's possible that the cousin that isn't married, I can't remember their name, SD? It's an acronym. Or not an acronym, I guess, initials? Is that what you would call that? I can't remember their name. But the other sibling, or the other cousin with initials for their name, JD, thank you. I could see something further going on with JD, especially in terms of like sort of like the missing life, or like the life I should have led, or we were so close as to basically be inseparable, but then you got to go off with the good grandpa and I got stuck with my shithead father. So I could see there being somewhat of like deeper character motivations for JD. But I think Ogden is here to take advantage of her. Now, I think there's maybe like a 20% chance. Well, okay, so I'll take my original 75 down a peg. So we'll take that to 65. But then we'll say that I think there's a 20% chance that they are being manipulated by exterior forces to come to Whitestone and basically cause a kerfluffle, or cause a rumpus, or possibly gather information. So there might be an exterior force that wants to know about the current state of the ziggurat and the siphon, and they hired the Trickfoots to break in and report back. And the Trickfoots might have no idea why. And I think that's the biggest thing. I just don't think the Trickfoots are like evil mastermind or like knowingly evil henchmen, because honestly, Ogden's story doesn't make enough sense. Like, the more I heard Ogden's story, the more I stopped seeing it as a carefully crafted lie meant to deceive Vox in order to like, but be very convincing in order to like manipulate them into a very particular scenario. That's what I originally thought was going on. I thought that like Ogden was going to have crafted this very elaborate blood curse history that would convince Pike to go somewhere and do something really specific. And, you know, that sort of thing might still happen, but it has a very different tone to me now, where now whatever Ogden is going to do, it seems like he's just broadly pulling it out of his ass. And I have a lot of trouble believing that he is actually going to enact like a real magical ritual. That is really actually going to cure her blood curse or exorcise whatever. The Arathis demons, I suppose. Everything about his story just smells fishy to me. And it smells like what someone who doesn't know a lot about magic would imagine that magical speech and discussion sounds like. It sounds like someone who does not have power trying to imagine what people with that power talk like. And so yeah. That's why I'm feeling charlatan, is because he just didn't convince me that he actually knows that much about magic. Yeah. Trickfoot trickery feat? No, not shady at all. No. Pike is the Trickfoot too. That's true. It actually doesn't make perfect sense in this context, but what people often is what percent. That's fair. Isn't it JB? Oh, it might be JB. If it's a scheme, then what's the end goal? How do they intend to capitalize on that exorcism? Well, that's the real question. My current theory for what will happen is Wilhand was like, hey, we gotta go. I think he said somewhere up high to do the exorcism. He was like, we gotta go up somewhere high. And they're surrounded by mountains. So I feel as though he's going to say, hey, Pike, come with me. And we're going to go do the exorcism alone. Now, Vox is never going to go for that shit. Vox is 1,000,000% not going to let Pike go off without them. Unless Pike herself is incredibly insistent, but I really don't feel like she will be. Like, I don't think she's going to say, Vox Machina, don't follow me, or whatever. So I think they're all going to go to the top of the mountain, which means that, like, I feel like in order to get anything out of it, they are going to need to, like, leave either, like, JB or Astra or Johan. Like, they're going to need to leave someone behind, and then that person will execute whatever once Vox Machina is out of town. You know, in fact, Whitestone doesn't really have walls, so to speak, right? Like, it has the castle. It has like castle Whites, or not Whitekeep. What am I saying? Whitestone. It has like Whitestone Castle, but I don't believe that the actual township itself has any sort of walls or like defensive fortifications. If I remember correctly, Vox just like kind of walked in. Although maybe Percy built some. No, Percy was building like steam pipes to keep snow off the streets. So that's not it. So it could just be that the Trickfoots are literally just going to distract off the entirety of Vox Machina, take them all to the top of a mountain, and then they have some manner of collaborator that is at the bottom of, or not at the bottom of the mountain, but is back in Whitestone, and will execute a heist? I don't know. We don't honestly even know that much about like the layout of, or not the layout, but like the stakes of any sort of heist. Like if they stole a bunch of money from the Whitestone Vault, I don't really have a good concept for how rich Whitestone is. And obviously, Percy's been draining down the funds. So, if that were to happen, I don't even... If that sort of thing were to happen, I really can't imagine... I can't even imagine how that would go at the table. Like how you would convince me that that matters, other than that they betrayed Pike. Like I think the kind of whatever happens, unless their collaborator goes and does something with the siphon and triggers the final arc, which I honestly kind of don't think will happen. I don't have like a big reason as to why, but I think it would be to I don't think Matt will drop the plot hook. It would kind of be like if Iman got invaded when Vox wasn't there. You know? Like the invasion of Iman was cool because we like saw Raishan come over the wall and, you know, we were involved in it. If we hadn't been so involved and like gotten to see the invasion of Amon up close, I think a lot more of like the negatives of it would have bubbled to the surface of like, oh, you destroyed this like, you know, city that we'd invested a lot into, both in terms of like meeting people and all that sort of thing. But because we were there, it felt like the entire world was crashing down around us, not like the DM was taking something from us. You know what I'm saying? And I think that might not necessarily be the case if we weren't in Iman when it happened. And so I struggle to imagine a situation where the Trickfoots lead Vox away from Whitestone, and then anything super duper important happens. It's possible. Don't get me wrong, but like from a, you know, a realism, like verisimilitude type perspective, it's incredibly possible. But in terms of like what would feel good and like what would be a satisfying story, I just can't really see it. So I feel like either, I think kind of no matter what, whether or not they have a collaborator back in Whitestone, whether they have, whether they plan like doing something to him up on the mountain, kind of whatever it is, I don't think they're going to be even close to successful. And I think that the main sort of crux of consequence, I guess, will be emotional for Pike. I think it'll just be like kind of like a purely RP scene. I don't think we're about to go into like a big social challenge. I definitely don't think we're going into like a big combat challenge. I'll tell you that. I'll be surprised if anything even remotely magical happens. Because I think Ogden's a big old phony. But I will be very, very shocked if they actually attack Voxen if we have an actual combat. And I suppose I'll be a little surprised, or not a little. I'll be actually very, very surprised if I think there's maybe a 1% chance that Ogden is telling the truth, and we actually see an Orthax-like smoke demon come out of Pike, and we have like a Orthax style, Pike versus the party scene. Not only would I just not like that, because the Orthax fight is one of my least favorite fights in the entire campaign, period, but I will just be very surprised if Ogden is actually correct in, like, telling the truth. Yeah. What's up? Hello, everybody. Welcome, everybody that joined very recently. Hello. I think he said something about components for the exorcism, so maybe they're getting Vox to pay for expensive stuff and dipping with it. I could see that, average fan. That's the sort of ballpark when I talk about like a banal motivation, or like, they're there for like a very, not very impactful reasoning. I could totally see that, where it's just like, oh, we need a diamond worth 500 GP and blah, blah, blah. Like, they list out all these expensive components, and then they try to just rob Vox on the top of a mountain. If that is the case, if the plan is to try to isolate Vox and rob them on the top of a mountain, I do think there's actually a decent shot that they have a scroll or something that is like power word paralyze, or something like, or power word stun. Maybe not an actual power word, but like, or maybe the confusion spell or something like that. Like, I could see them having a like one-time use spell scroll that they are going to try to use to disable Vox to allow them to make their getaway. Or possibly just like a teleportation circle scroll, or even just a teleport spell scroll. Maybe they have something like that, but I don't think any of them are powerful casters. But if they're gonna rob Vox on the top of a mountain, I double down on the idea that this will be a roleplay challenge, because that shit is not gonna work. Yeah. Je suis très excité. Je suis très excité? I don't know. Let me think. Wait. Let me think about this. Do you speak French? Je suis fatigué. And I am très. I don't know très. Très? I don't know. Excité. I am 3 excited. I'm gonna, final answer, you are 3 excited. Because I don't know très. Gasp! Is Ogden a lycanthrope? Dude! Okay. This is possibly the only explanation that I could buy for how Ogden and or any of the Trickfoot cousins. This is maybe the only explanation I could see for for how he could actually be a threat to them, is if they are werewolves. Now, I don't think there's enough that we've gotten to indicate that. But this is like, this is the one multiverse where I think they could actually pose a threat to Vox Machina. Yeah. Maybe they are big bads in disguise and trying to infiltrate and or take out Pike. That is possible. That they might just not be the Trickfoots. They might be shapeshifters. But even if that was the case, I would expect the story to make more sense. And that's kind of what I thought might be going on the first episode, or like the first time we were talking about them, the second half of 95. That's more where my thoughts were, Sawyer. But Ogden's story is so bad. Like, if you're a big bad, you should have a more convincing story. Like Rayshawn. Rayshawn, we can obviously debate the potentially flawed behavior, what Rayshawn's flaws even were. Does her behavior make sense in any given circumstance? But, like, her stories, as she told them, made coherent sense. Ogden's to me, just doesn't. Like, it just doesn't even pass the sniff test of making sense. And so if he is a big bad in disguise, he's a tough one. Didn't Scanlan and Kiki jump a wall? I don't remember them doing that. But maybe they did. I don't know. Does Whitestone have modernish plumbing? Maybe Percy should set his priorities. I don't know. We know they are all Kima simulacrums. Yeah. Oh man. Raw, you have to have the spell on your spell list to cast a scroll, but he has fudged this by having Scaling cast Gate without it being on his list. Yeah, that Raw rule. I think we talked about this last stream. Specifically, this Raw rule of like having the spell on your spell list. Look, man, I get it. Like I I get why it's there, why that's a rule. But to me, it just puts a further, I don't know. It seems like an unnecessary restriction to me. When spell scrolls are already something that, like, the party's access to is already DM determined, right? Like, it's not like there's a mechanical way to guaranteed have access to a spell scroll. The DM has to give it to you. And they decide which ones they're going to give to you. So I'm kind of like, why do we care if it's on their spell list or not? I get the thought behind it, but it seems like it is actively conflicting with the main use case of spell scrolls, which is to give you access to a spell you don't know. And, like, sure, you might not know several spells on your spell list, especially higher level spells, but I don't know, still. Travis and Grog was so happy for more gnomes, a werewolf would be best day. That's true. What's the point of spell scrolls if you need it in your list to cast it? I mean, I will, as I've just displayed, I'm not a spell scroll defender, or I'm not a that rule defender, but I mean, if the question isn't sarcastic, the point of it raw is that for any known casters, they could give you access to spells that you haven't learned yet. So there's that. There is also the ability to cast higher level. I think Negative Review just said doesn't use a slot. That's also a good point. And then wizards can copy them. If you find a spell scroll as a wizard, you can copy it into your spell book. Same thing if you have the Ritual Caster feat or Book of Ancient Secrets Invocation on Warlock. You can copy those spells into your spell books. Beyond that, I'm trying to think of what else. If you are a prepared caster, so even, I guess, not known, but if you are prepared, you could prepare a different set of spells, but then still have access to this other spell without it. Yeah, it's a lot of tiny things that add up to meh. Which is why, and I think the main arguments for forcing it to be on your spell list would be that the spell lists not only serve the purpose of telling casters what spells they can cast, but they also serve the purpose of limiting certain types of spells to certain types of classes. So there is no marker for like arcane, divine, primal, right? We don't have those categories. But if you look at the spell list, we kind of do. And so there's a sort of verisimilitude argument that if you allow any caster to cast any spell off of a spell list, they might essentially be getting access to a different type or a different source of magic than their class should have. I think that's a little silly. As far as arguments go, I think that is given that the divine, primal, arcane stuff are not mechanical things. They are purely flavoring as it stands. So I think it's totally reasonable, if you're concerned about that, to just reflavor a spell. If you feel like, oh, it's a little bit weird that I have the wizard and he's casting a healing word spell off of a spell scroll, like that doesn't feel right, reflavor the healing word. I don't think it's that crazy. I think it's pretty straightforward. So yeah, just take one level in a class and suddenly you can use level 9 spell scrolls for that class. Yeah, I don't know. So all that is to say, it's a rule that I get why they put it there, and I will also flatly ignore it. Do you think you need the spellcasting trait to use spell scrolls? Because raw you can't. That one I am much more close to raw on. I would say you need to be able to cast a spell somehow. So I'd be okay with like a magic initiate, like someone with a magic initiate feat who's otherwise, say, like a fighter. And not an Eldritch Knight fighter, say a samurai fighter. And they have the magic initiate feat. I'd be okay with them casting from a spell scroll. I think you need to be able to cast at least, and you know what? I'll put even a little bit more of a caveat on it. I think you need to be able to cast more than a cantrip. I'm not totally sure about that. I don't know. That's a gray area for me. I'll say that. It would depend on the scenario. At my current table, 2 out of the 3 of the players are casters. And the third is a fighter. I think they're going to go, or they're not going to go. They are a battle master. And I don't think they would ever try to cast from a spell scroll. If they did, in the moment, if I'm being honest, I would probably say no, unless they gave me a pretty good reason as to why. If they are asking me in theory, I would say, let's talk about it above the table out of session. And we would like talk through exactly what they wanted to do, why they wanted to do it, why them instead of the other 2 players. Because I do lean towards you have to be able to. I lean towards the pure raw version of it. I might, but there's a gray area there. Yeah. Depending on the DM, spell scrolls can be hard to find, so to limit it to spell lists for the class is silly to me, especially if the party is small and maybe only has 1 caster. I'm with you. Again, like, access to spell scrolls already depend on the DM, so I also think it's kind of silly. Beyond a wizard adding to their spellbook, which I had a ton of restrictions, it's a single-use item. Let anyone cast from a scroll. It is a single-use item. Yeah. There's an extra layer to a non-caster casting from a scroll for me, which is like arcane knowledge. Like, thinking about the marshal in my campaign, like, bro barely knows the difference between a wizard and a druid. Like, he constantly, in character, obviously the player knows, but he's constantly like, I don't know, you guys are like the magic people, right? Whatever. He doesn't know anything about magic, so it would be difficult for me to justify in my head him even knowing where to begin on a spell scroll, especially in any sort of time pressure situation. But I could see myself being convinced on, if they're not a spellcaster, they have an additional modifier on top of the level-based modifiers that determine how hard the spell scroll is to cast. I could be fully convinced that, like, sure, non-casters can try, but there's going to be an additional modifier on top of it. So yeah, I don't know. It's a world-building question. It's a common in fiction for some rando to accidentally read magic words and cast a spell. That's a good point. That's a very good point. That is a very well-established type of fiction that I do quite enjoy. And that's fair. That's fair. If you're wanting that sort of world, I guess, yeah, in my world, I think about spell scrolls and magic as this much more sort of esoteric, maybe like Gnostic, it has this quality of like hidden knowledge, and you need to know the right things to do. Like my world doesn't have a lot of just stumbling into magic like that, but a lot of worlds do. So I think that's fair to call it a world building question. Yeah. So having like an in score of 15 plus or the ability to cast spells to be able to use scrolls, sure, maybe somewhere in there. The real answer is it would depend on the table. It'd depend on who's asking. It'd depend on why, is mostly the answer. Yeah. Sorry for the random tangent, but you mentioned Samurai Fighter, so I really wish I could get to the 18th level feature of the Samurai without investing 18 levels into Fighter. There's several subclasses like that, man. I get you. Any suggestions I could make for spell scroll rules would fall under Recreate 3.5, which is not the point. Yeah. Yeah. I think non-spellcasters should be the ones to use spell scrolls. The caster has magic already. What do they need more of it for? The general way that I use spell scrolls is for spells that are like specific problem solvers. So a good example is like Find the Path, right? We had a whole discussion during one of these sessions where Keyleth was talking about Find the Path, and we were like, man, what is this fucking spell for? And we had a whole discussion around that, right? That's where I look to spell scrolls, is spells that are cool and are useful in niche scenarios, but are not useful enough broadly for it to be like reasonable to expect people to learn them. Especially for spells that are restricted to like known caster spell lists. So like, a druid spell, they can just prepare it during long rest and that's fine. But like a wizard or a sorcerer or something is a bit different. So that's where I look at caster stuff. And I don't think this is, by the way, I don't think there's anything wrong with this. It's a very sort of mage knight feel if marshals are also casting magic, which I think is fine, but it's not really like my preferred like feel for the world. I don't want marshals to feel like they need to get consumable materials as like to like put them on a similar level as spellcasters, which I know isn't necessarily what you're saying, but if I'm targeting my spell scrolls towards my marshals, I feel like I am essentially admitting that I'm not creating challenges that properly utilize the martial toolkit. So yeah, I generally view spell scrolls as like giving them to the party. I rarely think about them as giving them to a specific party member, and I'll almost never give out spell scrolls that are shit like Misty Step. Or anything like that. It's going to be things that the party can kind of freely pass around, and it's rarely going to matter which one of them uses it. If we're being real about how I typically organize things, I'm giving it in such a way to where it's kind of negligible which one of them even ends up using the scroll, because of just the types of spells that are being cast. Stuff that requires an attack roll or saving throw, I get limiting to casters, but I think marshals should be able to use scrolls to cast Misty Step or something. If that's the sort of game you want to run, I think that's fair. I don't like pegging any sort of... Well, do I? I don't know. This is a big gray area for me, clearly. It's a big depends. Because in some ways, I don't want to peg martial power or make marshals feel like their power is pegged to consumables. I don't want them to feel like they have to spend out gold to keep up. But if that's something they want to spend their gold on, like potions, but I also don't do a lot of potions. I don't do a lot of consumables. They are normally spending money on very different things in my games. Consumables are something that they are or are things that they are getting for it's very much like a right tool for the job sort of scenario. In my games most of the time. So I'm honestly not often giving them things like that, but I can very much see a scenario where you would. Them dirt wizard. Yeah, I agree, Ross. That's definitely my type of tone. I don't think it's, I think there's positives and negatives to it, of course. But I love the dirt wizard. The druids, them dirt wizards. Yeah. Oh, yeah, we're talking about use magic device. That's fair. Oh, excuse me. A feat to be able to use spell scrolls sounds like a compromise if you wanted a character that wasn't magic but put effort into scrolls. That feat may even exist. I'm not sure offhand. I mean, the closest one is probably Ritual Caster. Ritual Caster does explicitly allow the usage of spell scrolls in a unique way, but it just allows them to like copy them into their ritual book. But yeah, I don't know. I see scrolls as a consumer product sold by wizards. It's not an instruction for how to cast a spell. It has to be imbued with the spell already, and then you just read it to unleash the spell. That's fair. And I mean, I think in my head, or at least in my current campaign world, even the process of just reading it would be like, it'd be like reading code for someone who doesn't know code, right? It would be like someone who had never seen or learned a thing about coding to try and explain or try to activate in a reasonable way, a Python script. It's like they might be able to guess at some of the stuff, but it would be very difficult for them to like figure out exactly what's going on, depending on the level of the magic. But if that is this is purely world building stuff. Spell scrolls at the end of the day don't have deep, complicated lore. They kind of have whatever you put on top of them. So yeah, but spending gold to keep up might as well be Artificer. Hey, we've found my problem with Artificer. Yeah. I think Marshall spending money to keep up with casters can work if you include material components, so casters need to spend money too. Yeah. I mean, I think it can work. Yeah. I'm not. It's less of Yeah. I definitely don't think it can't work. I'm just not particularly interested in that sort of thing. When it comes to especially money and saving up resources for later, banking your progress, I tend to think about it much more in terms of the party than in terms of individuals. So, like, the characters still have, individual things that they spend money on, absolutely. But when I'm thinking about what I'm going to give them, which is almost always, where spell scrolls come into play, I am thinking about it in terms of the party. Now, if one of the party members said, I want to craft a spell scroll, just for me, or I want to go out and buy one, well, there's no one selling spell scrolls in Saltmarsh. But, if they said they wanted to craft one, then they would need specific ingredients, and that would require some adventuring, but they would certainly be able to craft it. That also, that is another big thing, I think, is depending on how high or low magic your setting is. So it's like a consumer product sold by wizards. In Saltmarsh, there is a total of one wizard that is not a member of the party. and that wizard is a big old dick. And the entire town is kind of afraid of him. So he doesn't really sell consumer products, period. And there are very, very few traveling traders that are peddling in something in my setting as rare as a spell scroll. Because I'm running Saltmarsh much more medium to low magic. Like the 2 party members are big exception cases. And it's reflected within how people treat them. That like spellcasters are not super common. They're not so uncommon as to be like, The Witcher, like, or that where they're going to be harassed anytime they come into town. But they are rare enough that they're not making consumer products for sale, typically. But that's, in Exandria, super different scenario. Anyways, let's get rocking and rolling here, I think. And I'm going to... Wait, why could I not hear that? What's that playing through?
Things inside.
I don't know why I couldn't hear it before. It's working. But I see Gilmore is really the only person selling spell scrolls in Taldore. Maybe he is. That seems plausible. But Taldore is pretty high magic. Like as far as these sorts of things go, high magic might be overselling it a little bit. Spelljammer is high magic. So, Taldore is pretty firmly medium magic. Whereas, I'm closer to medium low. But let's see. Zoom in a little bit, and we gotta fast forward to 21640. Yeah. Exandria kind of sits on kind of a middle ground due to being from a different system in which buying and selling magic items is core to it. Yeah, I mean, the shadow of Pathfinder absolutely still looms over the campaign. But anywho, let's get into it.
Put many things inside. Okay.
Down for what?
Now, back into the game, guys. So, having walked him back to the castle, we'll jump in for a moment. As Vex, you've been leading JB on your journey. As she kind of walks alongside you at like a comfortable 3-foot distance, but she's walking with you.
You can walk next to me.
I am walking next to you.
Oh, I thought she was walking behind me. Is she walking next to me?
She's kind of behind and to the side.
Oh, no, seriously, come up here. I don't want to turn my head when I'm talking to you, dear.
Right. She kind of...
Okay, that said, so everything about my predictions about this said, I have a feeling, and we will see if this is accurate or not. I have a feeling that probably not a whole lot is going to happen, and I will not blame the players at all. But not a whole lot's going to happen until things kind of happen all at once. I think there's going to be a lot of cautious dancing around the Trickfoots and their general, what's going on with them. And I, like I said, don't blame the players, because I could be wrong. They are right to be cautious. They should not throw caution to the wind here. However, I think that is not going to be possibly the most interesting to watch, and I won't have as much to say about it. And I'm a little eepy. So we're going to probably play it on a bit higher of a playback speed, but we'll see. I might lower it depending on how things go.
Gives her pace and goes, no mistakes.
I walk slow. Well, So this is my home. We just built it. Isn't it wonderful?
That's beautiful.
Yes.
What's it
So-
like having a home?
Oh, you know, I went a long time without one as well. It feels wonderful to finally have some place to settle down.
That's very nice. We're always moving from place to place.
Yeah, why is that?
Well, you can't afford to put stakes down anywhere, and it doesn't take long for people to figure out who we are and
What are you?
Trickfoots.
Well, yes, I know. I know that. But my experience with Trickfoots has always been pleasant.
Let's just say that some of our family aren't the most subtle. And she kind of looks down to the side and kind of reverts her gaze. They're good people. They're
Okay, I will also say, this is... I've thought this a few times, and I want to bring it up, even though it's not the most fully formed thought or critique of the show, or of the story. But this idea of a sort of continent-spanning reputation, it doesn't take too long for people to figure out who we are. We always have to be on the move, right? This take this with a grain of salt. But this reminds me of, more than anything else, the way that certain ethnicities can develop a reputation in real life, right? And this idea that we always have to, stay on the move, because once people figure out, where we're from or who we are, that's going to be a problem, right? And maybe there's a history that I am ignorant to here, but it feels very odd to me to have this sort of conceit where this singular family of gnomes is known throughout the entire continent, and so they just have to keep picking up and moving over and over and over and over again, because they just can't because their family's reputation is just that bad. It stretches believability for me. Again, I wanted to bring it up because I've thought about it. It is stuck out to me multiple times within this, of this idea that they cannot settle down, and that Wilhand and Pike were the big exceptions. But yeah, it is edging close to Romani, and I think that's why it feels a bit odd to me, is because it's just our specific family, and it's nothing that we've never heard of it before, and we've spent a decent amount of time in Taldore. And so it feels a little bit, and again, I'm not saying that it's impossible. I'm not saying that it is totally infeasible, but it just doesn't really, to use the phrase once again, it doesn't pass the sniff test for me. It's just but I also don't think it's a lie. I don't think it's intended to be a lie. I think Matt is being straightforward here. I think this is supposed to be the reality in the fiction, but it is either a reality that was decided later, so Matt didn't foreshadow it at all because he didn't know it back then. Or they just, I guess they haven't interacted with enough common folk to where maybe it's, it's not coming out. It's not coming up. But it really speaks to me in the sort of way of Matt forgetting how big continents are. We've talked about this. Taldore is or not Taldore, Exandria seems to be tiny. If we take the measurements that we've heard so far into account, I think it's like the size of a small moon. It's not even remotely near Earth size. And this isn't me expecting Matt to be a fucking astrophysicist and get the scale exactly right. But it is, I would say, a reminder to think about how big things actually are, how great distances actually are. Think about the Oregon Trail and how long it takes to cross land. And also think about how well or efficiently information travels, which is not very. Unless you have really consistent, we'll call it occult, information transmission. So, now we have the occult force of electricity. But, if you have an occult information sharing network, whether it's electricity, magic, whatever, sure, information about a very specific family might be able to travel continent wide, but if you've got one, if you don't, it's going to be much more difficult. So this is more of a reminder of distance and speed. Yeah, but. The only people who have mentioned how people dislike Trickfoot name are the Trickfoots themselves. And that could be selection bias. It could just be because of who we've talked to. But honestly, this could be explained in many ways. I am taking it at face value. It could totally, maybe that is not correct. Maybe it is different than JB is characterizing it. But I am totally taking it face value. This isn't me questioning if JB is fibbing or not. This is me, from a world-building perspective, saying this is a bit infeasible. And that we got to remember information, how fast information even can travel, much less travel accurately. I think they could only make sense of it because they keep traveling. So, they go to Amon, get chased out, go somewhere else, get chased out, go back to Amon, they get chased out quicker. Maybe, but even the ability to do that, it's a reminder of and, if you are Matt and you have made this world very, very tiny, kind of on accident, maybe you're starting to play into that a little bit. And maybe this is a way to play into that. But for a singular family, that should even be kind of difficult to run out of towns to go to, The specific phrasing made me interpret it as it doesn't take long for people to realize we are scammer and thieves because we scammed people and stole things, like a snake oil salesman. Getting run out of town when people realize the cure-all medicine doesn't cure their cough. Okay. That's okay. That, yeah. Let me re-listen to it again.
Figure out who we are and
What are you?
Trickfoots.
Oh, yes, I know. I know that. But my experience with Trickfoots has always been pleasant.
I see that interpretation. I don't know that it's a little vague. That's fair. I think that is an interpretation that makes the statement more reasonable, I think. Okay. This could also be the literal words from Ashley on Pike's backstory. Oh, certainly. Like, again, I'm taking it pretty much at face value. But the Earth has a surface area of like 500 million kilometers squared, which is indeed a lot. Yeah. To play devil's advocate, gnomes live a very long time. They could have made this reputation over generations. They could have. At which point we would, I guess, essentially have to treat Trickfoots like as something approaching a real life ethnicity that can have reputations in and of itself because there are tens to hundreds of thousands of individuals. Because most of my like kind of problem essentially is that there's just not enough people. Like literally, there are not enough Trickfoots to make this a reputation that is worth spreading in this way. Or not even worth, but that is going to be spread in this way. But yeah. How much magic would modernize the world like technology did is such an endless debate. Well, that is true. Yeah. Trickfoots feels to me like not a lie, but avoiding the more direct answer. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah. Anyways, I don't know exactly what Matt is doing. And I don't, and we're in a kind of weird liminal bottle area where we're interacting with a character and her family that are typically not at the table. So there's also some weirdness with that. But I wanted to point it out, draw attention to it, because I think it's a good sort of thing to think about at your tables. Yeah. Isn't Tal'Dorei comprised mostly of small settlements in between big cities like Amon? Info travels fast in small towns. Yes. But does it travel fast between small towns? And like, honestly, how much are people moving between small towns? How many small towns are there? Like, if we're talking about, the type of world where there's like Iman, there's like Westrun, Whitestone, and I think Kaimal was like on the big-ish side. I think beyond this, it's like hamlets and villages. So I suppose I'm sort of. This is maybe partially a critique on the size of the world, say like a reminder that only having a few named, places can make it very hard to deal with reputations. I guess Singorn. Yeah, Singorn's down here. But even beyond that, like, if they left this sort of cluster, right, and just like went across the ocean or something to Wildmount, it would be very, very difficult for their reputation to follow them across the sea like that. So it's not so much that I am doubting that they could have a reputation within towns that they've already visited. And the interpretation of like, oh, people very quickly figure out that we're snake oil salesmen. That seems reasonable, especially given the small town angle. But Singorn info flow within a town is inversely related to flow between. That's a good point. And so that's, the size of Taldore, if the Trickfoots are having to go between towns and they're having to return to the same few towns over and over and over, then maybe they would develop that sort of reputation. But it's like Europe, but only with Berlin, Paris, and Rome, and the rest is farmland and villages. And there's much less distance between Berlin, Paris, and Rome. But yes, Sawyer, pretty much. It's like if Europe was like a tenth of the size, had those 4 cities, or 3 cities, and then the rest is like, less than 1,000-person hamlets. Yeah. I think you're putting too much emphasis on them being found out as the Trickfoots as the reason for moving. Trickfoot or not, if a family starts scamming or stealing, they'll be confronted. To be sure. And I wanted to bring it up now because I have thought this multiple times when they have referred to the reputation of the Trickfoots. And this isn't the only time that they have referred to the Trickfoot reputation. However, I will acknowledge that they could be using Trickfoot as a euphemism. So if you go to one of these small towns, they might have no idea who the Trickfoots are. I'm honestly not entirely certain what would happen if you went to Kymel and said, oh, do you know the Trickfoots? Or I honestly, based on what I've seen, I don't know if they would or not. I can't tell. Because there's a decent shot that they're just using Trickfoot as a euphemism for scammer. But I have been largely interpreting it as this particular proper noun named family having a particular reputation. But I'm very open to being wrong on that. Yeah. Also the Dwarven Town, also Crackhammer, but they don't really let in a lot of people. So anyways, I don't have a firm thing on that. But it really highlights for me a lot of the complications with the way that Exandria has been designed so far, and with just in general the idea of having a really small world. This is what I think about a lot when I'm looking at running modules or homebrew campaigns, is really trying to consider the scale between population centers. The scale of distance between population centers, because there's a lot of weirdness that can start when things are very small and close together.
Let's just say that some of our family aren't the most subtle. And she kind of looks down to the side and converts her gaze. They're good people. They're very good people. Johan has done a lot for us, but he's more prideful than the rest of us, and as soon as anyone starts any shit, he's the first to get in their face about it. It's a fiery one. I think that's why Astra took to him.
She's fiery as well, it seems.
Yeah, she's something.
If you could settle down anywhere, where would it be?
She kind of looks around the whole city. Probably right here.
Whitestone is quite wonderful.
It's very nice. The people here are far less dubious than the folks at Kymel, at the very least.
Pike spotted us up quite well.
I miss her a lot. We grew up together. I don't know if you knew that.
I heard. How old was she when she left?
I don't know the specifics of it, but they're both in our first decade.
What was that like, having Pike leave and you staying behind?
when we were friends. She was my only friend at the time. I've always been a reader. They tell me the first of my kind. So I didn't take to making new friends very well. That and Uncle needs someone to look after him, and I don't want anyone to drop the ball on that.
You're a good person.
I'm a person.
Would you like to see the library?
You have a library?
It's growing.
Yes, please.
I don't know how big the library is right now.
In the Castle Whitestone? I mean, it's the.
It's like it's my
Oh,
particular.
your personal library.
Yeah.
It's not huge.
I'm growing it.
I know, but like it took a while to construct it, and
Yeah.
then, some books have made their way in. It's like maybe a third full.
Okay.
But it's still like as you show her in, the show's like, what kind of books do you have?
Oh, well, a lot of books about really terrible gods. Some good gods.
Good God.
Oh, I have something about the Feywild. I remember picking that up. Would you like to learn about the Feywild?
Yeah, I've only heard a few things.
I go dig through my books and find it.
She kind of like takes her straightened hair to the side, and she kind of nervously steps back a bit and smiles with a little gap tooth. And, are you sure?
Of course. Have you ever learned anything about the curse on your family? Have you seen that in books?
She was getting a little dark and stuff. Not in the books, no. Nobody really writes books about the Trickfoots. But I know what Ogden's talked about and why we're here. I think he wants to try and help.
Right. Have you ever seen anyone be affected by it personally?
Not in my lifetime. Last one that Ogden went to was before our time, me and Pike. Doesn't happen often, divisions at least.
Well, that's good.
I don't know if it's a coming of age thing or not, but
But you've never had any visions.
no. I wish I did. That'd be interesting. Be different.
You are quite different. That's something to be proud of.
She takes the book and
You know, one of my very best friends, Terry Darrington, is an incredible writer. And I bet if you told him about the curse, he'd be willing to write it down.
Really?
Oh, yes. You could go into complete detail about it, and he would make it sound very interesting. Maybe we could have somebody draw pictures for it.
Okay. Yeah.
Trickfoots could be legends.
Well, I mean, you already have one.
Well, yes. But there are multiple chapters.
Okay. Well, we have to talk to Uncle Ogden about that. He knows better than anybody.
Oh, of course, yes. We'll sit down with him, but I bet you know quite a few details as well, having taken care of him for so long.
Maybe, I don't know.
We should find Terry. Take that with you. We'll go find Terry.
Sure?
Yes. We can talk about it on the way back.
Okay.
Okay.
And she kind of follows after you as you guys head back to the castle.
Bed.
All right, eventually you guys stumble up to the castle, and there's Terry and Miss Doty. What are you guys in the process of doing right now?
He's combing my hair.
Terry.
33, 34, 35. Oh, Ellie girl, how are you?
Hi, darling. So, our dear friend JP here. I told her what a wonderful writer you are.
Well, yes. Unpublished as of yet, as we all know, but
It's a growing book.
budding.
Yes. And I told her it might be fun if we wrote down a little bit about the Trickfoots and their curse.
Oh, like
Something so other people can learn about them.
a short story or something? I mean, sure, they could write something like that. I would maybe even read it someday.
No, I want her to tell you about it, and you can write it down. That way we have all the details.
Oh,
You know, you're such a wonderful writer, dear.
I am a wonderful writer, but my story has intrigue and danger,
There's all
romance.
those things in the curse, darling. Maybe just write a new book for the time being, just a small other book.
Seems like a bit of a downer, just a book about a curse. I mean, you know how it's going to end. Someone's going to get
Goldie.
cursed. What? Oh, yes, of course. I would be happy to take down her story. Yes, absolutely. If she'll share it with me.
I mean, if she's willing.
I mean, yeah, we should get Ogden, though. He knows more than I do
Of
about it.
course. You can just tell us a little bit about it while we go get him.
We could call it an outline, and then Ogden can fill in the details later.
Of course, flourish.
Okay.
Yeah.
And she goes in to tell you what she knows of the curse in fair detail, talking about how long ago there was people in the family that apparently killed a brother and
God.
pissed off a god. And so the family was cursed after they left what was once the Nomer city of Widowbach. And the curse seems to manifest when a Trickfoot falls too deep into the spell of selfishness or dark thoughts and habits, and manifests in these shades that eventually hollow them out to the point where they are nothing but a being of avarice and greed.
What? And of greed,
I mean, it's part of the reason that we have such a bad reputation is those that befell the curse kind of tore a path through the countryside.
Now, you say hollowed out by shades. Do you still look like a normal gnome, or...?
I haven't seen anyone. I don't know. This is
You
just
don't
stuff that I
know?
heard from Uncle Ogden.
I wonder what that looks like.
Hope we never find out.
Well, no, obviously. But just, for details, so we can illustrate it.
So the curse only manifests itself in those who bring it upon themselves with greed, or?
those that draw too close, that's what I know about it.
Well, how can Pike be at risk then?
That seems odd.
She's one of the most generous people I've ever known.
Unless she's
why
doing
I'm
things that we
worried.
don't know about.
No.
Well, I don't know.
No. It's Pike.
I know. That's why I'm worried.
Yeah.
Well, your narrative was crude and the language not at all descriptive, but I think we have the building blocks to work with here for something that we could turn into, like an essay of some
like
sort.
a good short book with a lot of drawings
Not a
and
book,
maybe
not
a
a book at all, nope.
leather cover with like embossing on it or something
I
would be
don't
quite
think it
lovely.
would be thick
Gold
enough to do
filigree,
that.
probably something very
Just a pamphlet,
beautiful.
maybe. Just a big pamphlet.
She's like nodding. Oh, all right, yeah.
We'll work on it.
Yeah. Let's head back.
We should go.
Yes.
You join up with Pike and Ogden. You guys reconvene now. It's getting later in the day. Dusk is taking. What do you wish to do?
Don't worry, I got so many details about the curse. I know all about it now.
Oh, great. I got some details too.
Oh.
Well, I think I would love to get everybody together and just talk some stuff out.
Good call.
Yeah. Yeah.
Should this be like,
Just like us.
Okay.
Percy, the string is leaving a mark in my chin and cheeks. I feel like now is a good time to put the hat back in its place of holding. Will you guide me to the hallowed area from whence it came?
How could you know that it's leaving a mark if you had not disturbed the string? It's very important.
It is. I feel deadening of the skin, like in this U shape. Right?
Are you saying that it's too difficult for you to wear, that it's not working?
No. It's staying on.
All right.
I just wanted to know if you wanted it back.
Let me know when you are finished with it, and when it is time to retire it, I will make sure that it goes back to its resting place.
Cool. Will do.
Yeah. Yes.
All right. Meal is prepared for the guesting Trickfoots, specified to keep separate from wherever you decide to have your meal, but you managed to gather the rest of Vox Machina at your behest to have a discussion. I imagine probably in one of your chambers separately from the rest of the castle where you can talk in private. So as you all slowly gather within, we'll say, Pike's room.
Okay. I will say, I am watching this to see how close the full moon is. Cause I'll be real with you. 95 really worked on me, man. I was ready. I was tense. I was watching out for shadows around every corner. And now I'm kind of like, the more I'm getting convinced that this is kind of character in drama, that's fine. Like that in and of itself is not an inherently bad beat. But it is very quickly evaporating all of the tension that like 94 and 95 built up for me in a really impressive way, I thought. Which, I think we can still look at those past episodes as like really great ways to build tension, and we can look at this as like, this is a fun family role play story beat. I think if we had done this instead of Hodis, that would have been that could have been gas, honestly. I hesitate to say that because, Hodis had some of my favorite Matt experimentation in a while. But in terms of like story organization, them having this instead of the Hell's Arc, I think could have totally worked because they needed something kind of low key after all of the stress of the Kraken, and this could have really done really well for that. But all of that said, obviously there's the massive caveat in the room of a lot of this is obviously predicated on Ashley's schedule, when she can be in town, and they're working that around her. So, think about these things in isolation, but I will point out that following up all of that tension building with this sort of relatively low key, what seems to be predominantly just kind of walking around and chatting sort of arc or beat is, I think, a little bit of a waste of a lot of the tension that was built up in 95. But they didn't have Ashley. So what are you gonna do? You know, the Ashley of it all, the blind spot of it all, we should say, is I think largely to blame here. But what are you gonna do?
The simplicity of this. Close the door behind you, and you're all been brought together.
You have a really big room, Pike.
Yeah, it's very large.
Yeah, I'm not that I'm comparing. I'm just.
I mean, I feel like I don't need this much room.
I think my sister likes you.
Well, we do get along very well.
You've called us together for a reason.
Yes, that's right.
Well, I talked to, and I know you got information too. I talked to Ogden, and he told me some stuff that's a little disturbing, but I guess, you know, way back in our family, there were these brothers, and one of them sort of was overcome with jealousy, and he killed the other one, and basically, long story short, our family has had a curse because of that action, and Ogden wants to perform an exorcism on me to get rid of this thing. But I don't feel any different. I don't feel like I have anything. And he said, you know, we would all have to sort of be a part of it and go on a mountaintop and...
Okay, now also, this could be a positive or a negative. Kind of depending on the situation and depending on the larger context. Also, yes, definitely very Cain and Abel. Although I'm sure that there's tons of brother violence within various mythologies. The idea of sibling, familial betrayal, I think is a pretty cross-cultural one. But the sort of relaxed way that she is talking about this, I think pretty obviously betrays her skepticism about it. And that skepticism is a very interesting... There's a lot of interesting things you can do with that emotion within your story. Now, I think one of the tough parts can be if the players become skeptical about a character versus the plausibility of or feasibility of the character. I think those are kind of two different things. You know, she can be skeptical about the story that Ogden is telling, which then implies, hidden motives, lies, hidden truths, whatever. But you have to make sure that, they believe that all of that stuff is an option, that Ogden could be lying, and that all of these things, are possible. Because if they don't, if they are skeptical of Ogden's story, but also don't think it could have happened differently, or they don't think that Ogden is supposed to be suspicious, that can create a lot of dissonance for the player in how they kind of proceed with the story. Because we're all always aware that the DM is writing this, that they're making it up. We're trying to treat it as if it's as real as possible, especially when we're improving and playing characters. We're trying to pretend that all of it is real. We're trying to take it 100% seriously, And so if we reach a point where it's I'm suspicious of that, but I don't think I'm supposed to be, that can be a huge negative. I don't think that's the case here. I think that they are all very okay with being suspicious of Ogden. But it will really kind of... It puts some interesting brakes on things. Like, if they are suspicious of Ogden, and Ogden is encouraging them towards action, but there's no alternative action, that can really easily lead to analysis paralysis, which is one of the reasons that I am, I've been kind of saying like, oh, I think there's going to be a lot of talking, is like, if Ogden is saying, go down this route of action, which is like, the exorcism, if there is no like direct other fork in the path, like if there is nothing over here, if the alternative is just do nothing, then it can really stall out the progress, and it can really stall out the pace, which is the main thing I'm worried about. So I'm wanting to see how Matt handles that, and especially how far away the full moon is. If the full moon is tonight, and they're not going to, and I think the full moon in general is at least decent addressment of this, to point out a positive within how Matt has constructed this, because it means that if they take option B of doing nothing, they will have to wait 30 more days, or however long the lunar cycle is in Exandria. And I don't know how long the lunar cycle is in real life. I'll be honest with you. I have no clue. But they'll have to wait a full lunar cycle to be able to attempt it again. So to Matt's credit, I think that does go towards addressing this. But now it depends on how close is that moment. And even with that worked in, even with the full moon, they're not really forced to act, which might not be a bad thing, but it will lead to a lot of talking and a lot of analysis and a lot of like flipping things over and over and over in their heads. And that can be abstracted. That can be like, okay, we talk about it and think about it for the rest of the afternoon or whatever. But it can also just lead to a lot of spinning around in circles and talking, if they always have this option to just not do anything, and there is ostensibly nothing bad that will happen. I think if I was to make a prediction, I think that Ogden will tell them of some manner of negative consequence if they don't do it at the next full moon. I think that would be a decent way. Place the full moon pretty close, maybe within a day, maybe two, and then have Ogden imply that if they don't do it, then bad things are going to start manifesting, and they'll have to wait until the 28th, and they'll have to deal with the bad things in the meantime. That sort of threat. So now them doing nothing is not just doing nothing. It is actively choosing the risk of these bad things manifesting. You've turned it from just a pure waiting choice to a active choice, I would say. Yeah. Maybe it's not about do it or don't, but how to do it, because they want to figure out what Ogden's deal is and rule out, just in case, any harm for Pike. I think that's another way you could go with it, Sawyer, is have Ogden present them with multiple options. Even that, though, even if he does, if they are too, I think one of the complicating factors here is that if they are skeptical of Ogden, they might not want to take any of the options that he presents. Right? There's a decent shot that they won't want to take any of those options. So, okay, I'm thinking through it. Another option might be that you could have possibly someone like Allura, narrate Allura passing by. Hopefully they ask Allura about a blood curse, and she could kind of, maybe agree with their skepticism because, she's on side. You want her to stay that way. Her being in line with their skepticism would be good, I think. And then you have her offer an option of saying like, okay, well, if this blood curse did operate how he's saying it would operate, doing X, Y, and Z could be a way to like, maybe not to solve it, but to at least check to see if it's there. So now you have an option that they can take because they're not skeptical of Allura, right? They're not skeptical of, if Allura tells them to do something, they're going to be totally fine doing it. So now you've given them an option that isn't do nothing. I think that could be a decent way to go about it. And, there's also the very real situation where it's totally fine. They just don't get stuck in analysis paralysis, possibly because of the sort of external pressure that they know Ashley's only here for, a session or two. So they got to get through it. That might be enough in this particular story and in this, particular table. But it's something to consider when you've set up this very untrustworthy source that hasn't done anything explicitly wrong, but is asking the party to take action that, had that source not told them anything, they wouldn't even think to take. Right? It's not like Pike's been having dreams or something, and this is an explanation to it. So and it also depends on how willing your players are to bite on the hooks that you give them. If your players are in general skeptical and hesitant and aren't necessarily going to bite on anything that you give them, this is something you're going to have to worry about more than if you're at the Dimension 20 table where it seems like they're biting on everything that Brennan gives them. Brennan doesn't need to worry about this nearly as much as someone else might. It seems wild to me that the Trickfoots are trying to claim a curse on someone who has access to remove curse. Yeah. Yup. It is. Oh, I meant like this. They know it's BS, but they don't know Ogden's motives. They agree to do this ritual to expose and punish him. I mean, that is a possibility for how this goes. I think an alternative is they say, we don't want to participate in a ritual that will almost certainly not do what the caster is claiming it will do. That sounds like how you get possessed. Hey, if they weren't possessed, if Pike wasn't possessed before this ritual is how you get possessed as Pike. Now, maybe they... And again... Oh, what the hell? I don't know what that was. That was like a weird alarm. But it's, there is a risk in undertaking Ogden's ritual when you are skeptical of it, right? It's not just it's not a harmless, totally risk-free action. So that is definitely a complicating factor in them acting here.
While there's a full moon, and I don't know.
Wow. This seems weird.
That's heavy.
When you list it out like that, really weird.
A bit odd. Seems a bit odd.
Most times, family comes into town, you show them a couple sights.
They drink a lot of wine?
Yeah, they leave. This seems like a strange family visit.
Also, curse on you?
Yeah, JB said it was brought upon by greed.
And avarice.
Whoa.
What?
Listen, buddy, you just learned the letter U to be U-shaped. I think you should call that a win.
You said U-shaped.
I did.
Yeah, JB said
U-shaped.
you would have to bring this curse on yourself. Have you been up to any? Be straight with us.
You know? Maybe they are trying to curse her. I don't even think they would be successful. Because Ogden just does not give me the impression of someone that is actually proficient at magic. But maybe he found a spell scroll. And this is a world where, people that only have even a minor proficiency in magic can read spell scrolls, and he's going to try to curse. That's not that crazy to imagine that he is trying to possess Pike. And there'll maybe be like a minor illusion or something that makes it look like she's getting depossessed. Like maybe JB can do like a little bit of minor stuff. I think some gnomes know illusory magic inherently, right? Is that rock gnomes? Gnome D&D 5e. I think one of the gnomish subclasses has illusion. Forest gnomes. So okay. And you have JB, Johan, and Astra. And if it's like a pre-planned scenario, they could rehearse, coordinating the visual, like one of them does the visual component, like the visual aspect of the illusion. One of them does the auditory aspect of the illusion. They like all work together while to make what is happening look like something else, like look like, he's holding a big ass staff. He's like, I'm fucking getting it. I'm getting it out. And there's black smoke coming out of her or whatever. And two people are focused on, that could be why there's three maybe. It's like two people are focused on the projection of the illusion that, the ritual is working or whatever. And then the third one is just on like hiding duty. So while Ogden is doing the curse, there's maybe little bits of evidence that this is not a remove curse ritual. This is the opposite. And the third person, like Astra or something, is focused on covering up those little sensory inputs. Oh, man. There's something there. I don't know. We'll see. But that could be a scenario. That could be a scenario. But in fiction, why would they do it like this with all her friends around? They could outnumber and snatch her when she's on a solo mission. Yeah. I mean, to be honest, God, I think this is another curse you blind spot issue, because I think that objection could be raised kinda no matter what. Like kinda no matter what we think their motivations are or what they're trying to do. Like there have been points where she has been in fiction in Whitestone alone while all the friends are not here. Especially over the past year. There were frequent times where only a couple of the friends were in Whitestone. I mean, I guess to be fair, she's been in Vasselheim for a decent... No, she's been working on the bakery. So yeah, I don't... So, I don't disagree with you. But I don't know that it has much bearing on what in particular I think they're doing. Yeah. Is it just me or does CR audio low? Oh, yeah. Sorry. I read that, went and did it, and then forgot that I read it. But yes, turned it up a little bit. But this could be an attempt to possess her. And then if she is like, which I guess I kind of hit on with like the idea of like them charming her or enthralling her. Yeah, I think there could be some sort of magic that they're going to do, but I think it's going to be magic that they don't particularly understand, and it will be malevolent, to be sure, if it does exist.
We're all on the same team here.
You're not
You
doing
don't
any
have
drugs like
anything
Scannon was.
Weird.
No.
Are you sure you don't have greed in your heart, lust in your heart?
Pike, you look me in the eye.
No.
She's telling the truth. Not a lie in that little soul of hers.
It's hard to take you seriously ever, but even more so now with that ridiculous hat.
Yeah, maybe you should take it off. It's kind of annoying
It's
to him.
really
Heavy
awful.
is the head that wears the crown.
Don't let these people tear you down.
At what point will the lack of circulation? We're going to make them talk like
I'm gonna get you for this.
And also, I mean, if we take you at your word, and of course we do. So, Curse, you're very in tune with divine things and with curses and things of fiendish nature. You don't sense anything in yourself. It doesn't really add up. Is it possible? I mean, the family, and I know you love them to a degree, but is it possible they're jerking you around?
Anything's possible. I don't feel like they're lying.
I
Unless...
feel like they're telling the whole truth.
Yeah, I don't feel like they're telling the whole truth, but I think something's there, and I can't seem to get to the bottom of it.
Have you played the Siren Ray?
No, I haven't yet.
I've...
Like...
I feel like we're not one to speak on curses and bad things not existing.
Yeah, what about like a second opinion? Like one time it was like really burning when I was peeing, and the guy's like, "Oh, eat this and it'll be fine," and I was like, "I'm gonna get a second opinion."
That was cranberry juice, Grog, and that was a solid opinion.
Yeah, it actually.
Okay, good on the players here, Grog's, Travis specifically. I think we brought it up already of like the idea of talking to Allura, but I think that this idea of like, can we get a second opinion is much more action oriented, we might say, than a lot of their alternatives right now. A lot of their alternatives are just talking about it more, talking to the Trickfoots more. Going to get a second opinion, I think, is a great way to progress the situation, bring in new and novel information, and not just get stuck talking about it.
Turned out to be true.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's a very good analogy.
What if we do this? What if we go up to the mountain, full moon, go through the motions, and Keyleth, you're super powerful. You must have some sort of way of telling if this Ogden's telling the truth, right?
Ooh.
I could
Oh, whoops. Sorry.
look at his face and his weird tics and deduce very hard.
Talk to his ticks. Does he have
When
ticks?
is the next full moon?
Haven't you been able to pull the truth out
When
of
is the next-
Siren Ray's help? Am I remembering that incorrectly?
Yes.
Yeah.
So maybe just try to cure yourself of this curse. Is that
25.
possible?
25. 4 days.
4 days
shit.
to...
We have to
until
start
the-
right now.
The other option is, and I've been holding on to it, because it's valuable. I do happen to have a potion of mind reading, so we could go up there with him and I could just read his mind.
Also do that now.
But what if he thinks he's telling the truth?
That is the smartest thing you've ever said.
What if... How much of that potion do you have?
One. I have one of it.
I mean, those are small. What if we, like, give them all a shot?
No,
No.
we take the
We
potion
would
and then we
take the
read
potion
them.
reading.
I understand.
Don't ever hand out
I
shots.
think I thought-
You're doing it wrong.
Yeah,
You thought it was truth serum? Yeah.
Let's get wasted.
those
There you
things
go.
are
It's a good.
I don't feel anything.
Okay, hang on. I mean, we're, as Tyrion said, awesome.
Clearly.
What, I mean, if
Said that about
he...
you.
I was being generous.
Thank you.
If we just go through with this, is there any harm in that?
We should start, at the very least. My worry is if I understand this curse correctly, the only person I think that could possibly be at risk from it would be JB.
Why?
Think about it. What avarice have any of us ever experienced from Pike?
I don't even know what that word means. What is like if you were to just define?
It's sinful.
I've heard
in
it.
In a sort of vague way.
I don't even know. He knows everything.
Scholars maintain.
What I'm saying is perhaps
Google, maybe we could Google it.
please do actually Google avarice.
I think
Quite
that's having hate in your heart. I think.
Yeah,
I think that seems.
that sounds right.
Hate and greed.
I thought it was
Well,
pride.
not necessarily particularly greed.
Hate,
but-
greed, pride. Any of the 7
What
deadly
is
sins.
avarice?
But you're right.
It's
Terry.
Terry. It's a desire. It's a covetousness. It's that someone is.
Man, I feel like we're really getting off
The point I'm trying to make
Anyway.
is I'm having a notion
My
of this.
apologies
and
for using a word with it. Apparently,
Got a word.
You're smart.
Why'd you use an SAT word, Matt?
It's
Why?
It's not. It's not.
sorry.
I don't know if I can.
Doesn't say.
It's pronounced Avrigal.
Avrif. The point I'm trying to make in all of this is that perhaps they're trying to save one of their own, and perhaps they need to move the curse to another.
Oh, it's just great. It's just great. Yeah, it's just great.
Good.
Like I said, great.
So, wait, I have a question. What if all of them are actually cursed? And they're trying to bring you in?
Ooh, that's good. We kill all of them. No.
Yes. Yes, of course.
Well, what did,
Easy kill
no,
them.
okay, no, what did Ogden say this exorcism entailed?
He said that we go to the highest mountain. We have to wait till a full moon. You have to sort of have it be hallowed ground, and just sort of set up a ritual. And he said maybe we could get help from whomever. And I was thinking of Vax and. I don't know. This is so this is so beyond anything that I know.
And then what would happen? We just send the curse out of you and all as well?
I guess it just sounds so ridiculous as I'm saying it out
But
loud.
do you want to go see another cleric and see if you even need to exercise or not?
It's true. You're very fit.
You're strong. You're very strong.
I am. Yeah. I feel like I like the mind reading serum. We could just see.
Maybe that's something
We have
just you
4
can
days
do.
till a full moon.
We should start consecrating the ground, at the very least.
Also, I mean, do we really imagine whatever trouble they might be bringing to Pike's doorstep is something we can't handle? I mean, we've dealt with pretty terrible things. I have a hard time imagining it could be worse. I'm not saying it's not dangerous. It
Avarice.
should be- Oh, I got a nosebleed. We could just do. I mean, Keyleth could do her trick of turning us into ladybugs or flies or whatever, and we could all hang out and follow along. I mean,
I think we're allowed to be
reading
there.
first.
I think you're allowed to be there.
Yeah, we can be there.
We can just be there. They don't
We were
care.
encouraged to be there.
Yeah.
Well, also,
I was shooting guns today.
Ogden at dinner the other night said that
Okay, this is a good example because, this is not a good example. This is a good thing to consider for your world. We were talking about spell scrolls earlier, and Vax just voiced something that I have said multiple times of I don't think there's much that they could do to Vox Machina at this point, which I think is a reasonable assumption. But we also talked last stream, I believe, about force multiplication. Magic, guns, technology, right? How much you want force multiplication to be possible in your world is a core thing to think about. So, for example, the way that Vax is, I think, thinking about this, the way that I'm thinking about this largely, because this seems to be the way that Exandria works, is that power is largely something you have to build over time, whether that is through learning or exercise. It seems like power is accessible to kind of anyone who wants it, right? None of them are sorcerers. This wasn't a chosen one quest line in any of their cases. So power's there, but it takes a while, and it is relatively noticeable. And there's not, while there are a lot of high level individuals, they're not running around literally all over the place to the point where you're going to suspect any random peasant of, being able to cast high level magic, right? That said, is Exandria the type of, sorry, to add on the last additional point, even magic items that we see, typically just augment existing casters. So I think the best example of this is something like Scanlan's Mythcarver. The Vestige Mythcarver. Where it helps with saving throws. It makes enemies much less likely to make saving throws, which is massive for a bard. That is a huge increase to an existing bard's power. It is a multiplier to a bard. But if a random peasant picked up Mythcarver, it's a good sword, don't get me wrong. But Ogden, the charlatan, wielding Mythcarver is still not even remotely a threat to Vox Machina. I mean, fuck, Ogden wielding Craven Edge would not be a threat to Vox Machina. Ogden wielding the List or Animus, right? There's a lot of the force multiplication, despite it being there, is relatively minor. And the guns are a good example of, like, it's one of the reasons that Percy's kind of stressed out about the whole gun thing, is because literally anyone can use them. And so it's a question to consider in your world building. And I'll give a direct example of, like, a time where you could have had something be a peasant with a relic, or you could have had it be a very powerful person. And in Exandria, Matt chose for it to be a person. And I'm thinking about specifically the illusory barrier over Whitestone during the Chroma Conclave. This illusory barrier was created and maintained via several powerful spellcasters, individuals who had to put in work to attain their power, and they are the ones that needed to maintain and moderate and manage this large-scale act of magic. That sort of barrier, that sort of illusory barrier, I would argue is not only, it's not only possible to do that with a peasant and a relic. I would say that's the more common storytelling or way that this would show up in stories, right? We think about, like, a force field in sci-fi. This is almost always, not exclusively. There's plenty of of powers that resemble force fields. But force fields are often pieces of technology. And either a town will, like, have, like, a lighthouse that, a random, peasant lighthouse keeper can light and it keeps out the dark. You have these sorts of things, but they're almost always devices that, yes, need to be maintained and possibly need special components that do need to be crafted by powerful individuals, but their operation is going to be very impactful regardless of who is operating them, which is a very important point towards what Vax is saying right now, right? Like, Ogden is the way that they are interpreting this, Ogden is no threat. None of the Trickfoots are any sort of threat. They haven't even searched their stuff to see if they have anything weird inside, because they are assuming that if the Trickfoots are not powerful enough inherently to challenge them, no individual item is gonna get them there. Even if they have Craven Edge 2, Electric Boogaloo in their pockets, that's fine. That's really not gonna be a big deal. But in many other settings, that could be a huge deal. In even in a setting of something like Lord of the Rings, The One Ring, we have artifacts really changing what an individual is even in theory capable of. That's not even to say something like Full Metal Alchemist, where these things are very accessible. So I want to highlight that, right? If we had gotten a magical device, a piece of arcana tech, even that Gilmore had to, like, charge occasionally, if it was a piece of arcana tech, I think it's very possible that Ogden could have a fucking magic gun. Or, a magic button that he clicks and it kidnaps everyone within a square mile. And so they need to bring them to the top of the mountain to make sure that they don't get any civilians from Whitestone caught up. So they take them to the top of the mountain, press the button, and whoop, you're all in a pocket dimension. Vox is not really scared of that, right? They're not scared of Ogden pulling out the pocket dimension button. But it's a thing to consider if you want that to be a threat in your world. Because it really changes the possibilities for what types of stories you can tell. But it also will really have an effect on player behavior and like how skeptical and how suspicious they are of any given person. And then we're about to go into ads, and I'm going to go to the bathroom, and then we're going to be right back. Crack theory. Maybe it's all ruse to target another member of the group. Hey, come join us at the ritual. Wink, wink, to get them to not think about that because it's all about Pike. That's an option. That is an option. But, I'm going to try. I don't know if this will even work. I'm going to try going to the break early. I always, normally I try and just vamp until the break automatically gets there. But I have no idea how long that's going to take. And I also don't know what'll actually happen if I try to trigger it early. So I might try that now, and we'll see what happens. Maybe it'll break it. Who knows? What's up? I'm back. I'm in big ad break. Nah, I'm just tired, and I needed to pee. Oh man, we'll see if we finish this. I'll be honest, it might be a 3-parter scenario. I'm having a bit of trouble, but we'll see. I don't know. I really want to watch it. I'm just worried about my ability to continue forming good, coherent thoughts.
Each generation is affected by a blood curse. And he believes it's you in this generation because you and JB are
The same
in
age.
the same age, right? So you're the same generation.
Right.
So maybe Percy's theory isn't
so far
quite wrong.
Percy's very smart.
I don't know.
I tend to veer towards the worst case scenario. Somebody has to.
Will JB be there at the exorcism?
That is a question.
We need to make sure she is, just in case.
Or isn't, just in case, right?
No. If there is a curse, and she is affected, it would be good to get it out of her as well.
I would
But
be-
what if it goes out of Pike and into her?
What if it goes into her and into Pike?
Man, so many variables.
We should all be there together because we're stronger in numbers. Yeah. And if Pike's lying to us, we kill her. And if JB's lying to us, we kill her.
Well, hold on.
Well, I mean,
Well, okay. Yeah. If it comes down to that, everybody, we have to know that has to be.
We're not
you know,
going
if
to
you're infected with evil, we might have to.
Yeah, what does it do? Do you turn
It's not, and you know, to be clear, just to let you guys know where I'm at. I don't think that like doing this right now is damaging me in any way or making me less healthy. I mostly just want to be able to do right by Critical Role. I like the content I make. I think it's good. I think it's valuable, and you know, I could always be wrong, but I like to think that if the members of Critical Role saw it, they would also think it's good and valuable. And I don't want to, through my own tiredness, lapse in those values. So that would be the only question is, you know, I might have to split it up if I don't feel like I can sort of keep up to the standards of that good ethical reacting.
turn into like a crazy beast?
I have no idea.
Like, do you get tentacles?
Maybe. Well, I feel like that would be an upgrade.
It's not really that bad.
No, I doubt that's what it is.
Maybe we're approaching this the wrong way.
I'm intrigued by this mind reading serum.
I've never used it, so it should probably work great.
How much was that?
About 1,000. That's not bad.
Do it.
I mean, maybe Ogden just isn't telling you things because he's so old, it's locked away, and he doesn't remember.
Maybe we just have to ask.
I'll check both of them.
Yeah.
Do it.
All of them. And Astra.
Let's perhaps.
How long does it last?
I can only, I think, investigate one person or gnome at a time. But then I can move the spell to other people. Let me.
Oh no.
Doty, give me my notes on the spell that I took. Hold on.
Wait a minute.
What time is it right now?
That's
Pushing close to dusk.
9:46.
We
the
can perhaps
afternoon,
do this
yeah.
while we're setting up the ritual,
Yes.
since it'll just be up there and be natural to
turn.
talk about this subject.
And to not go when it's a
Okay,
full
maybe
moon,
better
so we don't actually have to do it, but
Exactly,
we can
because
set
it's
it
going
up.
to take several days, and I'm
Setting
sure
up
we'll
the
need their
ritual.
help.
I can shift attention to other creatures' thoughts, or go deeper into the same creature's mind.
Oh,
So
you
I
can
can do
inception.
I can do some surface scans, and then if I get a hit, I can go deeper.
Prod your fingers deep into
Yeah.
the recesses, the nooks
Yes.
and crannies.
Of course, if you know,
Desires.
I still defer to you as my teammates. If I don't have to be the one who takes this serum, I did pay for it. But if one of you wanted to do the probing, you could buy it off me, I suppose.
Well, I feel like they wouldn't be as on guard with you.
Yeah, plus, we already said you're going to write a book about it.
That's true. It fits.
Yeah.
Interview.
I do love
really
probing.
good.
but-
You could also just take them out for a drink and let their guard get done.
Yeah.
See what's
Do
happening.
you don't like look, you know, like you're reading someone's mind when you're doing it, right? You
I
don't
have to
get like
do
a.
this.
Yeah, you don't.
You should definitely do it to Ogden first, because he won't be able to tell.
You can't see.
All in
So
Wales
if
and
you look
shit.
weird, he won't know. Perfect cover.
In case you have to look weird.
I like it.
Do you have to look weird while you do this?
I mean, you are dressed like a Fabergé.
That is your choice. You are welcome to look weird while you do it, I assume.
I feel like that's a compliment.
Let's go with that.
Is there anything? Do one of you guys want to? Can one of you guys check me to see if there's like something in there that I don't know? Vax?
I mean,
You look good.
Is there anything in there?
You don't look in her ear.
Why
That's.
I don't think so. I mean, you're the holiest person in this city.
Can you check yourself?
Before you
Just
look
try
yourself.
Saren Ray. See if she'll give you a little hint.
Don't you have that divine
what to do tonight.
intervention-y thing?
Yeah.
That like dear Saren Ray. Saren Ray.
Dear Saren Ray.
Dear Saren Ray.
Are you listening, Saren Ray? It's me, Pike. Are you there,
Tonight.
Saren Ray? There it is.
Tonight I'll see if maybe I can get some answers. But should we? Do we do this tonight? This mind reading serum?
I was.
Yeah.
Or
Yeah,
do
sure.
we wait till?
I'd say tomorrow on the mountain.
I was going to say it's 4 days, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, we've got to start right now.
I think we do it while we're up there.
Is it like 4 days and 5 nights? 4 days and on that night.
4 nights from tonight.
4 nights from tonight.
So we have to start this
tonight.
immediately.
Pretty
Including
soon. Yeah, because it depends on, like, make a history check, first of all.
No one bothered to listen to any of my exciting stories about my help. All right, that's a 19.
Okay. As far as from what Pike told you, as far as high up in the mountains, in a good place that you can imagine for like a moonlit ceremony, there is a place. It's a rock shelf to the northeast of Whitestone on the Salted Bluffs. It's called the Dawn Table.
The Dawn Table.
It's a rock shelf used for prayer when the spring rolls around. A lot of the fishermen go there and leave offerings. It's meant to bring, I like both, it's a good harvest, but a good season for catching fish and trying to bring food back to Whitestone. So that's pretty high up. It's going to be probably about 2.5 days of travel on foot.
But we can we can carpet or teleport.
If you have a way to get in there.
Are there trees nearby? Are there trees nearby?
See if I can recall if there's a tree nearby.
That part of the mountain is pretty
high up.
They do have trees, but the trees are pretty thin. They're like pine tree that wide at the most, and you need a pretty thick tree to transport you.
I can get us close.
We can certainly get closer. At the very
You can cut
least.
off about half a day's of travel. Half a day's travel, about a day's worth of travel, I guess.
We can also travel via being clouds, like we've done in the past.
We really don't want to walk. It's so lovely out.
Or we can just
Dangerous
hike
and all-time
and
low.
enjoy the scenery. It is a nice hike.
Threat
The
level
canyons. Yeah, it's
Is it
rained a
okay to
lot this
leave
winter.
everyone here while we go?
It's only a few days.
Musketeers guarding the place. Fine.
Right.
On it.
So okay, if it's 2.5 days journey and we're planning on doing this, then we would have to take
The gnomes with us.
Ogden and the gnomes and all things needed for this ritual, right?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
It means we would at least be framing it like we're committing. I mean, that gives you a long hike to be able to talk and mind read the gnomes
Yeah.
while we walk.
It lasts for 1 minute.
It gives you a solid good minute hiking to read the gnomes.
Or maybe during the ritual setup, because I don't know, would it work while you're walking?
I mean, maybe, but I feel like we wait for the big moment and then see what's going on in his head.
All right.
It's more dramatic that way anyway for the book and for our lives.
And just so you guys know, in discussing with what Vex knows about it as well, I think from sort of what he said is like a bunch of shapes come out, and we would all have to fight them.
Okay. This is... I don't know what I think about this, so I'm just going to bring up what I am thinking about. Maybe y'all will have conclusions, because I don't know that I do. The fact that it is 2.5 days travel on foot to this rock shelf, and the full moon is 4 days away. So Matt has effectively cut off some time from when they need to sort of commit to a course of action. I don't know how I feel about the idea of this journey. I feel like the journey is... I feel like the reason that there is a 2.5 day travel, or however long it ends up being, given their travel mechanisms, is because it, like, makes sense within the fiction, I suppose. But even like the fact that they need to do it, and the fact that, Matt put the ritual location at the top of a mountain, like this is all, stuff to have been foreseen. And obviously he thought about it to some degree, which is why he didn't make the full moon, tomorrow, because then they just wouldn't have been able to get there quickly enough. But the idea of an extended travel sequence with the Trickfoots, I can't tell what I think about it. There's opportunity for them to catch the Trickfoots in some sort of lie at night, or just across the journey in general. But there's also a lot of opportunity to just really slow shit down. Like, I worry when I hear this of, like, we're going to spend an hour on this journey and nothing is going to happen during it. And, like, not even nothing in the sense of, like, plot progression. Like, I don't even know if we'll have, like, decent, like satisfying RP during it. Because we've been doing nothing but talking to the Trickfoots for a decent chunk of time now. I don't know if we need 2 more days locked in a car with them on a road trip. But it does give you a lot of opportunities to progress things in an isolated location where the only sort of morality holding you back is your inner party's morality, which is always an interesting time to see what the players and characters do. It's an opportunity for a what we do in the dark sort of beat. So I don't know. I'm not entirely sure what I think about it. I'd make it that very night, and there was a fat tree nearby. Feels like needless hurdles, IMHO. I mean, it's certainly not a challenge by any means. I don't think it's meant to be any sort of obstacle. It's possibly just, maybe it's just rooted in realism, and that's fucking it. There's just not a mountain very close that's consecrated. That might be the long and short of it, and Matt just might not have thought about it beyond that. I would think about it beyond that, but Matt might not have. You don't want to see a 2-day travel montage with the Sleazy extended family. Something about that doesn't sound too appealing to me. I'm trying to think of what I would have done what would I have done? I don't know. I'm not entirely sure. It's hard to say, honestly, because I don't know what Ogden's true intentions are. So maybe afterwards I'll think about what I would have done, because yeah, I don't know if there's like a reason that Matt wants them to be isolated for an extended period or something. I don't know. But it's all that is to say, it's sticking out to me as like something that will have an effect on the pacing out of game.
So,
Oh, the shades.
Shades. So,
Way to bury the lead, Pike.
I forgot about that. Might be.
I was like, I'm cool with shapes, but.
But again, all of
Not around
this
anything
is.
but that.
We don't know.
Okay, wait. Shades coming from
Maybe
you?
the curse? JB had mentioned that the shades infest someone and hollow them out. I don't know what that translates to.
You don't look shady. Stand up. Vax, can you like do a thing to look inside of Pike?
Yeah, X-ray her.
Just try it.
The best I can do, I mean, I can cast Divine Sense and lay on hands and cure. I mean, I can poison and disease are things I can help with, but not.
Well, you don't even know. Give it a
Divine
try.
sense? Divine sense, that sounds like something real.
Let's find out if you're a fiend or undead.
Yeah.
And I do it.
All right.
Yeah.
You sit there and you close your eyes and focus in front of you on Pike's gnome form. Interestingly enough, you get nothing.
Oh, shut up, man. Don't talk to me.
You're all welcome.
Okay.
She's not wearing a wire. She's okay.
Is there like some like embarrassing thing hidden, tucked away that you don't like to talk about? Like, are you afraid of pickles, or are you, you've never, you don't want to be.
No, I mean, I talk about everything with you guys.
There's no secrets that you have?
You don't chew on your own
Nothing deep
toenails or
down?
No
anything?
singular secret
No.
that you've kept from the entire group the entire time we've known you?
I feel like chewing on your own toenails is the worst like villain origin possible.
Of
Requires
course I
real
chew on my own
flexibility.
toenails.
There's not some deep secret that you're keeping from us.
No, I mean, I think about
All right, she's fine.
one time with Scandal.
Wait, I feel like your story was starting.
Something
One time,
Scandal.
something?
No, all I can think of, you guys know this. When I got in a lot of trouble for taking a shit on that bed.
Oh, that's
Or like killing the guy with the mace, or
But you have
sometimes I'll go to a brothel, or but I don't do anything that bad.
That's not bad.
No.
I don't know. I don't know what this. I don't know if there's anything in there.
I'm highly dubious of this entire endeavor. I think we should.
I think you need to talk to Sarah and Ray.
Okay. Well, when should we leave?
Well, 2.5 days. I can teleport us closer, and then we can either hike or cloud the rest of the way.
We'll get some tents in,
Yeah.
get some
Would
tents
you be
on
able to
the
call
Old
out
school.
gnomes too, though?
Probably not one casting, but you could do double cast, like do like two trips and get all of you up pretty quick.
But then we'll be
With
sitting
the
there for
with
2
the
days.
gnomes or the tree strike, or teleport via plans.
Well, tell me whoever can fit through there in that short time. You can probably get you guys in and
A lot
through,
less.
but referring to your wind walk.
Wind walk.
Which how many targets can that affect at once?
Doop.
16.
Up to 10 willing creatures. So,
10.
so,
And there's how many gnomes?
10 million creatures.
4.
so you leave one behind.
Then we leave one behind. Okay.
Which you have to talk about that.
Are there any other clerics that we know?
I mean,
In
we can-
town?
Not in town.
Cash is.
On your level.
Cash is out of
There's
town.
Keeper Yenin, but he's
Yeah,
like.
where did Cash go to
not quite
in the
a-
last year?
Cash has been in Vasselheim.
Okay.
I mean, and Vasselheim is chock full of clerics, so maybe we could find out there.
Gilmore's out of town.
Okay, maybe we go ask them and say the family.
Oh.
And I mean, it sounds crazy, but maybe we just go up there, go through the motions.
Yeah, it's your show.
Just do it.
Let's do it. I'm going to get some tents and some food put together, so we're at least comfortable.
Are we walking, or can we get some horses?
Walking for the
It's
first
not very
2
horse
days.
accessible.
We'll be fine, Terry.
I'm worried about the big guy.
Big guy will be fine.
I guess I can just walk.
He can cloud stride as well. We can probably get him in one of the
Well,
rounds.
no,
Not a creature.
can Dodie can't mist form, right?
Can drink it and Dodie ride in your.
No, Dodie, I've tried to put him in the thing.
One of us, in theory, should actually perhaps take the carpet, so we could put Doty on the carpet.
I'm sitting on the carpet, right?
How heavy is Dodie?
Let me look at Matt's statistics.
Doty technically counts as a creature.
Oh,
Though
really?
it is much like a golem or a construct of some kind would be considered a creature. It is a construct. So in theory, we would have to tell Doty, turn into wind. And that probably would work.
I can do that. Sure.
So then you would take a slot out of our tent.
How fast does this cloud thing move?
It moves pretty quick. 300 feet. Flying speed of 300, which is 10 times as fast as you walk. And without going straight up the mountain, you could make the full journey. And you were talking with Percy about this, from the base of the mountain to the dawn table in about 2 hours.
Whoa.
We wouldn't even need the tree stride, to be honest. We could just do it.
Right from here to the base of the mountain?
Not even. I mean, like we could do from the base of the mountain to the top in 2 hours, 3 hours. But we could
we
make
can
the
go-
entire journey quite quickly.
So she can just double cast.
The entire,
Somebody
journey,
can wait,
the entire
then-
journey can make in about 6.5 hours.
Solid. So some people go up, you come back, turn the rest of the people in, and we
With
all
my
go.
tree stride.
No,
Without
with
the
just-
gas.
With the gas.
Yes.
Let's do it.
Let's go. Let's go
As
glamping.
long as, let's go glamping, but as long as I can sleep afterwards.
Yeah.
We'll bring tents. We're going to bring some nice tents. We're going to bring some.
But that's for 8 hours. So you'll give him most of the duration
Very
to get there. You could probably fly back if you want to.
Or tree stride back and then.
Tree stride back if you had a tree you could find up there to do it. So yeah, you can do that.
Yeah.
I do that.
Okay.
I do that.
So,
I do that.
That is the
so
thing.
you go and you
Well, that was faster than I thought it would be. Are we skipping 4 days? Or are they going to camp for 4 days at the dawn table? I guess we'll see.
gather up the other Trickfoots.
Yes.
You approach the rest of them. And Ogden, JB, what are you doing?
We're not leaving tonight, right?
Whenever you guys want to.
Tonight? I need to. This
We
is
have
the
4
same night we
nights,
got
so
back.
let's leave tomorrow.
From the.
Oh, right, it is.
I tree strided
morning.
there and back. So
Yeah,
it's
we'll
in the
leave in the
morning.
morning. Okay, we'll leave in the morning.
At dawn we leave.
So I'll
We'll have
go to them at dinner.
Put together everything we need for this trip.
Okay, so we've had some discussions, and I think it'll take us a little bit of time to get up there and do whatever setting up you need to do on the top of the mountain. So we were thinking, if you guys are okay with this, of leaving tomorrow morning.
You see Johan and Astrid can turn over to Ogden. Ogden goes, yes, now that would be perfect. When is the next full moon?
It's in 4 days.
4 days. All right, that gives us time to prepare. I need a few things for this ritual.
Okay.
I don't know how to retrieve them necessarily. I require a jug of water that has been blessed by a priest of the Moonweaver. The Moonweaver is one of the gods. Largely elven worship. You guys have crossed a number of temples that worship the Moonweaver in Singorn and some other. You do find them occasionally in civilization, but they're more the kind of shrines that you find out in the center of the forest.
Oh, I can totally get that.
Goddess of the moonlight and autumn. He says, also, as part of a reagent for the exorcism, a diamond worth no less than 1,000 gold pieces that will be consumed by the actual ritual.
That's doable, I believe.
I also need a solid pound of dried lavender and a half a pound of powdered sulfur.
I'm pretty sure we have access to that.
And of course, you, Pike. And that should be sufficient to complete the ritual.
She's not going to be injured in this ritual.
No, no. Either the shade is cast out and destroyed, or it's cast out and then you destroy it. Either way, you should be fine.
Just the one shade.
Just one
then.
shade? Yeah.
Depends.
You've done this before,
Twice.
Oh.
Three times.
and it's always gone right.
Lavender and sulfur.
It's gone right twice.
What happened the time it didn't?
That was the first time. I didn't know what I was in for, and I could not save them.
Oh shit.
Right. What do the people look like after they've been taken over?
And you see it gets kind of really dark and kind of focused on himself for a second. You see the glimmer across the glasses in his face, and he goes, they begin to grow hatred for all those they once loved. They begin to strike out at the world around them, take whatever they like, and those who stand in their way are merely to be cut down. Eventually, at least from what I've seen, they continue to take until somebody cuts them down.
Do they just look like...
They just look like themselves. But their whole personality changes.
Okay. Well,
Cool. I'm encouraged.
Maybe they just turned into an asshole.
That just sounds like someone who's an asshole.
Nothing a little lavender and sulfur can't cure it. My experience.
I don't feel any of these things.
What I've seen are just the visions I've had. If you wish not to go through with this, that is up to you, and we can leave and be on our way. I've just come to help if we can. If we do this ritual and nothing comes of it, then it'll right as rain.
Do you have any inkling of what would happen if you do nothing? Pike does nothing.
Well, perhaps not now, but someday in the future, when met with a terrible choice. And if you choose a darker path, that may be the window needed for the shades to take hold and begin to install their dark interests.
Man, this is weird. There's like a layer to this of, I'm trying to think of what Ogden should say if he's bullshitting, but also to be the most convincing. But as Matt, if Ogden is bullshitting, you don't necessarily want him to always say the exact correct thing. You want there to be little holes and things that aren't as convincing. But I'm really... A lot of what I'm thinking about right now is how do we make sure that this gets resolved soon? And saying we'll all just leave, we'll take our ball and go home, is interesting. I'm trying to think about how that would play at the table. Let's say that the players said, hey, we're just not going to risk it. Have a good one. Don't let the door hit you on the way out. And that was it. That would be very awkward. And you always want the implied choice to be there to not go through with it. But I think I don't know. I'm very minor on this. Okay, I'm at 52% out, compared to 48 on this is what I think you should do. But I think I would try to put the possible consequence earlier. So not in a someday you'll face a choice sort of situation. Say I don't know, man, the visions have been getting more intense with the rate that they've been coming. It seems like you might turn within the next lunar cycle, maybe two. Keep a little bit more constrained time bounds on it so that at the very least, the resolution to what's going on would come quicker. Assumingly with Pike manifesting nothing. But even that's a bit iffy. But it's hard for me to evaluate all this without knowing Ogden's real motivations, like I said. So I'm going to keep watching. But the whole thing feels awkward. And I won't... I mean, it's a risky path to go, presenting your players with legitimate choices and trying to predict which one they'll pick. But if Matt's really confident that they will go through with the ritual, then offering them this sort of awkward, well, we can just leave. And then the players are like, well, I don't trust you, but I don't want you to leave, right? You put them in a awkward scenario, and I don't even mean awkward in a negative way. they're in a kind of just unsettling situation. And that can be very interesting. But if that's the goal, is to make them feel this sort of weird familial pressure and like curiosity, I guess. If that's what you're trying to make them feel and this is the way you're going about it, you have to be really confident they're gonna pick the ritual. Because otherwise, I think the other legitimate options end in feeling very awkward, you know? Again, option B, do nothing. Next week's are just hanging out in Whitestone. Yeah. Yeah, man. I'm sure I will have a lot to say when this finishes, because all of it, everything that Matt's doing right now is very strange and off-putting, but it feels overall pretty purposeful. But I don't know what the intention or what the purpose of it is. There's also plenty of reasons for them to push. They either are trying to save their family or trying to scam. In either case, they do not want Pike to walk away. Right. Like, why are you here? If you came all this way and you are really convinced like that she's gonna die to the blood curse, you're not gonna push that? You're just gonna go on your way? And like you said, if they're scamming, are they actually going to walk away? The characters in-game would need to be confident in their scam. If they are scamming. Strange. But I don't feel even remotely confident critiquing it. Because I don't even really know what I'd be critiquing. On the other hand, no short-term consequence makes it hard to verify, making them more likely to agree. Maybe. If he's a charlatan, he doesn't want to be found out. Maybe that's it of, you know, if you make the consequence more long-term. And I'm not even necessarily saying that Matt did this on purpose. I'm more trying to break down, like, if you're looking at this for your table, what sort of consequences could you expect? Kind of regardless of whether or not it was good or bad that Matt did this, whatever. That's kind of neither here nor there. If you were to do something similar, what risks are you running, you know? And I do think no short-term consequence might serve as an additional factor that might push them towards agreeing. Might push them towards saying, well, we want to put this to bed, so let's do it now. Because if we don't, we're going to have to wait forever, and we might never find out if it was true or not. And the idea of living with that uncertainty might be a substantial pressure in and of itself for them. Feels risky, I'll say that. Feels like he's being more vague because it's streamed. If it was a home table, he'd be giving more with hints. Maybe. There's maybe an aspect of, you know, you want to drive intrigue and fan speculation. And I like driving speculation at my own tables. You know, I like drawing out that sort of stuff. But I do think if this was a home table, things would certainly be more fluid. And I think this might be a scenario where, you know, DM says, hey, this is kind of an abnormal thing. You know, we don't do this very often. Or he might just straight up encourage you to go to the ritual. I'm not saying those would be great either, but at least they're on the table. Matt might be counting on we will do whatever because we only have Ashley for X sessions. It's true. It's true. There is always the limited amount of sessions of it all. Yeah, Ashley's here, so let's do this. Yeah. On Ashley's button pushing, remember the box with the ashes. And to be fair to what all you guys are saying, that's a very good point on like why Matt might be super duper confident that they are going to go into this. Like they are going to do the ritual because Ashley's only here for a certain amount of sessions. So if they don't do it now, they might just never even get to experience what is going on with this blood curse. With everyone else at the table, they can pretty reliably know that if they don't deal with a personal plot thing right now, they will have an opportunity in a later session, right? 10, 20 sessions from now. That opportunity is not guaranteed with Ashley. So that might lend to Matt's confidence that they will end up going after this. And so with that confidence, you can then offer some maybe more weird or strange choices that you wouldn't otherwise. I feel like it feels awkward because nothing's really happening. It's either real and underwhelming or it's fake and my man Ogden isn't even playing it up. Yeah. He doesn't want to be accused of railroading. Yeah. And I mean, the walk away, it's a viable option. Yeah. Huh. Whatever's going on, I'll tell you, this feels strange to me to watch. I can't really get a firm grasp on what's going on here. And it is, yeah.
Are there any elements needed for this water fire?
Well, I need some blessed water.
Which I'm totally going to go get.
You did say that.
We'll take care of the lavender.
I have the lavender.
The sulfur represents the earth. The diamond represents the refraction of the moon.
And I appreciate those stop points, Mike 30. Feel free to continue putting them in if you want. Like I said, I appreciate them, but also do not feel like you need to as we keep going. I'm feeling okay for now.
Light and the water is the catalyst.
And the lavender and sulfur?
The lavender is to be burned. The sulfur represents the earth in its place. The lavender is burned as a sort of incense that helps provide a space of the hollowed ground to present a cage for this entity so it cannot flee and come back.
Dude. This, I will say, if Ogden is a charlatan, while some things have been strange, I think I really like Ogden's description of like the mechanics of magic if he is a charlatan. It's a really fun layer of bullshit on top of it. It reminds me of I was just playing in a one shot recently where someone gave my character a dagger, said, hey, this dagger, if you stab a fucking demon with it, it will shatter their soul. And I did detect magic, and detect magic allows you to see the school of magic, and the dagger was of the illusion school. And so I go, hey, what the fuck is this? This dagger's an illusion dagger, and it's gonna shatter a demon's soul somehow? What the fuck's going on with that? And guy says essentially that the dagger uses illusion magic in order to trick the demon's soul into leaving its body, where even a normal dagger would then be able to shatter it. Now, I don't believe that for a goddamn second, I want to be clear, but it is a very nicely constructed piece of bullshit. And that's a lot of what Ogden reminds me of right now, is this like description of like what the lavender does it forms a fucking cage, and the sulfur is real stinky, and so they can't use their magic nose magic. It's I've never done this in my own personal campaigns, but I really want to work one in now. This like charlatan that just makes up horse shit for the mechanics of how magic works. I really love it. Which is interesting about this scene. Like, I like the idea of a magical charlatan. There's just so many other things about the scene that are kind of weird, but I do like that part a lot. It is obviously a Pike Foes because Ashley is here, but the lack of evidence makes everyone ask Ashley what to do, but she's not the type of person to make a firm decision. She just wants to go along. That seems like a fair reading. Yeah. If it is a ruse, Ogden is a great storyteller. He's great! Yeah. Could they need all that stuff for something else entirely? I'm not versed in components, though. I can't think of any spell that has... I can't think of any spell that has more than 2 material components. There almost certainly is. There's almost certainly something that has 3. Because often the types of components that spells will need are unique components. So that's like the tuning fork for plane shift. That is a unique component. It doesn't need an inherent value. It's not weird necessarily. It's just very specific. That is the type of thing that we might see. We also might see something very, another type of component that we see is just something very unique. So like Witch Bolt has a branch that has been petrified by lightning. And then we see very not worthwhile. What would the word be? Not worthy. High value, valuable components. Those are kind of the 3 types of material components in 5e. For Revivify, the diamond worth 100 GP. And I would almost guarantee that there is a spell that I just can't think of off the top that uses all 3 of the different types. Has like a weird component, a valuable component, and a specific component. But I just can't think of it. Find Familiar needs 3. Find Familiar needs 3. What would Find Familiar need? I don't know what Find Familiar needs off the top of my head. I haven't really played a caster that would ever have to think about that. I've played Pact of the Chain at most. 10 GP worth of charcoal, so there's our valuable. Incense and herbs that must be consumed by a fire in a brass brazier. Oh, interesting. That comma is leading me to believe that this is not the case. I would have kind of assumed on first gut that all these go into the brass brazier, and therefore they'd be the weird component, kind of like the lightning, the petrified branch for Witch Bolt. But I do think they're separate. So it seems possible that there could be a spell that has this many components. Find Familiar is the only one I can think of. Yeah, I mean, it's at least evidence that this manner of ritual could exist with this many components, yeah.
Find a priest.
I'm going to go get a pound for good measure.
Oh, no. There's all that shit in single, and I can just go. Right? To one of the temples of the Moonweaver.
You can probably get most of that in single one trip, yeah.
Solid.
Right.
What if what you're seeing, Ogden, and I mean no disrespect in any way, is a possible outcome or future that might not ever happen?
Then Pike will be safe. I'll look the fool, and we'll go our separate ways.
What's a diamond?
What's a diamond for our dear Pike? It's a good price, I say.
I say what you say is what I say. I say, you know what?
What?
I'm bored.
Yeah.
And I think we should do it.
Yeah.
Even if it's
Stupid.
hogwash, no offense.
Well,
And
I'd
as
say-
Percy and Terry, as the science bros have said several times, at least.
Dude, this is one of the tough parts about, like... You know why I think this might feel awkward? I'm gonna put a theory out there. Short theory, I'm not even gonna read friggin' comments about it. I'm not even gonna read chat messages about it. It is possible that this feels so awkward because everything about it, all of the context, every like gut instinct is that the stakes are incredibly low right now. Right? I think that is the instinct of me. I think that's the instinct of every single person at this table. Even with Vax saying like, you know, even if they are planning something weird, we could take them, right? There's this fundamental feeling of low stakes. I think the weird and awkward part about it is that an in-fiction character is looking in their eyes and telling them that the stakes are very high. But also, if you don't want to believe us, we'll leave. He is simultaneously telling us your gut instinct that this is low stakes is wrong, but also it's not high enough stakes that I'm going to insist that you do it. I will very easily opt out, so it can't be that high of stakes, but it's very high stakes. And and there's nothing, and we're not really offering anything new. We're not offering evidence. We're just kind of telling you to believe us. And when the characters say, well, what if we don't believe you? Then they say, well, we'll just leave then. That's fine. Like, the Trickfoots are not presenting this as if they really have skin in the game, while describing a game that they should really have some fucking skin in. Even if we take the reputation of the Trickfoots at face value and say that the current woes and struggles of their lives are largely to do with the reputation of other members of the family that fell to this blood curse. Like, if you are wanting to ever, you know, escape from the yoke of this reputation, that's motivation in and of itself to make sure that Pike doesn't fall to the blood curse. But you're just like, you know, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I think that's why this feels awkward and somewhat boring, because we're not allowed to go into the silly area of the vacation, right? When we're in Marquette, we're in silly mode, we're in vacation mode. It is low stakes, but that's okay because we don't really feel like there's a right or wrong answer. Here, it feels like there's a right or wrong answer, but also the stakes feel incredibly low, but we've been told they're high. So I think that's why it feels like kind of weird. And why, you know, Pike's like, I'm bored. Let's just go poke a beehive. I want to get stung a little bit.
At least a negative outcome is still an outcome, or something like that.
I said something similar to it.
Yes.
Something
Yeah,
like that.
we'll learn
There
things
was, certainly in an order, that was...
for science.
For science.
For science.
For say,
Exorcism for science.
It's good conversation.
I should probably go to Singorn before it gets too late.
We'll get the lavender and sulfur together.
I have lavender with my armor.
You need a pound of it.
I have
That's
a
a
pound of lavender.
I'm sure I can dig up a pound of sulfur. I figured let's just get double what we need just to be
Just to
safe.
be safe.
Like,
I'm
I can
sure.
have, like, druid
No,
craft
we need
some
half a pound. We don't have
lavender, right? Dried lavender.
Did you just tuck it in? To make it smell?
You can cause existing lavender to bloom stronger. Otherwise, lavender
So
you
we
create
can just pull the
space
lavender off his armor.
But yeah, you can.
It's not in my. I keep it in a box with my armor, so the armor won't smell like shit anymore, people. It's not. Is there a problem with a man having lavender?
Wait, you,
in his possession?
you keep your armor in a box filled with lavender?
Yeah.
I do.
So it smells fresh and clean.
Does it ever smell fresh and clean?
It doesn't
does
smell
now,
as bad.
man.
I
All right.
That's weird.
It really doesn't.
I've had 12 months of downtime to figure my shit out. My armor is tight
Your
now.
armor now smells like a grandmother's bathroom.
Take your guilt trips and bring them back to Dad. I don't need them.
What are you talking about?
I support
I'm on my way to go give those guilt
I have
trips.
little potpourri bags in almost everything I own.
He does, it's true.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes.
He started leaving them around the house.
He calls them sachets.
Sachets? Sachets? Okay.
All right.
Let's do it.
Going to bed?
All right. So you guys go to bed.
I go to Singborn.
Okay.
Can I attune to my blood axe instead of the thrower? Before
That you can.
Thank you.
I'm going to let the castle know I'm taking a brief run up the hill and grabbing supplies for this. So letting everyone know.
Okay.
Grabbing a few tents.
Oops, sorry.
They have supplies for you. They're ready.
Oh, when he said a run up the hill, I thought he meant I'm just taking a quick run up the hill to grab some sulfur. I'll be back.
You got an easy from Felguard. They have
man.
some tents that haven't been used for a while. You take those with you. Supplies are given. You head to Singborn. Make an investigation check.
I should probably have brought someone with me, just in case I suck at this. You got the shit.
That's
Cat.
That's cat if I've ever seen cat.
You roll the cat dice.
That's good. Get the
Well, and honestly, the ritual having a bunch of material components, sure, why not? Makes it sound more bullshitty to me. I think that's awesome. I think I would have made them all stuff you can get in Whitestone and not, like, even if we're going to go quick and we're going to go, bing, bang, boom, in and out of Singorn, making a check, talking to anyone, theoretically needing to traverse a different city, like, I'm fine with the materials existing in theory to further characterize the ritual. I do not think we need to go through the process of acquiring them. I would be abstracting as much as I possibly can here, just like Matt just did with gathering the camping supplies. Now, Matt likes to throw in rolls, so hopefully the roll goes quick and that's it. But I think now that they have decided to do the ritual, I'm doing everything in my power to get us there quickly, and not spend too much time on it. Yeah. What could they legitimately be concerned about? I mean, if Ogden's a shapeshifter, or I mean the legitimate, if there are artifacts in this setting that could either be utilized by a otherwise mundane humanoid, or could potentially take over, maybe possess a mundane humanoid. Those are probably it, if we're being honest. I truly think if Ogden doesn't have a piece of Arcana tech up his sleeve, and he is not a shapeshifter, I truly think they do have very little to worry about. And to their credit, I don't get the sense that there is a bunch of Arcana tech in the world that can be utilized by mundane humanoids. So I think the main thing they have to worry about is Ogden a shapeshifter, which has been repeatedly proven to be a threat. So I think that would be the main thing. But their only real method of detecting shapeshifters at this point is taking them down to the black hole, which I think they probably don't want to do. So I'd call that the main risk. But honestly, even at this point, they've taken down dragons and Rakshasas. Even a shapeshifter, they probably don't have that much to worry about. So, I mean, they probably can be pretty fast and loose with it. And have it go okay. Matt rarely handwaves preparations. It could be suspicious if he did it now. That's a fair argument. Yeah, consistency is important. Not only for the consistency in and of itself, but so that a lack of it doesn't highlight differences between things that should look similar. So that's fair enough. If there's one thing I do value, it is that sort of consistency. So that's a good point.
Good one.
Investigation here.
When Laurie uses
20.
the real voice.
Yeah, within a short time. And as the evening draws in, it's not a full moon, but it's still a very big moon at night. And you find in Singborn, one of the larger temples to the Moonweaver, there's a night guide there named Nusem, who's a young elven man, and it's the Temple of the Pale Light. And so, as you approach him and give your request, he's like, "Took of our blessed water. That is an unusual request. We take no money, but offerings in trade of equal value, as you honestly see fit."
Give him a high five.
Right. Well, I don't have very much on my person.
Whatever you feel would be a viable trade within the eyes of the Moonweaver herself.
What do I know about the Moonweaver?
I roll a religion check.
Oh, God. I'm gonna roll my moonstone dice for this.
Do it.
My huckleberry friend.
What am I rolling?
Religion.
A religion, jeez. Oh, 11.
11. You know that she's the goddess of the moon, of the night, and of autumn. She is known as, she doesn't fall in the good or bad spectrum. She's generally a bit of a trickster, but however, tends to be used, or at least called to, by young love to bless trysts, to not be discovered. That's kind of the gist of what you can pick up on that roll, yeah.
All right. I have a small flask of courage. I feel like she would appreciate this.
He takes a moment, looks at it. I think the goddess will be pleased. And he puts it in his robes, and he takes a blessed water and hands it to you. And it's a small, pretty heavy, especially when it's filled, kind of a clay pot that is sealed at the top with multiple rounds of rope and some sort of a dark black tar-like substance that's used to seal the top. And he hands it over to you, and you take it.
I didn't think this pot through. Thank you very much.
Strength of 7.
That's right.
Yep.
What is my strength?
Is
It is 7.
Yeah, it's bring your weight.
I'm as weak as Grog is stupid. No, I'm just a little bit stronger.
A little bit stronger than Grog.
Not quite as bad.
All right, so you gather that. You find your way back to that issue. Well, say that issue.
Oh,
It's a
you know what?
strenuous
I'm just going to
activity.
pass it over to Trinket and come on back.
Okay, so you attach the trinkets arm around the top.
That's right.
Easy enough. All right, so you guys eventually make your way back to the town. You guys find an evening of rest. You complete, restore your spells. Sulfur, go ahead and make a tinkering check.
Okay, I was about to say, we have that.
This is an intelligence modifier. And,
Okay, proficiency bonus, intelligence modifier, and a... that's okay. 19?
Yeah, okay. For you, because a lot of most of the sulfur that you have currently has already been kind of put in like the saltpeter, the means of creating the gunpowder, so you have to kind of sort of reverse engineer a lot of it. It's not going to be pure, what you have. I mean, it's not all of it. You have some pure sulfur still, but to get the full half pound of it, it's going to be a little dirty.
Bottom of the barrel.
Yeah, but you managed to get it to happen. And Vax is providing the lavender. Okay.
Take it on my roll.
Alrighty, and the diamond. Who's getting the diamond? Or do you have one?
I've got a diamond.
And how much is it worth?
I've got multiple diamonds.
We'll choose a diamond.
I'll choose one that's worth... in my bag of gems. I've got a bag of gems. No, that's not right.
In my... Nah. Right here in my... Nope.
All right, fine. I've got 2 diamonds, both worth 1,500. I don't have 1,000 gold diamonds.
All right, that'll suffice.
Yeah, but it's a waste. It's okay. It's a waste of 500.
Alrighty, so
Money well spent.
It's fake. It's worth it.
as the morning comes, you all awaken, you gather your materials, you assess as a pool what you have at your disposal, and upon presenting these various elements that you've gathered before Uncle Ogden, he inspects each one very carefully, sniffing the sulfur, taking feeling and tasting the lavender, takes the water and kind of just brushes his fingers through it, and then takes the diamond and inspects it, sets it all down on the table and goes, yes, this will...
Okay, given that we haven't had combat in the episode yet, I think they might get through the prep pretty quick, and we might see some combat later this episode, which in that case, maybe we can finish the episode today. It's a solid maybe.
Advice. Whenever you're ready, let's make our way to wherever you find is necessary to do this ritual.
I think you'll be quite pleased.
Going straight there. All right.
Keep an eye on those goods, brother.
Trickfoots! 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 They're like right around me. He's like, oh, there you are. And like, you know, he reaches out, touches his shoulder. Yes, there you are. Come, we have an exorcism. And so they follow you as you gather your materials. How are you doing this? You're doing multiple trips?
I was tree striding us all to the base of the mountain, right?
Nope.
No.
You were going to gas us all the way there.
Gas and groups.
That's what I'm
two
doing?
groups.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Double gas.
Double gas.
It's a gas.
Okay. Early morning, with the wind walk, you can get 10 creatures, which is you 7 plus, you can put Trinket in your necklace, Doty, which is 8. You can take 2 of the gnomes if you like, or would you prefer to leave 4 of them and then come back for them?
I would say let's get all of the gnomes up there first so they can begin setting everything up.
Yeah. I'll stay behind.
I'll go with.
I'll stay behind as well.
No, I'm going to take Terry.
I bid you adieu.
You'll also.
Plus, you can stay, right?
I'll stay as well.
I want to take Terry that way while I'm
gross.
making a trip back. I'm going to take Terry, Pike, the gnomes, Vax, me. How many's left? That's it, right?
Take Doty so that he can,
And Doty.
so he can set up the
I think
tents.
you can take everyone except for me and Percy, right?
Yeah, that should work.
Yeah, please, I want to go with Pike.
And
Yes.
Grog will
Okay.
go.
All right, so you guys go ahead and utilizing the.
Why don't you guys start off on like
Oh, you know
the
what? You
road?
can tree stride us through, and then you guys head up, and we'll just meet you up there on the broom.
That is a good idea. That's what I'll do.
All right, so
I tree stride
using-
some through.
Just me and Percy.
All right, easy enough to do. And you've seen these woods, or you've done the perimeter of the woods at least, so you know vaguely a tree in the direction that Percy points you towards. So with that, you touch the edge of the sun tree, the exterior of it opens into a doorway, and with that, the trust fall that is Percival and Vex rushing through the sun tree before it closes behind, you trust that they are at the destination required and will meet you there.
I'll meet you there.
It closes.
Lock the door!
And with that, with the supplies gathered, the rest of you all have the spell commence, and you're able to concentrate for a minute to turn your physical form into that of a white cloud-like mist. You watch as the gnomes do so. This is the first time you've done this as well, Terry, and it's a unique experience. You're about as giddy internally that you cannot express it through word because you are a cloud of mist. But you watch as the smaller gnome mists also kind of appear, and some of them kind of start swirling around excitedly, and one of them just seems to like drift.
Oh no. Oh
And the other
no.
one comes by and like cuts it off and like, shows the direction. Eventually, you guys start making your way
He's like sleeping.
following towards the path in which Percival pointed you guys. So, this is about a 6+ hour journey as you're coasting over the entirety of the Parchwood Forest, and it is beautiful. It's actually not too cloudy today. You've come past Winter's Crest. It's been a few weeks since, and
I can fly twice as high.
yeah. So you do have a few dotted clouds in the sky, but for the most part there is blue visible, and there is sunshine coming down, pillars blessing upon the land of the Alabaster Sierras. After quite some time and having to maybe go back a few times to keep everyone together, as you have 4 people who have never done this before who are just awed by this, you lead them towards the northeast, very, very top of the salted bluffs of the Alabaster Sierras, and you begin to see what Percival described to you, which is a shelf-like bluff at the very top, where you see a few clusters of rock and one large rock archway that comes up right to the cliff before it drops down into the sea to the north. And this is where these offerings were left. Eventually, you guys make your way there. And given the speed, you still get there before Vax and Percy do.
Really?
Yes. Sorry, Vex and Percy.
Get it right.
5 years of this.
That's a completely
and
different piece of art.
Must be a lesson when you name your characters for your
That art
campaign.
already exists.
I know.
so-
It's already there. I felt it happen.
As you guys approach, you all condense back into your mist form, except for the 4 other clouds that are all circling, encircling.
They don't know how to break it, do they?
Eventually, one of them kind of
I
congeals and turns back, and it's JB.
Told them.
Well, yeah, well, you do now. And they all eventually come back, and you see before you this cliff top flat entry with like a series of rocks that jut out at certain places. Some rubble and some general erosion has occurred, and they're at the very edge of the cliff. And it is this cliff that kind of shoots out over, and you can look over the side and see the sea to the northeast, just above the.
Ooh, I think there was a little bit of, and this is okay. I need to stop interrupting myself. There's that little bit of moment there of like they don't know how to get out of Windwalk, and then Marisha's like, "Well, I would have told them," and Matt goes, "Okay, well, you do now," and then she's like, "Okay," and then you just kind of drops them out. I think that's actually a pretty good example of the different mindsets that players and DMs will have depending on the level of stakes that you're currently in. So when I was talking about my kind of, I care less about mechanics as the stakes get really, really low, that moment right there to me reads as, Marisha sees this and them not being able to get out of Windwalk. If she's interpreting the stakes of the situation high, which Ogden has certainly implied that they should, then, in a high stakes scenario where Matt is not normally, where Matt will sometimes hold them to this sort of bullshit, with Windwalk especially, we already have experience with that. That is a little bit of a I would have told them, I just didn't think we needed to. I didn't think I needed to voice that out loud. But then Matt responds, I think still kind of in more of the low stakes mindset with okay, well, you tell them now, it's fine. It doesn't matter. Which is absolutely not the way that Matt would react if the stakes were very high. I can't imagine Matt saying something to that effect when they're like, on Viscon or in Iman during the when they're going to kill Thordak, right? He's not laughing something off that that jovially. But I think it's a good example of, also someone said when we were talking about that, of you don't want to stay in that low stakes mode for too long, because you start kind of getting discrepancies in how people are viewing the scenes. And I think that that's an example of what we saw right there. We've been in low stakes for, 7 hours of game time, a session and a half at this point. And I think it's going to continue. We've been in like very low stakes mode, and we're now starting to get some burblings where the players kind of think we're going back up in the level of stakes, but then we're not. And so they start reacting differently than they might otherwise. Or Matt as a DM reacts differently than it seems like he would have otherwise. So good example of that, of the point that someone brought up.
Yeah,
I think it was
the shearing cliffs. You see the sunlight hitting thousands upon thousands of small, distant sparkles as the waves catch elements of the sunlight down below. And as you come up the edge and look down, it is a very, very long fall. Thousands and thousands and thousands of feet.
I haven't been here since I was a
to
child.
rocks and ocean.
Right on the edge.
This is beautiful.
But there's the large stone archway there at the end.
I am now. Yeah, we left.
Rocks and ocean? 2 hours away from Whitestone? I guess that makes sense. Okay. Let me just confirm that that kind of tracks with where I currently have it. Honestly, I might even have it a little bit too far south. Or a little bit too far west. Or east, honestly. So it seems like it's closer to a coast. If that's the case, I might just kind of... We'll do that for now. I mean, they are, going 2 hours in Windwalk, to be sure. That's probably covering quite the distance. That's still closer than I thought it was. Okay.
That's right. Some thoughts I just have inside my head.
So do you want me to answer that? Nah, it's fine. It's still generally the place I thought it was, just a little bit. I was picturing the biome of Whitestone a little bit differently. I wasn't, it's just a bit of a kind of a palette shift in how I imagine Whitestone.
Are we back? Are me and Percy there yet? Or?
No, you guys are just to make your way there. You notice the rock archway looks both ancient and very well constructed. It's impressive that even though the erosion and the nature of the strong cliffside winds that come up there, it's kept as well as it has. You also see a number of long rotted baskets and sacks and dried decomposing fruits and fish bones. You can see where basically the remnants of different offerings that were left up here as part of the Pelor blessing to the fishermen that walk through the salted bluffs. Eventually, Vex person will make their way up here as well, and you guys are now the full journey about mid-afternoon, with 3 days till the full moon.
3 days.
3 days to kill.
Hey, that cliff's really high.
Well, time to pitch a tent and make it fabulous.
Let's not do the ritual site right next to that cliff. Yeah.
That's a great idea. Is there a way to move it sort of
inward?
You can move back a bit, yeah. Like the bluff itself is maybe about 70 feet from one side to the other. It's flat. Mm-hmm. So you can move it further back towards this edge of the cliff, as opposed to being the one on the seaside.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. So you guys have a few days here to relax, get to know each other, ask questions, and hear stories about young Pike. Embarrassingly, get to tell them of the tales of what you guys have done and inform them from a first-hand basis of what Vox Machina has accomplished over the past few years. They all seem enraptured. JB more than anybody. And she seems to actually almost finish some of the tales. And you get the sense that she's been very, very well-versed in what you guys have done and is genuinely invested in the stories as they happen. Anything else you guys want to accomplish in the 3 days in particular?
I think the twins will probably look around and make sure that nobody has been here recently other than us, or see if there's anything hinky.
Make an investigation check.
Yeah, we do that. Definitely. 23.
18.
Oh, okay.
Didn't they
you do
choose
notice in the first
this
couple
site?
days, while it's been long blown over and destroyed and scattered, you do see elements that seem like a large nest that have been wind scattered up here and left for a long time. And as you look through the chunks and pieces, you see bits of dried leather, flesh, and with that in mind, over the next 2 days, you begin to see way off in the north would appear to be a number of flying entities that group in clusters that kind of exist over the cliffside down along the actual mountain edge, and occasionally have apparently made distant nests and are still maneuvering in the distance.
Do I see the type of feather it is? Can I tell what kind of creature it was?
Make a perception check.
Ooh. 32.
Using the combination of your broom and your ranger-like vision, you've encountered these creatures once before at the Salted Bluff, but avoided them. There are small clusters of harpies that make their home here on the cliffside.
Yeah, they took all our horses.
Yep, they picked them apart last time you first made your way to Whitestone. So you're very careful to make sure that whatever camp you set up is camouflaged as best as possible.
Yeah.
So that is one of your specialties as a ranger is not too bad. Go and make a stealth check, please. And this will be your stealth check for the camp.
Yeah.
I can't like cast Pass Without a Trace.
Not on your
That's-
camp.
Nah, probably not.
Come on, rogue.
I'll say for the purposes of that, no.
Do I? I'm scared to ask it.
You're trying to avoid a roll.
Okay. What am I rolling? What am I adding?
Add your stealth.
22.
Okay. Look, I will say there are often times where I get on the Critical Role cast, whether it is players or Matt, for their styles of the style and frequency of rolling. That said, I did really like that from Taliesin. And I think it is an important concept to keep in mind, both as a player and as a GM, the idea of a player avoiding a role. Once they learn that there, will be one. I think there can be a concept of, I didn't realize that this action would be risky, but even then, is that, why is that happening? Are you just trying to avoid risk in general, or is there a reason that it would make more sense for you to avoid the risk in the fiction? I think, it's not the most common thing in the world, especially at Critical Role's table, that players will actively try to, avoid rolls. They seem to be really into them, which my table is too. It's a good little line to remember of, hey, just roll. You're trying to avoid the roll. You just got to go for it.
Okay. So,
Would I have used my my
No.
what's that shit? Hide in plain sight. Could I have used that?
Not on a camp.
Okay.
For yourself, maybe. And it helps you, that allows you, like your ability to camouflage elements of your space allows you to help and use your stealth this whole endeavor. But 2 days go by. Harpies don't seem to be mind. There's a couple of close calls. A couple fly overhead, but you all see them coming and get low and tell them to go inside and get behind the rocks, and they seem to pass without actually noticing your presence.
That's good.
Eventually, you make your way to the 4th day, and the sun begins to set. At which point, the gnomes begin to gather up with the rest of you, and Ogden hobbles his way in your direction, going, waiting for the cross camera. Okay.
The time is nigh. You must prepare a ritual.
And for the purposes of this, we bring in the battle map is on this side.
Battle map?
What? We didn't go into a battle
Battle map?
Don't call it a battle map. Don't call it a battle map.
This side, please.
In preparation
Battle map
for...
over there? That means there's another one over there?
There are several options, I think.
What?
There's the one.
Here it
And it's a little
comes.
precarious.
Here comes the battle map.
Matthew, in preparation...
My Tuesday.
Oh my god, what is this? There's color changes happening.
It's like the
Thank you very
birthday cake
much.
coming out.
This way. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, that's
That's
a
so
lot.
cool.
That's
That's awesome.
It's weird, the blue light makes it almost... I can't even see what it is.
It's hard to see with the blue lights.
Is it really?
It's okay, we'll figure it out. All right.
It could be this monitor. I don't know.
All right, so here are the gnomes clustered.
I want to see it
Matt, in preparation for
before...
this ritual,
Yes.
I would like to cast... Can Dodie use an item that I cast magic into?
Dodie cannot, I believe.
Okay. Well, then I'll cast Revivify into one of my coins and give it to Vex and say, use this on me
That's cool.
if I fall. Oh, and also, I'll give her my 5 needle arrows that I made.
What?
Needle arrows.
They're just regular arrows that have a +1 to hit.
Badass.
So it's just a little extra accuracy.
Terry, you just keep surprising me.
You're worth it.
Oh. Oh, okay. I mean, there's definitely some ambiance. Okay, with the way that they were reacting, I was expecting more, but they might just not have been expecting a map at all, which honestly, I wasn't really expecting a map either. So I get it. I'll need a different angle to really kind of get it. Because I think that this is supposed to be an I think this is an archway? Maybe we'll see it better.
With Ogden saying they're ready, can I just be alone in the tent for a second?
Sure. Naturally, this is the appointed box part is supposed to be hallowed ground, which requires the hallowed spell, which is a 24-hour casting period.
Okay.
Or at least the actual casting time on
I've
that.
never cast that before.
You would know this, and you would have spoken to you in advance to do this. So we'll say, hello, its casting time is 24 hours.
Okay.
The herbs and oils and incense required to do this one alone costs 1,000 gold, which the spell consumes. There's another 1,000 gold you have to mark off to do this.
That's party funds. Okay. We got you, gold.
But you infuse this area with holy energy during this time period you guys are waiting.
I thought the whole point of going to this spot was that this spot was already hallowed ground? I don't know. It's probably not worth looking at too hard.
In doing so, this whole ground becomes hallowed.
Oh. Okay. I mean, you know, it's nothing crazy, but it's, you know, there's at least some bits of cover, sure. I'm honestly going to be shocked. All of this might be part of the performance, which, if it is, if Ogden is truly a charlatan, which, like, I still think he is, and Matt just built all of this as part of the kind of ruse and performance, that's neat. That's a neat little support of the idea that this is all real, even if it all is all a lie, you know. But as the DM, you're supporting, you're helping to support the lie. And this is this is one of my kind of, how do I say it? Almost philosophical standpoints when it comes to DMing, especially in D&D 5e, is that the DM is so in control of things. And I have argued at length about things that I thought, I've fully, put on Matt, and people have said, oh, that just is what makes sense. That's just him expressing the world. But this is a really good example, I think, of a decision made by the DM that has nothing to do with what makes sense in the world, but the decision to do it on the DM's part influences how the players perceive the world. So the fact that Matt only brings out battle maps for combats is going to lead to them taking the ritual and all of this more seriously than if it had stayed in Theater of the Mind. If it had stayed in Theater of the Mind, they all could have been relatively confident that this is not a real combat that we're about to go into. And that is a direct effect of DM style and of what I think in this case is Matt purposefully misleading them. Because I am still under the impression that this combat's going to be bullshit. I don't think that there is actually going to be a real honest-to-God combat here. There might be a skill challenge. And I think that is very possible, is that we're about to see a skill challenge here of determining that Ogden's doing bullshit and then possibly even subduing him. He might have some sort of way to hijack the hallowed spell and maybe, disrupt their movement or whatever. But it's a matter of time before Vox Machina wins the day here. And so the battle map, I don't think will be necessary at all for what's actually going to happen. But Matt choosing to have one anyway is I think still a good one. It's sort of being on Ogden's side in a way of trying to, make the con more believable. Which I'm very into. I think that's a really nice decision on his part. They needed to go to one of the highest points in the area. Okay, sure, but what does that mean? Could they have gone to just any mountain nearby? I guess the implication is that this is the closest high point, maybe. Does it happen often that one of the highest mountains of a mountain range is right by the sea? I don't know. It can, in theory. It would have to be right on a fault. One plate goes under the other and pushes the top plate. Often? Not really. Interesting. Huh. I had no idea about that sort of thing. That's cool. That's interesting. Huh. But yeah, anyways, I like this choice on Matt's part. I think it's a nice little support of Ogden's con. I think now they're all gonna pretty immediately take it a little bit more seriously than they would have otherwise.
Okay. Now you can choose an effect. A second effect of this if you like, which is affect creatures can't be frightened while in the area. Darkness fills the area, if that's what you wanted. Daylight fills the area. Don't know if that's going to affect the ritual or not, since that's a moonlight-based element. You could affect creatures have resistance to one type of damage of your choice, except for bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing. You could have energy vulnerability, silence. What would you prefer?
I think to not be frightened.
Okay. Affect creatures cannot be frightened. So any of you, any creatures that end up in space cannot be frightened.
Solid.
The 60-foot radius, which is pretty much most of this area, becomes hallowed. So, as the night draws to a darkened close, or as the day draws to a darkened close, you guys can choose your positions to prepare for this.
Oh, jeez. It takes Pike 24 hours to cast this?
Yes.
So we have to protect her for 24 hours, yeah?
Yeah, we'll say this happens. This isn't a ritual. This is a different spell to prepare for the Hallowed. So while you were doing this was during the time in which you managed to go ahead and avoid being seen and use your stealthiness.
Okay.
This is in advance of it. The Hallowed spell has been completed. The area has been locked in. The spell is cast. Now the final ritual is mounting. So at this point, you're asked for some help by Ogden to move some of these rocks out of the way. You guys slowly shift this pile of rolling rocks over here. He begins to then, with the help of JB, take the sulfur and begin to scatter around in a circle in this opening right here. So the other two are going to stay back.
I think I'm going to want some high ground on that hill.
Up on there?
Mm-hmm.
All right, so Percival gets up onto the high ground there. Already?
I'll get on the high part on the other side.
Over here?
Yeah.
I'd
Alrighty.
like to stay near Pike if I can.
Already. So you want to stay near this kind of central rock there?
Yeah, as long as I'm out of the way of the ritual, just near Pike.
Trinket stays near Grog.
Okay, Trink's gonna hang next to Grog. Perfect.
I'm going to play lookout and go out towards the edge, past the arch, but sink in against the wall of it and hide.
There, right
in
there?
the cracks of it, yeah.
Okay, so you're hiding on this side?
Yeah.
Poking through? Keyleth.
I'll go by that higher closest to you.
Over here?
Yeah, a little closest to the stalactite.
Over here?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. There's Keyleth. Tyrion.
I'm just going to stay where the gnomes are all within 30 feet of me. So close to the action.
Okay, so pretty much where you are?
Sure.
Okay. So
within visual 30 feet.
Gotcha. So Pike, the circle puts you at about there in the centerpiece. You watch as the sulfur is drawn around you in a wide circle. All right. JB now begins taking the water and splashing it throughout the center of the circle. She opens the jug with the help of Grog and walks around with Grog and it's just taking big handfuls and splashing all the blessed water to fill in the circle between, where the sulfur was, in the interior of it all around. So it soaks all the dirt. You can see it actually goes darker in color as it absorbs the liquid and seems you can now very, very clearly see the circle. And at this point, as the night has really hit the moonlight, the full moon is plainly visible and that bright, bright white moonlight is making stark shadows and a very visible perspective of everything on this field. So Pike, you're asked to stand in the center there as right over here next to Tyrion, facing you, Ogden hobbles over, looks at you. He holds the diamond in his hand. Pike, are you ready?
2 seconds.
Me.
Just quietly, just sort of muttering to myself, or not to myself, to Sarah Ray. I don't know what this is. I just hope that you're here and watching, and please be by my side and guide this ritual if it is your will. Okay, I'm ready.
Okay. Ogden is holding it up now. Close your eyes and concentrate on the goodness within you. He holds the diamond out in front of him and he starts chanting slowly under his breath.
I'm going to drink the potion of mind reading.
Okay, you drink the potion of mind reading?
Yes.
Okay. He's loudly,
Steal your
he's
soul.
holding his diamond forward and he's loudly speaking in a language I don't think any of you understand.
I'm going to scan his surface thoughts, what is most on his mind in that moment.
Okay. Currently at that moment, it sounds like a bunch of gibberish.
Okay.
What is he speaking?
As an action, if it's my turn again, I will shift. I will attempt to probe deeper into the same creature's mind.
Okay.
He makes a wisdom saving throw.
Against a DC of
13.
Okay. As you focus
Okay. I think, okay, all you get is the gibberish. So is this meant to be gibberish, or is this meant to be a language they just don't know? Because within you. You drink the potion. He's still in your soul. He's loudly speaking in a language I don't think any of you understand. I'm trying to even make sure I understand what he's saying correctly. Is he saying, like, when he says, I don't think any of you understand, is he saying, like, I am determining as the DM, it is a language none of you understand? Or is he saying, you might understand it, you might not? I don't know. I don't think so, though. Because that is very abnormal for Matt. Matt always asks, do you know blank? Right? Do you know abyssal? Do you know, I don't know, do you know draconic? I can't think of a time where he has ever said you just don't know the language. And when he has said it with like a, I don't mean a lack of confidence, but a lack of conviction, I guess, of like, I don't think any of you know it. That's a strange moment. I don't know. We'll see if any of the players clarify. I hope they do. Because I'd like to know if Matt is just trying to move forward within the ritual. This is the equivalent of like the villain talking over a player that interrupted his monologue. Or if it's just actual gibberish, which they should probably, Ogden might not know the language either. I could memorize a sentence in like Japanese and I still have no idea what I'm saying. Oh, absolutely, but someone that spoke Japanese would. So like, yeah, the way that Matt typically handles this is by asking, do any of you know blank? You know? So yeah, that's, I mean, it definitely supports the charlatan theory. All of this supports the charlatan theory, but it is a weird, like, little beat of inconsistency from Matt that I'm kind of like, whoa, what was that? Yeah. Like, if you can read a scientific article without understanding what the words mean, no, to be sure, I'm not even, like, questioning really whether or not Ogden thinks it's gibberish. But if it is an actual language, what if a member of Vox Machina speaks it? You know? Like, he's just saying it's gibberish, but he is not... Or he's saying it is a language, but it is also gibberish. But he hasn't said which language or asked if any of them know any particular language. So just a... And, you know, if that's the way you want to play it as a GM in your campaign in general, if you don't want to, you know, essentially give away to your players what any given language is, if you don't want to say, you know, like, I think a perfectly reasonable thing to say is, like, what languages do you all know? And then they list them out, and then you say, okay, it's none of those. If you don't want to reveal what the language is, but just saying, like, I don't think any of you know it is strange in general, but especially strange for Matt. I can't think of another time where he's done something similar. Also, he's not thinking internally, oh, I'm evil, but more like, I hope this works. I don't think this potion is really helpful. Maybe. I mean, I'm not even, I'm not sort of commenting on the potion. It's more of Matt's handling of the language. But the potion might be helpful. We'll have to see. I think there's an interesting sort of, and Matt's had a little bit of time to mentally prepare for it. They brought up the mind reading potion much earlier in the session. So Matt's had a little bit of time to think through what he might do if the mind reading potion came out. So hopefully he has some ideas. But I can imagine playing it off as like more of like, okay, this is his general focus. These are his general emotions. not getting too specific and also not, simultaneously not giving up the ghost. But I would, if I'm Matt, I would probably want to put a small clue in here. And honestly, the fact that he's thinking in the gibberish, I do think is a clue. Like, he's clearly having to focus on it really actively within his mind. It's not just something he's casually saying. Which, could have been implied, but...
Your attention, pushing in a deeper. All you get is the gibberish.
More gibberish.
Natural 17s.
Ah! Waste of $1,000.
You can't shift. You can't try the other gnome.
Yeah, the other gnomes.
I believe that breaks the spell.
That's what it says?
It says, if I probe deeper, he makes a wisdom saving throw. If it fails, no.
Yes.
If he succeeds, the spell ends. And he's aware I was probing.
As he's checking. He goes right back into concentrating again.
The plan failed.
What languages do you know?
I know,
Okay.
Sylvan, common, gnome, draconic, undercommon.
Okay, languages.
Common, celestial, elven.
Common, elven, celestial.
Hey, it's not a pre-watch, man. It's, but interesting. Yeah. I don't think Matt has ever done that. I don't think Matt's ever done that. But I'm not mad about it. If you want to introduce a language and you don't want them to even recognize what the language is, you either need to get a list of their languages beforehand and throw it on the back of your GM screen, or you have to ask them. I think those are the two ways to do it. And here we are.
Sylvan, Druidic, Primordial.
Okay.
Common, elven, and abyssal.
Okay.
Elvish, common, undercommon, abyssal, and draconic.
Okay.
Gnomish, common, undercommon, dwarvish.
Okay.
Come on.
Barely common.
I just had spoken giant. That's it.
Okay. Yeah, none of you know the language he's speaking. It just sounds like gibberish to you.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, and dwarf, because you're dwarf. As he begins chanting, the diamond begins to glow faintly, a greenish color. Just very, very on the inside, just ever so gently. He begins to chant louder and louder. As he does, the diamond flashes brighter and brighter green, and then eventually, the green coloration fades, and the diamond vanishes from his hand.
Another 1,000.
And he falls to his knees. Look. As he points forward towards Pike, you guys glance over and look at Pike, and you watch as on the ground around her, this black cloud-like mass begins to pour out of her legs and knees and swirl around her person. You, Pike, look around you as it begins to fill the space around you and begins to coalesce into this large cloud of
Wait a minute. He falls to his knees, look, and as he points forward, do you have to point at things you're doing minor illusion of? Is that part of the somatic components? I don't recall. You create... It doesn't say. It doesn't say that you do. What about, like, silent image or something? Does silent image involve pointing? I'm only thinking about it because of the opening of C4 when Azune like worked in pointing for message into the like somatic for a different spell, and I thought that was so cool. And now I'm seeing him point, and I'm like, Mans is pointing. No pointing in silent image. Okay. I don't know. I'm a few minutes behind, but I wonder if I've ever had a player as attentive as Mega. Noticing when Matt is slightly inconsistent with language, I'm cooked if my players notice that well. It's why I like DMing and not playing. But I will also say, when I do play, I honestly pay worse attention when I play. Also, it is much easier if you can go back and rewind and pause and think. That is also true. But a lot of times when I am playing, I'm thinking about what I need to do next and how I would react to things, and how the character that I am playing fits into everything that's going on. There's a lot more of like my brain space that is taken up that I can't use to notice and analyze. So I mean, yeah, because I'm even thinking about like the one shot that I was just playing in. I definitely notice, I think, maybe more than the average duck, but not nearly as bad as stream, or bad, I guess, good. Much, not as much as stream.
Look. As he points forward towards Pike, you guys glance over and look at Pike, and you watch as in the ground around her, this black cloud-like mass begins to pour out of her legs and knees and swirl around her person. You, Pike, look around you as it begins to fill the space around you and it begins to coalesce into this large cloud of darkness. It rumbles and gathers like a miniature thunderstorm, and you watch as the clouds begin to churn, forming dozens of screaming faces, all wailing in a discordant moan.
Oh, fuck. That don't look good. That's tall.
Roll initiative.
Oh my god, I totally thought he was gonna steal your soul and stick you in that diamond. I was like, when you said that, I was like, oh, this is a bad idea.
Fuck is that? Okay.
Alrighty. Who's at the top? We got 25 to 20.
21.
22.
20.
That's music.
Alrighty. 2015.
18.
18.
15.
15, Keyleth.
My plan was foolproof.
15 to 10.
You really should try that when he was speaking English.
10 to 5.
Comment.
5 to 1.
Oh, sorry, 8. Sorry. Pike fashion?
What is it, Terry?
3.
Yeah, why?
If it makes you feel better, I rolled a 1 use luck.
Speed.
And then got...
We're already there.
Personal, you're up first.
I didn't use luck.
Just because this thing's weird, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to hit it with a... I'm going to hit it with a sharpshooter with a where's my runs with a Delay. So I'm getting advantage on it and hitting with sharpshooter. And let's see what happens.
What if it's
with
good?
Animus?
You don't even know if it's a good guy.
Yeah.
How does he not do it? This is interesting. I don't know. I mean, I noticed the minor illusion on the rock gnome or the forest gnome stat block. I don't think this thing looks like a minor illusion. I'll be real with you. Like, that looks big and like... You'd think Larkin was there. That's maybe the last time where I was so... that was probably the last time that I was so clearly like, something is going on here, and I'm not really sure what. But it's not what I am being led to believe is going on. Because there's no way that thing is just a normal evil guy. Like, I don't believe it for a fucking moment. Honestly, because if it was a real curse monster, I think, and this is maybe a weird bar to hold this to, more for Ogden than for Matt, but I would have expected them to know the language, honestly. I would have expected them to at least be able to recognize the language. The fact that they couldn't leads me to strongly believe that it is just pure gibberish. And I kind of just would have expected something with a bit more to it. That was very mechanical. It was very like, he chants, it glows green, he chants more, it glows green more, he chants more, it disappears, boom, smoke monster. Like, even within Matt's descriptive sort of flavor framework, I would have expected the diamond shatters and the motes of individual diamond specks coalesce, being drawn and coating Pike before ripping into her skin, creating little pieces, orifices that slowly, dark, malevolent shadow seeps from with a pulsing sensation like the beating of her very heart. Pike, you feel blah, 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 blah. The fact that it was so just A to B really draws me away from the idea that this is a real, honest-to-God Matt ritual. So I don't know. Didn't Percy feel a cold nugget in his chest till Scanlan destroyed the gun and Orthax was disconnected from Percy? I think that is true. So there's, maybe there's something along those lines. Do you have any idea how much SGM has roasted you over that? Not by name, but we all know it's you. No! Really? I didn't have any idea. Oh my God. This fucking guy. I'm talking to him tomorrow. I'm gonna fucking tell him that y'all are keeping me up to date. I don't know what's going on here, man.
Is it surrounding Pike or is it just next to Pike?
It's like pseudo surrounding her right behind her, like it's kind of forming behind her and adjacent to her
That
body.
is like how Orthax formed.
30 to hit.
Okay, roll damage.
That's really similar to how Orthax
is made
formed.
of mysteries. Here we go. 1d10 plus 1d6. So that's
exciting.
Yeah, that's nice. So that's that's really good. 26 points of damage plus 6 points of psychic damage.
Nice.
And just because I'm irritated by this thing, I'm going to drop some Quel's Ruin into it.
Okay.
Let's just drop where's my pen? Here's my pen. 1, 2,
My pen.
Let's drop 5 points of Quel's Ruin into that. That's 5d6 if I recall.
5d6 against the hull damage. Got it.
So that's 3, 4, 5. 6, 9, the 10 points of lightning damage.
Damage? Okay, damage. Particular damage type resistance might be illuminating here.
Gotcha. So as you fire, this is with bad news or with your?
This is animus.
This is animus. Right? As you fire, you turn over, you look down, and watch the bolt just seems to pass through it, and then almost catch the edge of the rock here and splinter off, and doesn't seem to affect it directly at all.
No, the lightning and the psychic didn't do anything?
Nope. You watch the energy crackles and dissipates amongst the rock.
Wait, no damage with that?
Just
So illusion, right? So
Best you can tell. Doesn't seem to have affected it.
Oh, shit.
So it's an illusion,
I'm
right?
going to
Because that's not even like it bounced off of it. And it's psychic damage. If it was a mundane damage, absolutely. Lightning damage even, maybe. But psychic? What has immunity to all of those? And why would Matt describe immunity like that? I think it must be an illusion.
I don't know what to do.
You just shot at it. You didn't do anything?
I just shot at it. I'm going to attempt to hex it with a bonus action. Does it catch?
Okay. You go ahead and attempt to hex it. Do you focus on it? Nothing seems to hit.
Because I'm even thinking about the chain golem in hell. He talks like Matt narrates, the fucking chains like opening up a hole, and so it's like, oh, you pass right through it, you don't damage it at all. I'm trying to think if he's done that for ghost type things. Like I honestly can't remember how he narrated damage on Orthax or either of the ancestor ghosts in the Derolo tomb. Also, did Matt ever clarify if the Derolos that were in the ancestor ghosts that were in the Derolo tomb, did he ever say if the Briarwoods were the ones that raised those ghosts? Or was he just like, yep, Derolo crypts, they're haunted? totally unrelated to what's going on right now. I'm thinking about for my Shadowfell Feywild theories. And the whole Durolos might be Shadow Ashari, historically. Unclear, if I recall. Okay. I don't think he ever specified. I honestly wouldn't have expected him to specify, but I couldn't remember if he had. Interesting. We just learned that Mullane was into the undead? Yeah. I always assumed it was the Briarwoods. I also always assumed it was the Briarwoods. Until right now. Again, not because of anything that's happening right now, but because I'm just remembering that those existed. And we just got the additional information that, like, spirits of past Durolos have been seen in the castle, and that one of his ancestors was into the undead. Interesting. If the crypts are possibly all filled with restless dead. But all that is to say, I can't remember how Matt has narrated damage on incorporeal entities. So I can't quite tell if this is totally out of descriptive character. But those immunities would be insane. Unless it's like radiant only, I guess. If it's radiant only, sure. But that would be insane otherwise.
Including a hex?
The hex has no effect. You don't sense any connection with this creature. You don't see any smoke shadows surrounding it. The hex has no effect.
Maybe he's not there.
Maybe it's an illusion.
I feel like it's an illusion.
I'm going to, since I don't have much, I'm just going to, I've burnt a little bit, I'm just going to reload, hunter down, and watch what happens. Okay, I'm also going to watch the gnomes. All of them. Are any of them doing weird shit? That's what I'm going to use the rest of my turn to just look at the gnomes and see what they're doing.
Okay. Like right now, the two of them are just kind of like waiting off to the side, watching, kind of aghast, and you watch as Ogden is like slowly with his staff like backing up, hand out, kind of looking freaked out, backing into Tyrion right now. Like, look over and noticing his presence, and then focusing back on the horrible thing that's surrounding Pike right now, and he looks genuinely frightened. Is that your turn?
It's my turn.
Okay, Percival's done. Backs are up.
Before I decide
Wait a minute! He looks what?
Thing that's surrounding Pike right now, and he looks genuinely frightened.
Oh, that's so interesting. That's so interesting that he looks genuinely frightened, because everyone on the hallowed ground is immune to being frightened. So that's so interesting that Ogden looks a little scared. Because I don't think Pike said that out loud. That she was making everyone immune to frightened. So Ogden wouldn't have known.
Is that your turn?
It's my turn.
Okay, Percival's done. Vax, you're up.
Before I decide, what is the thing doing to Pike? What am I looking at?
It hasn't had its turn yet. You're watching, you're seeing this 12-foot tall, like swirling, almost slow-moving tornado of black cloud and smoke that is starting to form all these like horrible faces, going, forming this cacophony of sounds and screaming and moaning.
Okay, I'm going to click the boost.
Only people Pike chose, right? Or everyone? I think everyone. But he certainly would have, I mean, she would have chosen the gnomes. Of course. It is an interesting question, Jonathan Busby. I think this is a realistic question that is, you know, a bit of a rebuttal if your players called you out on this as the GM. As the GM, if I was Matt and one of my players said this to me, I could easily say to them, okay, well, yes, he doesn't have the frightened condition, but he is still just scared. It doesn't, you know, totally eliminate the concept of fear in general. And I'll be real with you, if I was saying that, it would be total horse shit, because this is a tell. I will argue and I will win my day in court, but I don't believe a fucking word of that shit. This is suspicious as fuck.
Of haste.
Okay.
I'm going to flip out the wings. And then I'm going to fly, not through, because I don't want to go by the thing, but around towards Keyleth and around towards Pike and grab Pike and fly her up next to Percival.
Fly up next to Percival?
Yeah.
Okay, so you try and pick her up. Make a strength check, because she is a very heavily armored, tiny little tank of a gnome.
17.
17. You do it, it slows your movement to half while you're carrying her.
Okay.
But you manage to pick her up. As you do so, you watch as the form sends this like pseudopod of a screaming face and an arm swinging out towards you.
Right.
That is a 17.
No.
You just pull her out of reach as it swings out in your direction. For the rest of your movement, you pull her just up to the edge of the rock there. You can set her down if you want. Oh, God. Say your turn.
That's the end.
Okay. That brings us to Grog.
We'll find out what this thing is. Get up close and personal. I would not to range.
All right.
And just charge right at the thing that was towering over my buddy Pike.
Right there, you come right beside him, and you can look up and see it now. It's like forming almost this wall of screaming faces at you, and a lot of them are watching this. Like all of them are facing Pike as she disappears, and all of a sudden, all at once, 100 faces go to you, and then...
Hold me. I'll swing at it. The first one, regular.
Okay.
28.
28 hits, go roll damage.
Let's see what this is. 24 points of damage.
24 points of damage. As you rush up angrily, you swing your axe with additional...
Necrotic 4.
All right, it's 28. All right, cool. You swing, and as your axe cleaves to the side of it, you watch as parts of it break open, sending chunks of it flying, and a creature seems to scream in pain from the impact.
Didn't what?
Nice. It screamed in pain from the impact.
Okay.
So the second one, can I make it? We don't know how hard this thing is. Can I do a great weapon master for the second one?
Sure.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Okay. I think I understand. This, because the part's breaking away, it seems to have damaged it. It's like, what? Okay, either it is immune to everything else they've done except for necrotic, I guess? The trick, if it's an illusion that is being actively puppeteered, it would, like, the Trickfoots have no idea what a bullet wound would look like, reasonably. And they would have very little idea of how to animate something like getting shot with a gun. And they would certainly not, they would just not be able to respond to something like a hex. That's just impossible if it's an illusion to, like, respond to. But a barbarian bringing up a big ol' axe, that is absolutely something that an illusion wielder can actively respond to. I'm seeing the line here. I wonder what type of illusion this is. Or if Matt's just playing it a little bit fast and loose, or if it's a custom spell, or... Because, like, if it's a silent image, you know, they can only animate it on their turn. Right, if we're sticking close to raw. Or if we're sticking to raw, right? Silent image, it's being manipulated during Ogden's turn, that's it. So... that sort of begs the question, is there a different spell that Matt just created? Are they all working together and Matt's just kind of allowing them to cast if they are adjacent in the initiative order? You know, doing this within initiative, illusions are complicated to utilize well in initiative because most illusions specify that their puppeteering and their changing is occurring during the caster's turn. So... for it to take, you know, any sort of consistent action, I think it would have to be custom. Or it would have to be a higher level than, frankly, I gave Ogden credit for. But any sort of, like, minor illusion, first or second level spell. There's either some, maybe, like, homebrew going on here or something happening. We've gotten sound, though, right? I mean, like I said, if it was anything custom, if the ritual... I mean, that diamond... At first, I thought that the Ogden was just going to steal the diamond, but that diamond could have legitimately been a material component for just a powerful piece of illusion magic. Whether or not that's an explicit spell, right? Major illusion is possible. That's true. I actually don't even know The text of major illusion. Or major image. I literally cannot think of what this spell does off the top of my head. 120 feet, spot you can see, concentration 10 minutes, visible phenomena. It seems completely real, including sounds, smells, temperatures. 3rd level illusion? I mean, a 5th level caster has access to that. It's not totally out of the realm of possibility. Let's see. Temperature. You can't create sufficient heat or cold to cause damage. A sound loud enough to deal thunder, etc. As long as you're within range, you can use your action to cause the image to move to any other spot within range. As the image changes locations, you can alter its appearance so that its movements appear natural. I guess there would be... I would also say that physical interaction reveals it to be an illusion. I would still say that this spell implies that it is static when you are not actively animating it, which you can only do on your turn. But there's plenty of ways that Matt could have been a little soft with it. I mean, he could have said, this is he could literally just say in his own head, this is an upgraded version of major image. It requires 1,000 GP diamond to cast, and if it is cast with that additional material component, it allows the caster to animate it in a realistic way off turn. Like that to me, 1,000 GP diamond, that seems 1,000,000% reasonable as a modification to something like major image. I just realized that you guys can't see this. I've been looking at this off screen. This is the text of major image. So that's possible. Now that is assuming, as Daniel just brought up, that is assuming that the diamond was consumed. Maybe there's also a form of ritual magic that we're doing here where, the 4 casters, say like, Ogden's the focal point, and then the 3 other ones channel a bit of magical energy, and they all need to be participating in order for this to work. There's plenty of ways I could justify this outside of the explicit text of any given spell, especially because the DMG is very explicit. The spells that we have text for are not the complete and exhaustive list of spells that exist within any D&D game. So the designers allowed explicit room for you to get a little bit creative and modify spells. And I could totally see that being what's happening here. In this case, I'd animate it on Grog's turn and argue that it's still raw because time is wobbly and that's how a real creature would work. I think you could argue that it makes sense. I don't think you could argue that it's rules as written. You could even possibly argue that it's rules as intended, that it's rye. But I think rules as written is pretty straightforwardly not in support of that interpretation. But, reasonable minds can disagree. There are more than one trick feat. Maybe one of them is focusing on sound-based illusions while the other while the main illusion is the shadow. Well, and that's what I thought might happen originally. Because, I saw that the forest gnome stat block, and it's like, okay, they all have minor illusion. If they're working together, some of them could manage the visuals, some the audios, some reactions. They could all kind of work together to animate this, and that could still be, in effect, what is kind of happening. Yeah. Interesting. But I really like the distinction between Percy's gun and Grog swinging his axe. I really hope that was on purpose, because that is such a cool hint. That's such a cool clue. if that was on purpose, of saying like of thinking to yourself as Matt, they would not know how to animate the damage from a gun because guns are not a common thing, but they would know how to animate it for an axe. If that's what happened, that's so cool. Good on Matt. That's so interesting. I like it a lot.
5.
Yeah.
That's gonna miss. Yeah, it's 18.
18. You hit, roll damage.
Oh, really? 18 hit? Okay. Shit. 12, 26, 30, 36 points of damage.
Do you have necrotic?
Nope. You swing with the second.
Sorry, I just blood axe. 39 points of damage. 30 points of damage.
Great weapon master, man.
Oh, no. That's why I wanted the blood axe back. Missed it.
Big swing with the second strike. This time you watch as some of the faces like implode at the impact, and you see a flash of dark matter just get strung out about 3 or 4 feet from it as you strike through, and there's a horrible screaming pain as it does so.
Okay, that's it. No bonus action.
Do you not have frenzied?
No.
Okay, then it's Grog's turn. It is now the creature's turn. It's going to moving upwards and trying to catch up with Pike.
Oh, shit.
But because of the nature of the hallowed ground, it gets that far and stops and is held in place.
Oh,
Do I get opportunity?
You do. Go to 1 10.
Can I make it reckless?
Actually, I think reckless is again the first attack of your round.
Okay, that's fair enough.
Yeah.
Shit, I picked it up. I think it was a 7, so 23.
There you go.
Okay. That's a 12 again. 26.
26. All right. With it being bound by that movement, it moves in and makes its way towards Ogden. Ogden, who's like back up against you at this point, Tyrion. Kind of, you watch as the spectacles grow dark. You push forward as it swings forward. You see 2 of the mouths. Reach out to attempt 2. That's a 3. Both snapping the old gnome as would have been bit, except for you push him forward, and he kind of like catches himself, and both of them miss him by about an inch. And he turns around, glancing at it, still having his hand forward, like no, as he's clutching his staff to the side to keep his standing. That finishes the creature's turn. Vex, you're up.
Okay. What is JB doing?
JB is over here by Trinket and is currently like seeing this whole thing occur and is about to go ahead. It's not her turn yet. She's gonna probably looks like she's heading that direction, dark behind the rock.
Okay. Trinket's gonna go run at. I'm in a hunter's market if I can.
As you concentrate, Hunter's Mark
Doesn't do
finds
anything.
no purchase in the creature.
Fucker. Wow. All right. Trinket runs up. I have a feeling this is. And he is going to. I don't know. Do I get 1 attack and Trinket gets 1 attack? Is that how it can work? Or he only gets a bonus attack if I take an attack?
You either give Trinket the full round of attacks and you get 1 attack as a bonus action, or you get 2 attacks and then Trinket gets a bonus action attack.
Okay. And I already tried to hunter's mark him.
You did as a bonus action.
So I'm gonna have Trinket attack him down there.
Okay, so 2 attacks from Trinket.
Yeah.
Go for it.
Come on, Trey. Boom.
Ooh. Okay. One is a 25, and the other one is a 19.
Both hit. Don't roll damage.
Dude, speaking of fucking spell text that I do not know, D&D 5e Hollow. I could have been fully convinced that Hollow was a made-up spell. Wow, actually surprisingly similar to the Find Familiar materials. That's weird. All right, whatever. You touch a point. First, Celestials, Elementals, Fiends can't enter the area, nor can such a creature, charm finder, possess such creature, any creature, charm finder, possessed by such a creature. So, okay. Second paragraph, any creature charmed, frightened, or possessed by such a creature, as in Fey Fiends Undead, is no longer charmed, frightened, or possessed upon entering the area. I guess the rationale would be that she hadn't been possessed yet, but she still had the underlying blood curse. And so that's why the Hollow didn't work to get it out by itself. You could be possessed by a different creature type. I mean, I'm trying to think of what other creature type that could be. Abomination? Like Fey, Fiend, Undead, Elemental, Celestial. That pretty much covers most of what I would think this thing could be. It's certainly possible, but that even if this was from Arathis, I would think it would be a Celestial. Yeah. I mean, also just a cool scene. Why allow this spell to ruin your fun exorcism encounter? You know, I might agree with you, Delphi. I might agree with you. Except for the fact that Ogden, a la Matthew Mercer, told them that they had to cast this spell. It's not a question of allowing it to ruin the encounter. If you don't want it there, there's an easy solution. You just never ask for it in the first place. I think it is immensely unlikely that they would have chosen to cast Hallow if Matt, a la Ogden, had not explicitly told them that they needed to. So, you know, why let it ruin your fun encounter? Because you asked for it to. But maybe that was on purpose. Maybe that was on purpose. You can bind an extra effect, etc. Etc., 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 etc. Courage. Interesting. You can exclude one or more of those types of creatures from this effect. Some of the creatures, yeah, it's interesting. Matt is almost using this like a, you can designate whether this applies to all creatures, divinity or leader. It's interesting. And again, I'd love to know how much of this is on purpose and how much of this is kind of just lucky shit that happens. When you're, you know, embodying the charlatan energy. But what is happening right now sounds much more like a magic circle. This is a totally separate spell that also exists, and I happen to know about it because it's on the Warlock spell list. All right? It's not restricted to freaking stupid god boys, all right? So I know about this spell, and I actually know what it does, and what it does is it can explicitly trap creatures of the type that are mentioned. So that's really interesting to me because of exactly what I was talking about with Ogden feeling like someone that has heard a lot about magic, but has zero firsthand experience. He might have heard or even witnessed a casting of a magic circle and just kind of assumed that Hollow works the same way or a similar way for, you know, more god stuff. And I love to imagine that that is the case. I love to imagine that Ogden just thinks all magic is kind of the same. It's like someone who's like first learning how to program and is like, well, basically every language does like basically all of the, you know, all the languages are basically the same. It's just like preference differences between the coding languages. That's the energy that this gives me of like, well, he knows that Pike's a cleric and, you know, has Hollow, and Hollow's a much more, you know, it feels more powerful. So it's gonna, you know, help bolster like, ooh, things are really dangerous. And he's like, it probably works similar enough to Magic Circle that now, while he's animating the Shadow Demon, he treats it as if it's in a magic circle, even though it's not. And if he truly was, you know, having it behave like as if it was in a Hollow spell, none of this would work in the first place, but he doesn't know that. I hope that's what's going on. I think that would be super cool. I'm not like that into this entire sequence, you know, holistically, but I really like this idea of Ogden that I've built up in my head. So there's that. I sometimes disagree with Mega's stance on consistency, but this is the sequence to do it religiously. When you want your players to look for clues, you need things to be grokkable. Yes. And I will say, I'm my default kind of the types of story that I fall back on are political intrigue. So I think there's certainly a case to be made that I value consistency so much because it is at its most useful in the types of stories I tend to fall back on. I think there's a really solid case that you could make there. Because this is absolutely the type of scenario where consistency is incredibly valuable. Yeah. Maybe this was the rare Matt not reading the full spell. It could be. I mean, there's always that sort of option, but I'm gonna choose to believe the cooler option for me. Stupid God Boys is possibly the most warlock thing Mega's ever said. Why would I ever be a cleric when I have this much more fun option over here?
Yeah. Oh, that's not as very good.
9 for his bite.
Nice.
And then his claw. Oh, come on, Trinket. 11 for his claws.
20 points of damage from Trinket, not bad. Trinket rushes out and bites into the smoky faces and pulls back, and you watch as some of the shadow gets yanked with the teeth and then disperses and then vanishes in the air, and then turns around, big raking claw, and part of its midsection kind of shifts with the impact and has to reform.
For sure.
You gonna stay where you are?
I'm gonna stay where I am, and I want to keep eyes on. Ooh, I wonder if you could be in the circle to do damage. Fuck.
Oh.
No.
That's interesting.
What Groggy was.
Yeah, and Trinket was.
I'm gonna stay out. I'm gonna.
Okay. I don't think that is the case, but I also don't think this is a real combat. But that is a fun combat puzzle idea. That's a very fun idea for a combat puzzle. And credit to Matt in the construction of this. I think they're thinking about this not combat more than, I'm going to go with 70% of the combats that they encounter typically. Maybe that's a little bit disingenuous. Maybe it's closer to 50. I'd say half. But they're thinking about this at a deeper level. They're thinking about the positioning on a map that is, I mean, basically just a couple of rocks thrown on a piece of paper. And whatever is going on here, kudos to Matt for constructing something that is actually making them think a little bit. I like that.
Keep eyes on JB and see what she's doing.
Okay, that finishes your turn?
Yeah.
Alrighty. Keyleth, you're up.
Am I in the circle of what I know?
You are just moved 5 feet further into within the sulfur and water line.
Okay, kind of hearing Vex figure this out, I'm going to step forward just a little bit into the sulfur line.
Okay,
and then I'm going to cast Moonbeam right over top of him at 4th level.
Okay.
And see what happens. Moonbeam. Cool. So a shape changer makes its saving throw with disadvantage, and if it fails, it instantly reverts to its original form. If it's a shape changer, but I don't really know. I'm just guessing.
Okay, 5 foot radius.
Fair enough.
You can, it basically encompasses the whole size of the creature. So you watch as the middle of the sky, the full moon that's partially almost at its zenith, you watch as almost a secondary moon appears next to it for a moment, and a single column of bright moon hits the ground.
Kind of harnessing the moon, Yeah, moon goddess shit. Yeah.
And it's illuminating the creature from the inside. And where the smoke is, you can now see there are portions of it kind of burning on the inside, like there's small holes being dug through it as the beam continues to focus on it. You can still move the rest of your movement, or you want to stay where you are?
I'll kind of shift towards the front of the column, so I have the column behind my back.
Right there?
Is it a real column?
Leap over some of the leftover sacks and offerings there and put your back against the column.
Against the column, yeah.
All right, perfect. That brings us to the gnomes' turns. Now, these guys, you watch as Johan and Aster just move behind.
What damage does Moonbeam do? I'm having to look up so many spells, which, again, credit to him. Something is... okay, very explicit credit to Matt. He did it really early on. He established that there is some sort of custom thing going on here. Like the fact that Hex can't take hold, Hunter's Mark, the bullets don't have any effect. something is happening that is outside of a standard combat, right? This is beyond just normal damage immunities. But credit to him, it's making me look up like all of the text of these spells. Because I'm like, okay, well, what damage type do they do? And do they have this other effect? And might that be a thing? And let's see. Causing searing pain, 2d10, radiant damage. And I'm sure that both Trinket and Grog did slashing, and Grog did necrotic. So maybe this thing is just immune to psychic, lightning, and piercing? I mean, that's not the craziest. If it's vulnerable to the 2 godly damage types with like radiant and necrotic, if it doesn't have immunity to those, and it is not immune to slashing and possibly bludgeoning, as this demonic mist spirit, I can make that work in my head. I can imagine that slashing and bludgeoning just disperse the mist and its form more than piercing damage would, and thereby they can do damage via that dispersal. And then the godly damage types, you know, for some reason it's immune to the elemental and like other damage types, but it's not immune to the godly ones. I can construct a theoretical creature that exists that has that immunity spread. It's still fucking weird though, so I don't know that I trust it. I don't know. Mega's making this my favorite combat. It's in my top half. I'll say that right now. There's definitely, I like that I like that there's both stuff going on and I don't know what it is. I like that it's super unclear what's going on, but that something definitely is, and I'm not confused on whether or not something is going on. I'm very confident something's going on, but I like that I don't know what it is. That's cool. This is cool. This is cooler than, honestly, a lot of the stuff leading up to it. Yeah. 4th level should have some sort of damage and halved if he succeeded. I believe so. Yeah, halved if he succeeded. Which they did describe little bits of him burning up, so... yeah. By that logic, blunt should be the best. Blunt, I mean, yeah. We'll see. Bludgeoning. Oh, yeah, bludgeoning. Yeah. And there aren't enough things that punish magic. I'm all for immune or resistant to magic, but takes normal physical. You know, and with like a misty, you know, smoke type thing, I could get on board with that. I will be surprised if that is what is going on, but I am progressively opening up to the idea that the gnomes are totally straight, that they are totally like on the up and up, and that this is really a smoke monster that Pickle had inside of her. Man, that just doesn't seem likely, but maybe it is.
Side of the rock, kind of, they're too entranced to look away, but you guys seem to have his hand, so they're watching from the side. You watch as Ogden begins to, oh god, he hobbles back behind you, Terry, and he goes like, excuse me, and kind of pushes alongside you to move behind the rock here.
I get an attack of opportunity.
The creature does that. And just misses over the top of his head. The gnome size is too small, and it keeps just like missing him by a foot. And he back to going, holding onto his staff. That ends his turn, and you watch as JB rushes over behind this rock here and starts shouting up, Ogden, are you okay? That's gonna end her turn. Pike, you're up.
Okay, am I able to get back into the circle? How far am I?
You can, yes.
All right.
I'll ask you to make an acrobatics check, because you're having to leap down from these large, like, 5-foot stone drops.
Okay. Come on, Gil. Don't fuck me, Gil. You fuck me, Gil. 4.
Oh no.
So you leap down to this one, leap down to there, and as you hit the ground, it's just too much height with all the heavy armor and all the chaos going on, that when your foot hits the rock, it sprains your ankle for a second, it kind of folds to the side, and you fall down to one knee. I'll say, with that, that's gonna be center of your movement, it's gonna get you right there. You're not in the circle currently.
All right. Then I will cast Spirit Guardians.
Okay.
Into the circle.
Okay.
And I will have them attack.
Okay. Guardians here.
Spiritual weapons?
I know, right? I think she's in Spirit Creates one at a time.
Okay, so you're designating them as the creature that their speed is halved. When the creature enters the area or starts to turn there, it has to make a wisdom save to take the damage, right? That's how it works. Okay. So that ends your turn, Pike, as you cast the spell. There you watch as a series of small, ghostly energy.
Wait, am I crazy? Is Spirit Guardians a choose a point like AoE? I thought it was just centered on you. I thought she does spiritual weapon all the time. What is this? They flit around you to a distance of 15. Okay, yeah. I think, yeah. Self 15-foot raise. Okay, they're getting it wrong. That's fine. Oh, and both of them got it wrong. That's fine. It is centered on you. Yeah. What are you gonna do? Sometimes you read the spell wrong. The most busted spell in BG3. The most busted spell in BG3. Yeah. Yeah. I'm trying to imagine if Spirit Guardians was an AoE spell that you had to move, like call lightning. Would that make it better or worse? I think that would make it worse. I think it's better. I think actually, what am I talking about? It's way better that it follows your movement. Anyways.
Divine focused creatures kind of appear on the horizon of the circle, all looming towards this dark entity. That ends your turn, Pike?
Yes.
Alrighty. Tyrion.
Oh god. Alright. I whip out my string of beads. And I pull off a bead. And I will throw it down at the creature's feet, just behind it, if possible, so that it and only it is in the cube of 10 feet.
Okay, let's see here.
Where does he get all these wonderful toys?
Money.
Lots of money.
Okay. The bead hits the ground and detonates, and you watch as a flash of arcane energy in the sphere. As it encompasses, it doesn't seem to affect the creature.
So there's just a big spherical ball there with nothing inside of it, or is the creature look like it's inside of it?
It looks like it's like part way in and part way out and unaffected by the bead.
Holy shit!
You're just losing money left and right.
Oh man.
This is an expensive trip. Well then, I will do the heroic thing. As my bonus action, click my boots of speed and run. Just sort of run behind that rock with the gnomes and try to position Dodie in between me and the beast.
Move Dodie forward?
Just in between us, not forward, just in a guarding position.
Okay, there you go. So you're just Terry.
Yeah.
All right, so that's all Dodie does. Is just
he can't do a separate attack, can he? No.
Yeah, he can.
Oh, he can?
He acts entirely different than you.
Oh, geez, I'm not used to having these things. Then yes, I'll just have him take a swing at a bash.
You can make a bash and a headbutt.
He can make 2 attacks?
Yeah, it's
this guy's awesome.
Wait, he gets a full action and his companion animal gets to attack?
Yep.
Motherfucker.
We're friends.
Also, how helpful has Tyrion been in comparison to Vex in the past?
Very, I would say.
Well, Terry or Dodie.
Both.
All right, Dodie's gonna make 2 attacks then.
Go for it.
Bash and a headbutt. What do? I roll something. I roll a natural 20 on bash.
Dodie got a natural 20.
Yeah. That is 9 points of damage.
Awesome.
And then going in for the headbutt. 1.
So, Dodie swings forward, fist goes through, you watch the creature, and then as it's kind of recoiling, leans forward and whack, gives a big old hefty, rune-covered Dodie headbutt at the creature, and it seems impacted by it. Dodie, not in the circle.
Oh.
Really? Dodie's not in the circle.
Dodie just outside of the circle.
But still cause damage?
Apparently.
What is this magic?
What was the beat thing?
But he's okay.
I think for a group that is maybe not as used to, like, kind of custom combat tricks or mechanics, highlighting that there for them, I think was very nice, especially since they have already brought up this idea and you are just adding a little bit of a point of evidence that they might not have otherwise. I think if you really wanted to take this a bit to the next level, although, you as Matt can't predict that this is going to be one of their theories, you could have had something to mark out the circle on the actual play area. But especially because the circle is in Theater of the Mind and they have a theory specifically about the circle. Good on Matt for making it clear of like, yep, he was outside. And they're like, what? And it's like, yep. Solid. That isn't something you want to tell them 3 turns later. That I think it's good to interject with it now. I love Matt's response of, apparently. I know. Apparently? Who knows?
Darian's turn. Percy.
I'm watching all this and highly confused. I'm going to turn on my boots.
Okay.
And I'm going to run down towards the creature, and I'm going to attack it with my silver lace sword and see what happens.
Okay, you rush forward to this side. You come up to it with your silver rapier.
Yep. And I'm taking a swing.
Do it.
Come on, buddy.
No, it's okay. This is because it's pretty good. 17.
17. That hits. Go to damage.
Oh, wow. So it's
Was it piercing?
Let's see.
Slashing damage?
And even they're starting to think about the damage types. Look at
You have to
that.
be just close to it. Like you have to hit it with your fists.
8 points of damage.
All right.
Melee.
You watch as you go and stab with the rapier. As you do it, it retracts, and you see parts of it kind of carve open from the impact.
I'm going to take another stab.
Oh.
It's a 24.
24 that hits.
I'm also going to, out of curiosity, run D6 worth of Cabal's Ruin through it, just to see what happens. So that's...
I mean, just straight up magical immunity could be interesting. I would love if there were creatures with magical immunities in the same way that there are magical resistances, even in the same way that there are creatures with non-magical resistances. Interesting. Since Ogden is hiding, he can also only animate attacks he can see, assuming his vision's obscured. Yeah, unless this is a collective effort on the part of all the Trickfoots. I'm not certain whether or not whatever is going on is entirely Ogden's doing, or if the other Trickfoots are collaborators lending energy, or if they can also serve as sort of operators. I don't know. Interesting.
Wow, I believe. That's 14 points of piercing damage and 2 points of electrical damage.
Okay, cool. As you stab through with the sword, electrical energy bursting through, you stab through a second time, watch as it carves a big hole in the side of its smoky physicality, and it kind of shrieks in pain and recoils. Now some of the faces turning towards you, noticing the impact.
The shock definitely did a thing.
The impact did, yeah. You watch the weapon hit, and you watch the shock burst off, and the creature reacted to it.
Okay, just for fun, I'm taking a third hit. I'm going to take a third shot at him. And burn. Yep, no, a third slice, and I'm going to...
Definitely a way to keep it vague. Because Percy said the electricity definitely did something, and Matt said the impact did.
Add, just for fun, let's do 1, 2, 3, let's do 4 more points of Cabal and see what happens. So...
Third strike, you swing through heavily, and you watch. How much damage is that?
That's 15 points of piercing damage.
15 points of piercing damage.
7, 8, 9. And 13 points of electrical.
Nice. Okay. You swing with one wide arc. As you do, it leaves this large spray of electrical energy that kind of like is left behind in pulses after the blade has already passed through. It's almost like a lagging slow-mo burst of electrical energy behind the blade as it swings. As it does, you watch as the smoke kind of dissipates and retracts from the impact, screaming in small faces. You see turn in black mist from where the blade passed through.
Yeah, and I'll take 3 more hits really quick on the burn action surge. Just
okay, go for it.
Just going for it. I'll roll them all at once.
Okay.
So that's... Yeah, that all hits. It's 11, a 13, and a 17. They all hit. So that's...
so roll damage 3 times?
That's 11 points.
11.
13 points.
13.
And 10 points.
10 points. In a series of Zorro-type slashes, you just carve through it, and you watch as it's starting to break apart and dissipate. The screams went from aggressive to now... It was like deep sucking inhale. It looks like it's starting to look pretty rough.
This is very therapeutic.
Ends your turn? All right, Vax, you're up.
Right, I'm going to shoot up into a small little loop-de-loop and then slam down right next to Percival, right against it, so that I'm in a flanking position opposite Dodie.
Go for it.
And then dagger, dagger, dagger with a little bit of smite.
Alrighty.
So,
with a little bit of smite.
first one is 33.
That hits.
Second one is...
But, okay. So it's not immune to piercing damage. Dodie was outside of the ring, and so when Percy shot it earlier, it should have heard it. It should have reacted. Dodie was outside the ring. Piercing damage works. Unless we're going to say that piercing damage only works inside the ring. I don't think it's that complicated. I think it is about what the puppeteers of this thing can physically see. That's the only I can't conjure a stat block in my head that is not stupidly complicated that fits all of the behavior we've seen so far.
Is a natural 20. Third one is a 30.
All right, all 3 hits. Second one's a crit.
Yep.
So sneak attack for the first hit.
Right. Okay, here we go. Okay, 1, and this is smite on this. What is this? 7. Can I put the smite on any attack I want?
No, but Dodie was outside the ring, so the ring doesn't matter.
Oh, great. I'm going to pump a smite into it. Oops.
24, 27.
Double crit.
27, 33 plus the psychic damage. 33 plus 41. Damage 41. 48 for the first hit.
For the first hit. Shit.
Rogues. Second attack, 4 plus 1 is 5. Plus the psychic damage. Is he a fiend? Does he get anything extra from this?
No.
Okay. 5, so he's 13. 15, 14, so 28. 29 for the second hit.
Do you double it because it's a crit?
I did.
Yeah, okay, 29.
Oh, wait.
Third hit.
I didn't.
Did you put the smite on?
Hold on. 4.
It's 8.
4 plus, there's no bonus, so it's 4 plus, and I got an 8 and a 2, right? It was an 8 and a 2?
Yeah.
So 18 times 2 is 46.
Yeah, that
plus
gives me
1.
28. Double it's to 28.
Okay.
Plus 1, 29.
29, that's what I said.
Okay, so you got it.
And then one little itty bitty.
Little poke on the side.
For 4 points.
4 points already. As you rush and stab it in the back as the blade hits and flashes, with just the blast of the creature, when you carve down, it feels like you're cutting through a cloud, through air, but you watch it separate around as the blade carves down. You come back with the second swipe, this time hitting directly. There's a flash of divine energy as the burst goes off. You watch the creature get the impact and separate slowly afterward. The hit, like the cloud's being pushed back by a slow motion blast of the divine energy pulls through. Third strike, you swing past and you see it catch the edge of the side. Reacts to it slowly, but it seems to be having an effect.
Feathers.
Rest of the gun. Okay, Rog, you're up.
Frenzied, rage, reckless, great weapon master, all upon him.
All right, go for it.
All right.
What's the plan?
Yeah. That's 30, 35 to hit.
That's your plan, huh? Get her.
No, 30 to hit.
That hits.
Yes. 3 plus 7.
This will end well.
11.
Do the thing, Rob.
28 on the first one? No, 38 on the first one.
38 on the first one.
11, 27,
That hits.
minus 5. Okay.
Yeah, 22, that hits.
10, 24, 34, 38. 4 points in necrotic. 38.
Okay.
Third one.
Third hit.
14, 30 minus 5, 25. 10, 24, 26, 36.
Was that 4 hits?
It's 3
North
hits,
of 25?
and that's over 100 damage one round.
Wow.
That would have just straight killed me.
As you sweep up and make 3 giant axe blows, you watch as each cleave is carving a line through this creature, and as you hit with each axe blow, you watch as different faces begin to disappear in the smoke. It's almost like with each blow, it's beginning to lose physicality in the world and it's beginning to shrink in size. It's still wailing and screaming in your face, but the impacts are making an effect.
Nice.
As you turn, Grog, the creature is now going to go ahead and swing in a wide circle in its desperation. It's going to go ahead and cause this, like...
Top of its turn?
Top of its turn, yeah.
Takes 40
Well, let's make that a save.
damage.
All right, so what it does is the moonbeam hits down on it, and you watch as it seems to not really react to it. Like it burns a little bit. You see some kind of sparkling white energy, but it's not reacting directly from it at the moment. It seems to be like generally trying to avoid it, but it's not seemingly taking any damage from it. Now it's going to go ahead and do a big sweeping strike to try and hit everything around it. You watch as these pseudopods begin to spin like a buzzsaw in the vicinity. What's your AC, Grog?
Advantage against me, too.
Yeah, that's right.
17 is my AC.
Misses you. It's Trinket.
With advantage, it misses me?
Yeah. What's Trinket's AC?
Oh,
Does it miss Trinket as well?
21.
21 misses. Against Vax, that's a natural 1. And against Percy, that is a... What's your AC?
18.
It misses.
What?
Oh, it's Dodie as well. Dodie... What's Dodie's AC?
12.
Misses.
All right. All right, okay. All right. Okay. All right. All right. Look, this is feedback to Ogden, not Matt. My man, if you want this to be believable, give it less attacks. If you want this to go well for you, you need to make it not miss so many times in a row. Now, obviously, you can't make it hit because it can't hit. So spread them out a little bit, make it feel more realistic. Yeah, what an incredible series. That's so interesting. Look at how interested they all are in that series of bad rolls.
It spins around and manages to just have no effect on any of you. Move out of the way, dodge, it misses you. It just passes right through Dodie with no effect. That brings us now to Vex's turn.
Also, just said it straight up. Passes straight through Dodie with no effect.
Like the worst creature that's ever existed.
Is it safe to, like, over my earpiece, say, like...
Wait till your turn.
Oh, sorry.
Machine Vex.
Got confused.
Does it? I mean, if I'm looking at that creature, does it look like an illusion? Does it look like something we've seen before? Or does it look like it's really there?
You can make an investigation check to see. You might have to go a little closer.
I'll come down closer.
Make an investigation check.
I'll have Trinket attack for my bonus, but I want to just.
Trinket has to attack as part of your attack action. Wait,
Trinket gets my bonus.
I know, I changed that. How it used to be. So yes, you can do that.
Okay. So I can't have him attack and then
You can't
watch
have him
it.
attack and then watch it.
I want to watch while he's attacking and see,
Okay.
and like make an investigation.
Okay, have Trinket go ahead and attack.
Well, you're up.
Yeah. I want to watch. Ooh, that's a good one. 27.
That hits, gonna roll damage.
Okay. 12.
12. Is it a bite or a claw?
That was a bite.
Trinket reaches out and bites and like snatches through and he watches the black smoke and dissipates in the area and screams again in his face. He pulls back.
Little small thing, asking if it's a bite or a claw. Great way to continue implying that damage type might have anything to do with anything. That almost got me. I almost went down the the damage type hole. I don't think it has anything to do with anything. I don't think it has shit to do with shit. Clever boy.
Using action to investigate?
Yeah.
Roll an investigation check.
24.
What is happening? Oh, let me get
It's gotta be, bro.
Don't, no.
Do it, Travis.
Travis Willingham, you're gonna get in big trouble.
Right?
Travis Willingham.
Draw dick butts all over it.
All right.
It's a ghost.
That's in your turn, right?
That's the end of my turn. I moved. That was my full movement to get up.
No,
there.
you can move as well.
I want to
time.
move.
Dead the
I
whole
want to
time.
move over, back towards the edge of that rock towards me. I mean, this way.
This way?
Sorry.
This way.
We have yes.
Okay.
Closer to the gnomes.
This is
yeah.
Okay. Since I left my...
Holy shit. For the first time so far, I realized that there are small little whispers in the backing track music that they're using, and it's like only in my left ear. That was disconcerting for a moment.
Imagine you're flying to this one. I left my pillars at 4th grade, so I'm gonna have those back.
Oh, am I flying?
My favorite.
I figured you were, since you usually are, unless you don't want
No,
to.
no, I'm not flying right now.
Okay, then you're back by the note.
Yeah.
All right, cool. That ends Vex's turn.
And can I say anything over my head,
Yeah,
over my earring? Without the gnomes hearing me, I want to go, it's not real. It's not real. They're fucking us.
Gnomes?
Okay.
And there we go. And there we go. Oh, man. This sucks. This sucks because the combat was cool. I think Matt handled it decently. Maybe the lead up was a little bit stilted, but that's okay. The actual combat itself was fun, and there's gonna be an asterisk on this one. I'm happy with where I got, and it's very cool, and that helps soften the blow. But I could have had that, man. That's cool though. That's a cool. The illusion was cool, and the animating it throughout was cool. You believed the Trickfoots, don't you feel so? They almost got me. I will say I believed them way less until the combat started. And once the combat was like fully underway, they almost started to get me. They almost got there. Oh, they didn't fully get me. I didn't know. Oh, you got this another asterisk. I'll take it. Do you know what does continue? Matt continues to experiment when stakes are lowish. This is true. This is true. Matt continues to experiment. Yeah. I have a lot of mixed feeling on this in general. The combat is pretty cool. I just wish it started sooner. Yeah, I'd say I have mixed feelings on this whole deal. But this is neat. This combat was neat. Yeah. Yeah, there's I'm trying to think. I don't know what I'm trying to think about. Oh, I saw a comment earlier. Where was it? Oh yeah. In Daggerheart, this sort of thing isn't possible since there's only 2 types of damage. I'm kind of sad about that. I think that's fair. And I think that this is a really good example of what you are able to do in a more gritty system. In a system that is more rules heavy, more gritty. I think in general there's been a move, very fairly so, I will add, towards more rules light systems by a larger contingent of people. I think given where D&D started, it has more wargaming roots. There's always been a contingent of rules heavier players that play fucking Warhammer or Pathfinder's a skosh bit rules heavier, but not much. But there are some people that are always going to play in those more rules heavy systems and always have. And I think now we're getting more people that are more migrating over to rules light. But that sort of migration has come with, I think, a lot of discourse about what is, I won't say wrong, but like the downsides of crunch and crunchier systems and more rules heavy systems in order to pitch rules light in comparison. And I think that's been very fair. But this is a good example of the sorts of things you can accomplish when there are more rules and when there are more mechanics and details and everything's a bit more granular, right? The more of that sort of stuff you have at your disposal as a DM designing a combat or designing an encounter in general, the more things you can do that are like explicit puzzles where you can feel confident that the players will be able to experiment and come to a direct answer purely via the mechanics. There is no real way for them to, like, they can have their little clue board where they like check off, okay, I've got the fucking, I saw that room, I saw that person, I saw that weapon, right? They can do that same thing here with damage types, right? They can do that same thing with damage types in a way that you can't in Daggerheart. But, Rules Light has all of the advantages that many hours of digital ink has been spilled on. But yeah, this is a very good example. And the sort of thing that I think, if you're doing D&D, you should take advantage of. If you come up with a sort of baseline conceit, you can allow the mechanics of D&D to handle the rest for you. Like, exploration puzzles are hard because you have to consider the entire, decision space. You have to consider a lot of flexibility, and you have to kind of build all of that sort of all holistically. It all has to come from you. There's very little in D&D that's going to help you with that. Combat's different. If you think of a cool idea of they are going to cast this illusion and they're going to, try to pretend that it is real, there are mechanics aplenty to help you accomplish that, right? You can, and same thing with a thing that is very weirdly resistant or something that gains resistances depending on where it is on the battlefield, right? You don't have to determine when is it going to transition, when is it going to do this, when is it going to do that. There are movement mechanics, there's spatial inclusion mechanics, damage types. So it's a great example of the types of things you can pull off. And yeah. No asterisk, you nailed it. Well, thank you. but I'm not going to be able to feel as good about it because I feel like I have tainted it. Because who knows what I saw on the, and I just like tried to forget about, but it's still in there subconsciously. Mad. But I will take it for what it's worth. But sad you were disappointed. You called it so early. I'm not disappointed, to be clear. I'm not disappointed. I'm sorry. I'm not disappointed in like what happened in the fiction. I am disappointed with myself because I will never know now if I could have gotten it otherwise. I don't have that proof to myself, even if I can reasonably argue that I could have. I can reasonably argue anything. We saw that earlier with whatever the fuck it was. It wasn't the spell scroll thing. Earlier in the combat, there was something that I could argue that I don't believe for a fucking moment. Did I miss a chat spoiler? No, I'm talking about the spoiler that I got myself. You didn't miss anything. I don't know. It shapes my mindset. Who knows if I would have gotten there otherwise? I don't know. This is why I say like I don't do it because it stresses me out and I don't get as satisfied. It's also why like when me and Paige are reading books, I know that last week's Wiki Peek. I don't know if John watched last stream. So you might not know. For anyone who doesn't know, I looked up Pike's age on the wiki. I did a very minor spoiler, and I tried not to look at anything else, and I closed it out very quickly. But now it has asterisked all of the Trickfoot encounter for me. So, but I don't know. I forgot about the peak, but I'm not sure how age spoils things. I don't know. It shapes my thought process. It just doesn't feel as good. Like, there are so many times where I've just been chomping at the bit. And I was now, but it just doesn't feel as good. But what are you gonna do? This sort of puzzle is also good because they do have a way to gather data. For a lot of puzzles, it's not obvious how to get new data. Yeah! I like this. I liked this combat a lot. It was so interesting seeing the journey of you being so on board when they first arrived to hearing the story and doubting to almost coming back around during this combat. My opinion on what has been going, or my theories on what has been going on have been all over the place, man. Which it's also, this entire sequence is very difficult to rate, at least compared to non-Ashley oriented sequences, just because of the blind spot of it all. So the parts that I didn't like of this whole Trickfoot series, and we'll see how it resolves. I'll obviously have a separate opinion on that. But this entire Trickfoot sequence, a lot of the things that I didn't like, I can pretty easily chalk up and attribute to the blind spot of it all. Of, the pacing's a little awkward. Well, yeah, like, they've got some meta constraints with when Ashley can be here and when she has to leave. And as a GM, it's not just that, you know that you only have Ashley for 2 or 3 weeks. It's that you have to now design the quest in such a way to where not only is it definitely not going to take longer than 1 or 2 weeks? 1 or 2 sessions in game. You also have to design it in such a way to where it can't possibly take that long. When it's such a character-specific quest line. You don't want her to leave right before the resolution. So you can't just design it to be, she's going to be here for 2 sessions. I'll design it to take 2 sessions. You have to design it to take probably half of that just to account for any funny business that goes on. Which is tough. That's going to put some extra constraints on it that'll make it feel a little bit weird, maybe a little bit unnatural otherwise within the context of the whole story. And most of the things that I didn't like about this little sequence are pretty firmly rooted within that. Everything else has been really fun. Yeah. The wiki is a minefield for spoilers. I know! In 95 episodes, I've kept strong. But this was one where I talked about it at last stream, but I normally avoid at all costs, yeah. I feel like you're being too hard on yourself. Maybe. I might be being too hard on myself, but let's finish out this combat. See how they resolve this. Also, fucking Laura Bailey has murder in her eyes. She is not happy. To be clear, I don't think she's mad at Matt, but I think she is inhabiting Vex right now and her likely feelings towards Ogden. Oh, man. Also, welcome, Elfire Eva and viewers. Hello. Welcome. Good to see you. So what was Ogden's end game? How did he expect to get one over on Vox? My theory for what Ogden is going to say, I think it was the diamond. I think the diamond was not consumed. I think he pocketed the diamond using some sort of illusion that we couldn't see. And that whatever this spell is, whatever this illusory ritual is that they're doing, is not based on any particular illusion spell within the book, and is some sort of multi-person operator ritual. So I think that any of the Trickfoots could probably operate the marionette, the shadow marionette, I guess you could say, and that they were all working in tandem to animate it in a convincing way. And the reason that it failed on Percy and that it failed for Hex and Hunter's Mark is because with the gun, they would have no idea how to animate damage for that. And for the Hunter's Mark and the Hex, there's nothing actually there to latch on to. But everything else, it was very clear how to animate the reaction that the Shadow Monster would need. So I think the plan here was to pocket the diamond and have Vox kill this thing. I think he was going to animate its death and then say, wow, I'm so glad that we cured you, Pike. Now, back to Whitestone. We'll be out of your hair shortly. And immediately try to skip town with the diamond. I think that's going to be the plan. And it could also be why he was so hesitant to push them into it. Like, his hesitancy to push them into it doesn't make any sense with the story that he told. But if you're a charlatan and these people are so suspicious that they want to wait until the next full moon to investigate more and to ask you more questions, they're going to start figuring some shit out. They're going to try some other tests. They're going to get some other opinions. and they're going to discover it before you can actually pull anything off. So at that point, you skedaddle. That's why he says, if you don't want to do it right now, that's fine. I'll be on my way. Because he doesn't want to stick around if they don't do it. I think that's the play. Which, like, 1,000 GP, to be fair, is crazy money to the vast majority of people. That is, like, set you up for life money. When, it won't literally last the entire rest of your life, but you can stretch that pretty damn far. So I think there's, it's reasonable to think he might have taken this sort of risk for that.
Keyleth, your turn.
Motherfuckers.
What?
Just play it out.
Okay.
Play it out?
Play it out.
Okay, I'm gonna step forward a little bit.
Okay. Step forward a little bit.
Can I kind of make out details of the space, of the faces that are in it?
There are multiple faces. They're all different creature faces. They all look to be humanoid, and they're all shouting and screaming and shifting and whirling inside.
Can I do like a perception check to see if I recognize either Pike's face in there or Ogden's face or any of the gnome's face? Do I recognize any faces?
Sure, so your action to do that, but yeah.
My whole action?
Yeah.
Okay.
So make a perception check.
Great, 17.
Okay. Glancing at it, all the faces seem relatively blank, and it's mostly the same face over and over and over again. There's no real variation to them.
Okay, and that's my whole action?
That's your whole action, yeah.
Okay, that's my action.
Okay. So at this point, the gnomes over here just staying where they are. You watch as Ogden takes another hobbled step back past Terry and goes, "Protect me!" and kind of puts his hand up to you and kind of hides partially behind you, Tyrion. Sure. JB stays there. She seems relatively safe and watches as Vex approaches. It's like, this one on the side of the rock. Pike, your turn.
The gnomes aren't doing anything. No, really.
Well, that's a turn of events. Okay. Am I close to... Who's the closest gnome? Can I get to them?
The closest gnome to you would probably be Astra. She's over here.
Okay. I'm gonna go up to her,
Okay, so you walk up to Astra. Most of your movement there as you back up.
and I'm gonna put my mace up to her throat. And say...
They're robbing the bakery right now.
Yeah. How many pastries?
Pastries.
I'm gonna say, what the fuck is going on? I know this is not real.
Make an intimidation check.
Come on, guys.
Stop.
Mustachio and his wife. Fuck. Oh, I thought that was a natural 20.
It's intimidation. 11.
11. As soon as you put the messages, Pike, what are you doing? Pike, the creature's still alive! And she points over that direction. She's not paying much mind to your threat.
Damn it. Okay. Oh,
So
shit.
bonus action.
Yeah, I know.
You.
Can I... How accurate can I be with the guiding bolt? Is that dependent on...
You can be pretty accurate with guiding bolt. The guiding bolt's in action.
Shit, yeah. Fuck. I'm gonna drop the mace on her foot.
Okay, so this is less of an attack, more just dropping on her foot. As it hits, we'll say, because you're dropping, she goes, "Ah, go!" And you see just a picture of her foot up, pulling out from underneath, and it's she's running like a light leather boot, and it hurt her toe pretty bad. She's like, "Ah, no, ah, ah!" And Johan's like, "Astra, you okay? Mike, be careful!" And it's like kind of helping her. Is it your turn?
I guess so.
All right, Terry, you're
So
up.
wait, that's Johan, or what's his name, and his wife.
Yeah.
Where the fuck is JB?
They're over by me.
You're over by
He's right there.
Vex.
Are JB and Ogden together?
JB's over on like 10 feet to your left. Ogden's just right next to you, like almost holding on to your leg for protection.
I'm
She's
going
like, "Protect me!"
Sure.
Hands up.
Yeah,
motherfucker.
right? What's that?
I know, he's been holding his hand up like, woo.
All right, I'm going to break free from Ogden,
Okay.
and I'm going to whip out another bead and throw it right at him.
That's a good call.
Come on.
It's a dexterity save. 15.
That is a no. That is a no.
Like,
Yep.
Oh yeah, it's a 4 to an
Dude, if the possibility of someone heisting Whitestone is the thing that makes the characters actually give a shit about the sphere again, I will be at a fucking loss. But I will say, if you're Matt and the players primarily view this thing as a beneficial construct in their basement, even if they will out loud acknowledge that it might be dangerous, having someone ostensibly break in for valuables or, come into Whitestone trying to heist valuables, honestly, even if they're not trying to heist the black destruction sphere, even if they're not trying to heist that, it might serve to put the players into the mindset of people might be trying to take our shit. And I will be... I don't know what I'll feel if that ends up being the I don't know what I'll feel if that ends up being the case. I'll feel something. I'll tell you that much. Maybe reference to the sphere Terry threw at the shadow. It's possible. That's certainly possible. But I think Travis is thinking about the long con of like, why are we out here? He said they're trying to get us away from Whitestone. Then he's bringing up the sphere. I think Travis thinks that someone is trying to heist the sphere or do something to the sphere and that the Trickfoots are there to get them out of town. Which, I mean, for all I know, he could be fucking correct. But like I said at the beginning of stream, I'm still kind of, I'm not super, I don't know. I don't see a lot of likelihood in the idea that there's another collaborator that snuck into Whitestone separately and is now doing whatever they're doing in Vox's absence. I don't think that's the case, but we've certainly got no evidence that it's the case, but we don't need evidence really with a lot of these sorts of theories. I just don't think it's the case.
Old man.
Turn the shoulder all over.
All right, so roll 5d4 force damage.
Okay. 4, 1, 4, 3. Oh shit, I should probably be adding these. That's 9. It's 12.
As you feel the bead down, it bursts in a flash of energy and light, and you watch as Ogden's staff just gets fucking thrown 25 feet in the air from the blast, like, falls onto his side and gets back up, and you see him now encased in the sphere of force. Immediately, the smoke creature vanishes.
I'll say, Doty, carry him to the edge of the cliff.
Oh, shit.
Can Doty, I don't think Doty can move the sphere, can
The sphere weighs 1 pound, regardless of what is inside of it.
Really? That's fucking amazing. Are you serious? How big can the sphere get?
It's 10 by 10. I mean,
yeah, it's a hamster ball.
Yeah.
Whoa, I'm so mad.
So at this point,
you can carry him to the
Maybe it was just to steal
I don't
1,000
carry
gold
things.
diamonds. Maybe it was just to steal
he's
the
just
diamond.
like, at this point, you killed.
Hey, you just heard it there. Maybe it was just to steal the diamond. I'm making the call that is the case. I'm final answer, it was just to steal the diamond. It was not to fuck with the ziggurat sphere in any way, with the siphon. I don't think so. I think there's a chance I'm wrong, but I'm committing this way.
That's amazing! Pike is saved! The sphere gets picked up. Wait,
I pick JB up by her wrist.
okay, she's just starting to dart off, and you grab her by the wrist and go make a grapple check. Make an athletics check.
Yeah. Oh, no.
Athletics, huh?
Yeah.
8.
You go to grab her wrist, and as you grab, she's wrenches out of it and goes darting this way.
Can I
Blasting off after her.
I'm gonna go after Johan and Astra, and can I do entangle spell?
Okay.
Right under her.
What's the DC or the save on that?
I'm done an entangle in a second. Give me a second.
I have it right here. It is a strength check against your spell DC.
Beat a 20, Bruce.
So, you watch as they both turn invisible, and then all of a sudden a bunch of vines go around a gnome-like form.
So good.
I'm gonna grasping vine JB as she starts to run off.
Okay.
Yeah, do it.
She gets some distance.
Ranger.
What's the grasping vine?
Ogden, the one in the sphere?
Spell save 15.
15 dexterity. Natural 20.
Motherfucker!
She put the grasping vine out, and she just like.
Okay, forget this. Wait, I already said I'm winged and hasted. I'm already there. She can't
So
go
as you go
anywhere.
in, you watch as a raven swoops down. Go ahead and make an athletics check.
I'm gonna keep watching.
Oh, man, it's so fucking good.
19.
Natural 1.
Yes!
Woof, you grab her and lift her off the ground. She's like, ah! is now screaming as you kind of pick her up into the sky, the moonlight still kind of casting down. Dodie is now carrying the sphere and walking towards the edge over here.
Hey, yeah, I'll take her 100 feet up and give her a good view.
Okay, she's breathing super fast. And at this point, you see as he's walking over to the...
Now, what? I am so curious because I feel as though there are two options. Either they entirely underestimated Vox Machina. You know, they were under the impression that the stories of their heroics were overblown. Or they are stone cold dumbasses. Because not only did they try to rob the demigods, they also isolated themselves in a location where the demigods could murder them with more impunity than they would have even had in Whitestone. They already would have had a good bit of impunity in Whitestone. Now there's nothing anyone can do to save you. You have to be the dumbest motherfucker, the most what not prideful, what's the word? Where you have like undue pride in your own abilities. I can't think of the word. Like you just think you're the best. I don't know. I just cannot imagine any rational person doing this unless they have distinct reason to ego, hubris. Yeah, you guys are getting it. Yeah. Like the ego that these people must have had to think that they could trick the demigods. And I will continue to call them demigods because compared to normal people, they are. Like, the hubris is crazy. Now, there is a potential lore biddly bobbly that could be super cool here, but I don't know that it's what Matt's doing. But I would love if some sort of enemy of Vox Machina, whoever that is spreading like a rumor that Vox ain't shit, right? Possibly even that Vox are frauds. And that is going to be, and this is going to be our introduction to the idea that someone is out there slandering Vox's name. And it would be particularly interesting if they're slandering it in like really specific ways that might give our heroes some clues as to the final arc. Like, whoever is doing this is affiliated somehow with whatever happens in the final arc. I don't know that that is what is happening. And in fact, I think it's most likely not, just off of gut. But I think that would be incredibly interesting if they were like, well, everyone, like, I didn't expect for you to be so, and they're all like, what? And they're like, powerful. The word on the street is that you all are a bunch of phonies, pretenders. And that the Mikhail Daxio and the rest of the Amanian Legion were the real heroes of Aman. You all just took the credit. That would be whoa. That'd be pretty whoa. But I could hope that that's what's coming. But I'm not going to hold Matt to that. Oh, man. or that Vox are good people and won't question family. Ah, ha, ha, ha. Oh, ho, ho, ho. That, how little they know. Oh, my goodness. Particularly funny that if it worked and at any point they realized it was fake due to, Pike talking to her goddess, they could just scry teleport to them and smoke them. Yeah, absolutely. Via murders Pike's extended family. The real heroes of Amon was the army. And yes, that would be such a sick rumor for them to contend with. I mostly am like getting so like kind of haha about it because like I'm picturing Vox extreme tribalism machina hearing people bald-face lie about them. The people that all have separate versions of the imposter syndrome and complex. Like, they all have different flavors of imposter syndrome. They've got it so bad. And hearing a rumor that everyone, like, thinks that they're lying and taking credit for the army's actions. Oh, I can't even imagine the juiciness of the RP that would come from it. I don't know if I would have gotten there during prep, honestly. Like, I'm getting there right now, but that's only because I'm sitting here, I'm talking to you guys, we're seeing how the players are reacting. I'm getting all the stimulus that you don't get when you're prepping. So I don't know that I would have ever gotten there. I mean, clearly, last episode I'm theorizing, this episode I'm theorizing, I didn't get there then. So totally fair for Matt to not have, but, man, that'd be fun. Ooh, that'd be so much fun. I read a pamphlet saying you guys suck. Yeah, hell yeah. All the political power struggles in Amon they are not a part of. Yeah. Clasp Whisper campaign? Right. The Clasp actually killed Thordak, not those VM fakes. Yes, sir. Especially given that, like, the Clasp was basically the power in Amon during the Chroma Conclave. Like, to the average Imanian citizen, even if we tell events 100% factually, the order of events was Vox is at the invasion. They run away and just abandon the city, the keep, everybody. And to the average Amanian citizen, what happens next is that you are brutally, like, tortured and, like, put under this tyrannical regime. And then the bumblefucks show back up with a couple of new toys and more money and a bunch of other allies, but no one in Amon knows that Vox put all that together, at least when they first see him. And then the bumblefucks just stroll into Amon and they're like, what do we do? And then the heroes, the true heroes, the Clasp, are the ones that guide Vox Machina to Thordak at great personal danger to themselves. They have not been fucking off and going tomb robbing this entire time. They're tired. They're hungry. They're just as oppressed as the rest of the Amanian citizens. And they still stuck their neck out when they didn't have to guide Vox to whatever target they ended up hitting. By coincidence. Oh, you could the class just needs a good PR guy. And they've got control of Amon by the end of the decade, I'll tell you. Oh man, that'd be so dope. Only Vox is allowed to hate Vox. Yeah, we state they Woo! Yes, sir. But they probably would be angrier if people thought the army killed Thordak than the clasp. Probably. That's true. They probably would be angrier about that. And the 30-ish people they saved teleported off somewhere and probably didn't all return back. And like, obviously we know I've made my point about Vox not being heroic. I mean, all in all, they did what they needed to do to defeat Thordak. Like, I think they went through the proper motions. They should not have stayed there in Iman. They were more successful by not having done that. But there's an easy way to spin that to the average Imanian citizen.
The edge. Ogden's like, oh, look, you saved everyone. Good job.
Still
over there.
He's committed to this bit.
Don't overcommit. Don't overcommit. No.
So you rush over towards him as Doty's got him maybe like 10 from the edge, and now you can see he's like, oh, and just Pike.
Oh, Doty's not finished walking yet. Doty, keep going.
Pike, you have been saved from the darkness of a family line of terrible curses.
Fucking
brought to the very edge of the cliff. He's like, Pike, what would Sarah Ray think? What would Sarah Ray think?
It's so lively all of a sudden.
Yeah, more so than you've ever seen him. He has been crotchety and immobile this whole time, and now you watch him like up against the glass, and he's standing up straight. And he's like, Pike, seriously, it's fine.
That one I will fully give myself for having called. I knew this motherfucker wasn't as infirm as he was making it out to be. Oh, that one I will give. Ooh.
Below the cliff and start and just stand on the cliff and start knocking on the.
Dude, I'll also tell you, every single one of my characters, if this is one of their family members, they're already dead. And if I'm Pike in this scenario, the other players and characters are having to hold me back. I wanna push them out further. I'll mage hand. No. Let me out. Let me telekinesis him a little bit further. Telekinesis has a range of 60 feet. Let's go for a ride.
The ball on the other side and waving so we can get a nice view of the drop down.
No, seriously, it's fine. Family.
Ogden?
Yes?
Where's the diamond?
It was used in the spell.
No, it wasn't.
The spell that we used.
There is nothing that activates my righteous fury like someone trying to guilt you down high road bullshit right after they have fucked you directly in the eyeball. Him saying, what would Saren Ray think? Bullet in the forehead. If it's me.
To summon the creature.
Ogden.
It'll survive the fall.
That was bullshit.
Make an intimidation check.
God damn it.
Come on, Pike,
Does the sphere grant advantage?
I would say you have advantage given the circumstance.
Yeah.
Given the circumstances, definitely have
Oh, the
advantage.
other one's better. 15.
He goes, and holds the diamond out in front.
Is he still in the ball?
He's still
He
in
is.
the
Yeah.
ball.
Push him out further.
Doty, just hold him over the edge.
Doty goes in. Terry. No. He's not looking down into the sphere of force below him and looking down to the waves crashing at the very, very small, distant shore.
They go.
Have the diamond back. It's just.
What's the play here? What's the game?
Bro, you could drop him. Why not? Dude, never mind.
What were you trying to get?
I shouldn't describe all the things I would do because that is not YouTube friendly. Oh! If a DM did this for my personal quest, they would have dug down into some anger that does not surface often.
Not that diamond. There's more to it than that.
And the family con.
We don't have a lot. You have plenty. We hear of all the great deeds you've done, all the dragons you've killed, all the vast amounts of money and gold you've procured for the past couple of years of your adventures. And we get sent a measly sum. A small hint of nothing but a
She
paltry
didn't have to
pitch.
send you anything, you dick.
She didn't. And yet, we came to offer you nothing but a fantastical story of redemption and the healing of a family. And you got to know your cousin, who you've not spoken to since you left.
I trusted you. I put myself out there and I trusted you.
The sphere dissipates. It's been a minute. And he goes, ah! And just plummets off the side.
I was technically right below it.
That's true.
I'm going to make a grab.
Okay. Go ahead and make a dexterity saving throw.
Jeez.
I was kind of prepared for this.
I'm way up high and say, I don't know what's going on, but it does not look good here.
A dex saving throw?
Yeah.
I'm going to reroll that.
What? You can just do that?
Be the grit?
I'm going to use a resolve.
Yeah. Oh, the abdominal, whatever it is?
Yeah. It's the exact same roll.
What is it?
Dex saving roll, it's 11.
In that second, I can go 500 feet in 6 seconds. So can I blast down towards the cliff and dump her like 10 feet and keep going?
That's gonna be the
500 feet, I can
really drop off.
Not safely.
Just gonna break
Safely?
the leg. It's okay.
Safely, I will go and let her take a little damage and hit the button.
Where are you dropping her? She's like over here right now. You picked her up and went over
I
this.
can.
Oh my god. I want that to be the sub notif whenever anyone gifts any subs. That's fucking awesome. I want to hear that again.
Not safely.
Just gonna break the leg. It's okay.
Safely?
Safely, I will go and let her take a little damage and hit the button.
Where are you dropping her? She's like over here right now. You picked her up and went over
I
this.
can go like near.
I'll
I'll let her go. I'll take a little turn up and let her fall. She can take some damage. Or we let the dude die.
No,
I'm already
she
doing
tumbles. Stops about 5 feet from the edge and she's still hyperventilating. You dive
400
down.
more feet to go.
He's just like just tumbling down, goes faster towards the cliff rocks. You can just barely see the waves crashing from the moonlight that's hitting him as you're just in a full-on raven dive towards it.
Bullet train, baby.
Oh god. I take her and Grasping Vine and throw her into my entanglement and just keep all of them entangled.
Grasping Vine is a concentration spell. You'll lose the entanglement.
That's okay. I'm going to use the rope of entanglement that I have and use it on her.
And with that, without even really much of a resistance, she's tangled up in the rope and falls onto the ground on her side. Go ahead and make a dexterity saving throw.
Saving throw? Okay.
Well, actually, for this particular, because it's less of like a reaction.
You know what? Hey, I'm just going to play the show again because Matt might be about to say exactly what I was about to say.
This is I have to make a dexterity check. This is just a plus your dexterity bonus.
I would have gone sleight of hand, but for the exact reason that he just said. It's not a reaction. It's an active action that he has taken. Dexterity check works for me.
Okay.
Okay.
I have luck.
Oh my god.
I got 1 luck left.
Yeah, that's true.
20.
Thank god.
You reach out once and grab a section of the cloth, and it tears. And he keeps plummeting. You can watch as the stones below, and it's a jagged base of the Salted Bluffs, about 10 feet before impact, as his screaming has stopped. And you grab him and just right across the surface of the water, but inches. The tips of his feet skid across the surface of the water as you
Not his feet. That's
and rocket him straight back up towards the top of the cliff. It's going to take you a little while to get up there now. Sure. Like diving is one thing.
Yeah.
He is unconscious in your grasp.
And the haste is gone by the time I've gone through all that.
So you're slowly flying back up. You guys glance over and you can see the raven wings. You can't quite see whether or not he got him, but all you see is Vax slowly making his way back towards the top of the cliff.
Should we tell them if he's
Dude, I hadn't even looked at the time recently. Damn, all right.
survived? Do we want to surprise them?
I say loudly enough for everybody to hear.
Surprises are nice.
How about you tell
Crawling
us?
back up. Oh yeah, he's fine.
I'm gonna walk over to JB. She's tangled.
She's wrapped in the rope and it's like,
I'm gonna slowly start untangling her.
hi, Pike.
Hi, JB. For starters.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Okay, that's fine. I'm sorry I didn't spend more time with you. But this is unacceptable. This is not how you treat family. And if anything, I hope you learn from this. What do you want? What do you want from me? Tell me and I'll give it to you.
I don't care about the money. That's what they wanted. Honestly, I just use this as an excuse to get to see you again. It would have been fine. If no one had found out anything, we would have been heroes. We would have had a reason to be friends again. We would have saved you. As far as you know. From a terrible curse. And maybe that would have... Maybe then I would have been a hero to you. But I'm nothing. I'm a caretaker to a swindler, and move around too much to make any real friends, so that's just my lot in life, I guess.
It doesn't have to be.
That's all I know.
But you're very smart. I
Not
think
smart enough.
there's more for you in this life than you know.
Okay. This isn't that far off from kind of where I thought JB was. It was this kind of emotional and jealous kind of bent to things that makes that tracks. I'm really curious if Johan and Astra are going to have anything more complicated. Because they were the least developed of the four. I think they might just have been along for the ride. This makes sense to me, though, that JB and Ogden would have had very different motivations. It seemed like they did. Yeah. She's the only person who might actually be believable in that statement. I mean, I think, I think I can pretty easily still call her actions unexcusable, even if I completely believe her statement. I could hold those two things directly simultaneously. Cause I'm kind of like, yeah, I think I believe JB. Still bad. But I do think I think she's not lying anymore, so that's good. Yeah. They were the hotel owners in the musical Les Mis. Yes. Johan and Astrid do give real master of the house energy. That's fair. Oh, what the fuck are their names? I keep wanting to say the Thermopolis. That's not even close. But yeah, they are very that energy. Interesting.
You can see now she's just tears now at this point.
I'm gonna walk over to Johan and Astra.
Okay. Yeah, they've let the invisibility down at this point, and they're both just like entangled, like, oh, there's some sort of misunderstanding here. We were under the impression that there was a terrible
Money?
curse. No, we look. Okay, like we have been following that man because he is, well, he's my dad, and we're really broke, and we blew through all the money you sent us very quickly. I mean, come on, how much you guys got? Like 10,000 gold? That's more than we'll see in our lifetime, right? Drop in the bucket. Changed our life. You would have been fine. You would have been great. You would have known any better. Our lives would have improved drastically. We've gone our own way. Maybe stayed for a week. We made you dinner. But here we are.
Are we bad? Yes. Are we evil? Probably not. And like, to Johan's credit, they did about an afternoon's worth of research before dropping the 1,000 gold on on Pike via information that they got from known untrustworthy swindlers. To Johan's credit, they wouldn't notice 1,000 GP go missing. That's just it. Their lives would not be materially different in any way. Didn't you send them more than that diamond was worth? If they blew through that so fast, would the diamond have really changed their lives? Oh, I'm not saying he's right about them making good use of that money, because you're right in that the implication that Johan is giving through correct statements, or, some not correct statements, but the implication is we would spend that money better, right? That money would be better in our hands, and it would change our lives. That is not supported, and that does not seem realistic. And especially if the idea was like, hey, you're broke, you need help. Stealing one lump sum of money is probably not going to be managed as well than if you convinced Pike to send you money repeatedly or something. I don't know. I'm just saying he's right in terms of 1,000 gold is kind of nothing to Vox. And so if you're gonna rob someone, is it not better to rob the person for whom the money, they won't even notice that the money is missing? Probably. Again, the assertion that it's better in your hands, that's a lot more questionable. Yeah. What happens to most lottery winners? Absolutely. When a rich person makes in interest alone is more money than you make in your lifetime. Yeah. I mean, that's the situation that Vox is in. So I can understand the sentiment of, hey, you guys don't need the money. We do. But, there's a lot of caveats to that.
Are we bad? Are we evil? I don't think so, but that's up to you, Miss Priest.
Miss Priest?
This way Ashley's like,
stupid god girl.
Just calm down. He's like, no, okay? She can think she's better than us, that's fine. You want to fight the Trickfoot name? That's great.
And I go,
you're still a trick.
Down.
He hits the ground, and you only hear his muffled, but you're still one of us. And Ashley goes, you did kind of drop a mace on my toe.
Oh, I know. That was on purpose. Ooh, I'm so mad.
Yeah.
Don't rush it.
Yeah. Where's Ogden?
You wait another few minutes. It's a long flight up at this point without the haste.
Pike's just pacing
the winds
back
do
and
help a little bit
forth.
because a lot of the winds hitting the cliff and heading upwards. The updraft does help a bit, but it takes about 5 or 6 minutes or so for him to eventually get his way back up to the top. Probably longer than that even. Then eventually you watch as Vax returns and drops an unconscious, unmoving Ogden onto the rocky cliffside floor.
Poor bugger looks so sweet when he's sleeping.
Does he still have the diamond with him? Oh.
Funny thing, when that orb disappeared and he fell, so did him and the diamond.
Windmill.
So he is not with the diamond. Diamond is nowhere to be seen.
That'll make someone's day, eventually.
It was more the principle of the matter.
Well,
because they won't miss it.
I'm
That's
sad.
wild.
Pike. If you send them on their way, think about JP. That's what I ask.
Okay. Ogden,
He's unconscious.
you're not listening to me because you're unconscious?
No one of you people have the touch.
I'm gonna go over and backhand his face.
Okay.
No, I've...
His glasses are gone. His eyes, that were once beady, are now wide. He's like,
Oh, hi, Pike.
Hi.
Hello.
Listen.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Okay, so this wrecked me. So here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna send you guys on your way. I'm gonna take out my purse of money. I'm giving you all my money. Stop, don't say anything. I want you, and I want Astra, and I want Johan to leave, and I never want to see you again. JB is going to stay here with me.
He glances over at JB, who's like right now, like just head is down. It's just looking at the ground. Like you can see a little bit of moonlight that's coming by. You can see the kind of the wet streaks in her cheeks. And that's very fair. That's very kind and very fair.
We are going to teach her things. I will put her through school. And her and I together will change the Trickfoot name. But if I ever see any of you again, I will fucking kill you all.
As you should. Right. Understood loud and clear. Young Pike Trickfoot. And
he like takes the coins.
So sorry. And how do we get back?
You'll find your way.
Figure that.
I pat them all down to make sure they didn't steal anything from us on the way up.
Okay, make an investigation check.
Oh no.
I wish I remembered my number. 14.
14. Okay. I mean, they're all pretty prostrate at this point. Feeling through Ogden and Astra and Johan, you find about 400 gold worth of silverware, of various other coins. You find some just random odds and ends from the castle that have all been like pocketed, hidden in boots, hidden in hidden pockets.
What is it with people and our fucking silverware? You can take the money. You can't have the items. These all have very sentimental value, including those fucking dresses you destroyed.
And as a bonus, there is a diamond at the bottom of the cliff if you're feeling nimble.
It's true. It's true. I release my spell.
Okay, Entanglement drops in like
Feeling nimble.
Okay. Well, I guess we have a long journey ahead of us, isn't that right, Dad? And Uncle Ogden, who's now standing without the hunch, is like, I believe so. I think we have quite the journey ahead of us.
I'm not killing anything.
Snaith, Grog. Snaith!
Where did Ogden's staff go when he got jettisoned out of him?
It's about maybe 25 feet this way. Like, it's got clattered against the rocks here and fell to the ground.
I'm gonna go gather it real quick.
Okay, go and grab it. It's the same gnarled wood stuff.
I'm gonna cast a detect magic on it.
Okay.
No, I don't have that. I have dispel magic. Hey, Terry!
What do you want?
Does this look like anything to you? Does this look magical?
I will
Can you tell?
identify it.
Okay. It is a Staff of Major image.
Ooh.
It did the staff of major image. What? Is that a real thing or is it just of major image? Is it a real thing? It's not a real thing. Staff of illusion. Carry up to 3 major. The carried spells move with the staff without costing you any actions. Look at that. While carried by the staff, the spells always appear as gems, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Okay, so there we go. Also, that shit's very rare. Fucking pawn that, dude, if you're hard up for money. Pawn the very rare magical item. What is... Okay, wait a second. What is... I just realized I didn't show you that again. Item rarity 5e. Let's see. Very rare is 5,000 to 50,000 GP. Fucking pawn your staff, you lecherous, deceitful Kremlings. Get out of here.
That seems useful.
Here you go, Terry.
Oh, thank you. This will help make up for the 3,500 gold I spent on this fight.
What I figured. Yeah.
I'm going to walk up to Ogden. Give a little. When you make it down the hill, you will find your cart outside the city limits, in perfect working order, searched for anything else you might have tried to stash away from my city. I'd also like to remind you that the riflemen have seen your faces up close, and the next time you come anywhere near our castle, you will be shot on sight.
Read loud and clear.
I release a low charge of diplomacy right into him. Just so we're clear.
Crystal.
Excellent.
Well, despite circumstances, and given that there's no reason to be false, it strangely has been a pleasure to meet you all. And Pike, it's good to see you doing so well for yourself. Come, we're leaving!
Oh, and Johan,
Johan said, yes?
stay away from those sweets.
Oh, right.
There actually is a curse on our family. It's called diabetes.
And with that, the rest of the Trickfoot family begins to make their long, meandering way down the mountainside, leaving you guys there.
Drop the grenade, man.
As you make your way back to Castle Whitestone with JB, we'll pick up that next time, as it is getting a little late. You can't really beat a button like that on an episode.
Yeah, that's a button right there. That's a button. Oh.
Jesus. All right, guys, we're gonna end tonight's session there. Thank you so much for watching.
Oh man, assholes!
And they were so tore up to hand over JB. It was like Les Mis.
I know, they didn't even give a shit.
It was like Les Mis.
to say?
Shall you carry I was gonna go more Matilda. After the last game, I was like, I feel so bad. I treated them so badly.
So good.
So good.
Wow. Sorry,
Played
guys.
us every time. Oh, we're so stupid. He was rolling every time. Oh, he missed again. Oh, wow, this guy can't roll real good, can he?
Son of a bitch!
So stupid.
With advantage? Yeah, he misses you. What's his AC? 12. He
Interesting note-
misses you.
Interesting note, all the attacks that didn't affect him were all the attacks that Ogden couldn't see happen.
Were you even writing down damage?
I was, because I wanted to make it look realistic.
Oh my god.
How much damage should we do to your little fucking marionette?
So
I don't know, a lot. Like,
I don't know, I wrote down numbers.
It's interesting the coincidence of like him not seeing things. That's a really cool man. That makes me want to play around with line of sight, man. Ooh. I'm picturing a version of this combat where it is like these cursed dude, fucking set it in the Feywild Theater. It's this cursed theater with a bunch of puppets that 4 puppet masters are all controlling, and they like can't get access to the puppet masters, or maybe they can. It's just very hard. And you have to play with line of sight to make it to where none of the puppet masters can see you. And in that case, the marionettes are like attacking blindly. Ooh, there's a fun combat there. Oh. No, it was a cool decision. There's lots of map making stuff that you could do with that. Tons of line of sight coolness. I like, even I didn't think about the line of sight as much. I was thinking about, what would he have had experience seeing, he wouldn't know how to animate a bullet. That could also be a consideration. I mean, there's a lot there. It was cool. It was really cool. I don't remember them making the Les Mis reference. It's just so good. Figuring out specific immunities and weaknesses in a combat could be a fun encounter. Oh, yeah. You would have to make them immune to a lot of stuff, I think. Because resistances often get powered through. Like, if people find a resistance and the enemy is resistant to the thing that they normally do, they might try once or twice something different, but a lot of times they're just going to try to power through with that resistance. So I do think you'd have to do immunities. But immunities and vulnerabilities, that could be a lot of fun. A lot of fun. Yeah, it's the toolkit for a sick combat, even outside of the illusion thing. Absolutely. Yeah. Especially with the party 7, yeah. May there have been a few comments about this stream and last that, while not noticeable without spoilers, they were almost direct quotes, like mentioning Ogden hadn't seen the shot. Would you consider these over the line? Oh, no. Given that I was theorizing in that vein, and it was a reasonable addition to what I was saying, I didn't think about the fact that would have been known. No, I mean, it comes back to, the things are in chat should be undetectable. And that's a little bit of a hazy line, but yeah, in this case, I can remember it being said once, but the only time I can remember it being said was when I was already on the idea of, Ogden not knowing how to react or animate, and I was like, oh yeah, or it could have been line of sight, blah, blah, blah. So, context dependent. If, because I like going through, theories with people. So, if, as long as whatever is said is really, kind of cohesive with whatever I'm theorizing about at the time, I just assume that, people could just as easily be carrying me along, you know what I'm saying? So, like, I guess, let me see another example, because I remember there was another example about something I got wrong. Oh, yeah, like, I interpret that the same as, people talking about the Class Whisper campaign. I was pretty thoroughly assuming that these were not going to be the case. But, to me, reading them without the context, those read as equally believable. Of like, oh yeah, there's a Class Whisper campaign, or oh yeah, he couldn't see them. Yeah, we just can't react to the spoilers. Yeah, that's true. Any sort of reaction to it would draw attention to it. Yeah. We're embracing your wrong theories, throwing out our own, and it kind of got mixed into the pot. Yeah, and that is the thing. It has to mix in well. If it doesn't mix in well, if it's then it might draw my attention a little bit more. It helps that I honestly did not remember what Octan's goal was. Yeah, fair enough. I just remember you hadn't gotten to the line of sight moment when the comment was said. That's fair. I might not have. And, it's maybe something to hedge away from. But I can say in this particular moment, it didn't stand out to me. And maybe, yeah, in a different moment, it might have, though. Let's see.
I'm sure Colonel Stats has a number of things that was dealt to the air.
Jon Stewart bullshit like that.
Yeah, basically. I wrote them all down.
I'm like, this motherfucker has more hit points than a fucking dragon. What the shit is going on?
Are we healing it? What the hell?
Investigate. Thank you.
There was a little part of me that was wondering, because it's my little hope was that Tyrion was going to investigate. I tell him, and then keep it to himself until everything happened. They went off on their own, and as he was walking away, like, by the way, that wasn't fucking real. I could totally see you doing that.
Wow, that I could totally see that playing out.
Yeah.
I can completely believe that you would do that, you son of a bitch.
How am I getting a son of a bitch?
Anyway, guys, have a wonderful night. Rest well. Tomorrow's another day. Pick up, move on.
We all have work early, so we're in the same boat.
Yeah.
Yes.
Love you all very much. Thanks for coming along with us. And is it Thursday yet? Have a good night.
Hey, woo, woo. Oh man, lot more fun than I thought it would be. I truly I mean, you heard me before they left to travel. I was like, oh man, we're gonna do like a whole travel thing. I don't know about that. And then we got there, and even when I thought it was a con, I just didn't expect Matt to Like, honestly, I just did not expect Matt to sell it so well. I think he sold it really fucking well. It was, in retrospect, obviously an illusion. And the entire time I'm watching it, I'm thinking to myself, this is an illusion, right? But then, like, little things would happen, and, like, the players would bring up theories, and I was like, well, maybe it's not an illusion. I don't know. So, kudos to Matt, you know? Hey, how does he do it? I said it would be a roleplay challenge. And little did I know that the roleplay challenge would be Matt convincing me that it's not an illusion, which he almost pulled off. Oh, man. That was a fun one, though. That was a really fun combat. Yeah. I could have sworn that Matt brought up the bullet stuff. You mentioned maybe he said it on talks. Oh, interesting. Maybe. Sam catching shade from a hypothetical alternate reality. I had a dream that you cheated on me. This micro arc definitely stuck with me more than a lot of the other significant bigger arcs. I think it ended real strong. I think it started strong off of the vacation, and basically like start of the ritual to the end, I think was really, really strong. The middle was weird. The middle was strange. And I'm trying to think if there's a way to do it different. Or if it's just strange because it was following the vacation. I think it was just strange because it was following the vacation. I think you do this exact arc directly after Raishan instead of doing the Hodis Hells arc. I think it's dope. I think I even like the kind of more chilled out middle bit as like kind of a relaxation point. But we've already been relaxing for like 2 sessions. I'm kind of ready to get on with it. But the reason that it's here is blind spot issues, so I can't blame him. I think it's a well-designed arc, just happened to be kind of activated at a inopportune point. I feel good about that one. I'll take that one. Yeah. Funny how it comes after their shock on the Hell mission and they care so much more and it's very low stakes. It's true. Yeah. Congrats on doing a 6-hour stream when you were feeling ill. Thank you very much. I could definitely feel it. I don't know how I don't know how obvious it is to as an audience member that I'm the thoughts are coming a little bit slower, a little bit less structured, a little bit less organized. It's a big mental thing. But that was a good one to do it for, because it was very contained. I didn't feel the desire to theorize a bunch about exterior arcs and stuff, which really helped a lot. I don't know if I would encourage 6 streaming. I'm hoping Mega didn't actually feel bad. I mean, I don't feel great, but the streaming does not make me feel worse. If anything, I'm going to have such a less stressful week, because I would have been very stressed out about getting back on track and all that. And so having streamed today, I will be I'll be very much more relaxed about the whole thing, because I don't like to get too off schedule. I don't like to fuck up the pacing too much. Not even in terms of like a creator, making sure that I develop expectations appropriately. Not even that. Just in terms of like, it annoys me when I have too much of a gap between the episodes, it makes it like harder to remember things. So I like continuing to I like getting it when I can. Yeah. Did we finish the episode? We did. But couldn't tell. Hell yeah. Very cool. But yeah. Just something about it feels more real, as in realistic, not verisimile. Besides, the major illusion is a very small, personal, down-to-earth story about a shitty family. That's true. I agree. I guess I'll watch the VOD tomorrow. I should probably go to sleep now. I should probably do the same. So, I will see you all later. Thank you so much for joining. I will see you all on Friday. And that's it. And that's all. And goodbye. Hopefully I'll see you on Friday. It might get worse. Who knows? We're in a little bit of the downward part of the cycle. Maybe we're on the upswing. Maybe we're not. We'll see. I'll let you know. Goodbye.